Before we get into our feature presentation here, I figured I'd just drop a quick disclaimer for a few things. The Layer 1 recording is a bit rough, although things do pick up in Layer 2, so I recommend you just try to ignore the Layer 1 recordings. They're a bit rough around the edges. There will be 2 not safe for work entries on the iceberg, although I will address proper warnings when we get to those entries. I won't be describing or showing anything too graphic, so feel free to look if you want, but if you just don't want any of that in general, I recommend you just skip over them. And finally, this project took me months to complete, and I would really appreciate it if you decided to watch the full video. I know not everyone's into these super long videos, so I'd love it if you're one of those people, you decide to watch the video in smaller chunks. I've always wanted to use YouTube as sort of a hobby or maybe even a source to get some income, and I'd really appreciate feedback and criticism in order to make my videos the best that they can be in the future. Sorry about the little disruption, now on to the real feature presentation of today's video. Kirby. You know him, you love him, and I made this absolute beast of an iceberg about him. Yep, that's right. 10 layers of Kirby facts, trivia, theories, and mysteries, all in this one giant iceberg. So if by now you somehow have no idea how these iceberg images work, these iceberg images are associated with a specific franchise or a subject, and they start out up top with the most surface level common knowledge, and the lower you go, the more obscure the knowledge will become. And I took it upon myself to make the biggest and the most comprehensive Kirby Iceberg possible. This took months to make, and I would absolutely love it if you decided to give this iceberg some love. While I was researching this iceberg, I found so many things that even I, as a longtime Kirby fan, had absolutely no idea about, and I'm 100% convinced you will at least learn something new, especially when we get towards the bottom. So sit back, relax, and grab a pep brew. This is gonna be a long one. Dark Matter. Dark Matter is the main antagonist of Kirby's Dream 1 2, along with serving a more minor role in some future games like Kirby's Dream 1 3 and Kirby 64, even though it's less like its own character and more like a species. Despite appearing only a handful of times in the series, the whole Dark Matter presence is felt throughout the entire series, even lasting up to the most recent mainline Kirby game as of recording, Kirby Star Allies. In Kirby's Dream 1 2, Dark Matter disconnects the Rainbow Islands by stealing the Rainbow Bridges, which prompts Kirby to set out and find the Rainbow Drops to reassemble the Rainbow Sword, and he manages to fight Dark Matter after defeating the possessed King Dedede, this time in a swordsman form called Dark Matter Blade, before revealing its true form in the second phase of the fight. In Kirby's Dream 1 3, Dark Matter returns in another attempt to shroud Planet Popstar in darkness. Kirby gets all the Heart Stars and confronts Dark Matter in the Hyper Zone, where Kirby uses the Love Stick to fight back against Dark Matter. And after fighting Dark Matter, the leader of the Dark Matter species, Zero, is revealed, which confirms that Dark Matter isn't just a character, but an entire species. While Dark Matter rarely appears after Kirby's Dream 1 3, a few Dark Matter are seen chasing Ribbon after she reads Ripple Star in the opening cutscene of Kirby 64, and a Dark Matter clone is seen in Kirby Planet Robobot in the Meta Nightmare Returns mode. However, most of the Dark Matter species did sort of go extinct once Kirby destroyed Dark Star in Kirby 64, and defeated their new leader, Zero 2. And speaking of Zero and Zero 2, Zero and Zero 2. Zero and Zero 2 are the 2 leaders of the Dark Matter species, with Zero appearing in Kirby's Dream 1 3 and Zero 2 appearing in Kirby 64. In Kirby's Dream 1 3, it is revealed that Zero is the real mastermind behind the entire Dark Matter invasion of Popstar after Kirby defeats Dark Matter in the Hyper Zone. Kirby defeats Zero, and this prompts Dark Matter, the entire species, to move on from Popstar and decides to attack a lesser planet that doesn't have a world-renowned hero on it. And no, I didn't forget to bring up the eye being gouged out of his body in surprisingly detailed fashion, considering how old Kirby's Dream Land 3 really is. So, back to Kirby 64. Ribbon, a fairy from Ribblestar, crash lands on Planet Popstar and gets Kirby's help to get rid of the whole dark matter problem going on her planet. Kirby then finds out about the home planet of dark matter, which is Darkstar, where the dark matter species and their new leader, 02, reside, and it's kind of unknown what 02 really is, if it's just a revived Zero or just an entirely new leader that just took Zero's place. It hasn't been confirmed. Kirby and Ribbon use the Shard Gun to defeat 02, and the whole dark matter species basically goes extinct at this point. And despite both of these leaders of the dark matter species being killed, their influence is felt just as much as dark matter, probably just due to how much they're related. White Kirby. Both the North American and PAL versions of the Kirby's Dream Land box art feature Kirby with a white coloration that is vastly different from the pink we all know and love today. Despite some misconceptions floating around, the real reason as to why Kirby was made white is to reflect the Game Boy's grayscale palette. Although Japan got to keep the iconic pink Kirby for some reason. While white Kirby has been changed out for the beloved pink Kirby ever since Kirby's Adventure, the very next game in the series, white Kirby did make some appearances on some old merchandise for games that weren't even related to Kirby's Dream Land at all. Like this German Kirby's Dream Land 2 print ad and this Kirby's Adventure store display. Meta Knight's face. Ever since Meta Knight made his first appearance in Kirby's Adventure, his mask has been getting sliced in two a lot by Kirby after their battles. While Meta Knight's face is only briefly shown each time it appears, fans have speculated that this could tie into a theory that Meta Knight is related to Kirby, like they're the same species. But what about his arms and his thumb and his wings? Some say that the Kirby species over time slowly develops these features, like how Kirby can already hover, so he would eventually grow wings to help him fly better. And of course, the main reason why this theory exists is because of the shape and the very similar face. It's so similar that it has even been referenced as one of the alternate colors for Kirby in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS, Wii U, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Galactonite. Galactonite is the strongest warrior in the galaxy and has appeared as a hidden boss in almost every single mainline Kirby game after Kirby Superstar Ultra. Galactonite was sealed away out of fear of his immense power back in ancient times, and has been in a crystal prison for most of his life ever since, only coming out when Meta Knight wishes to fight the strongest warrior in the galaxy or just because he can. Galactonite is an interesting character in terms of morality, as he's not necessarily good, but not necessarily evil either. In Kirby Star Allies' guest star mode, Galactonite fuses with the butterfly to become Morpho Knight, and what exactly became of Morpho Knight and if they're still fused or if something happened, we're not exactly sure given that the next mainline Kirby game hasn't come out to resolve this problem. Addo and Adeline relation. Addo is one of the bosses of Kirby's Dream Land 3, specifically the boss of Cloudy Park, while Adeline is one of Kirby's friends in Kirby 64. And taking a look at both of them, you can see many similarities. Just going off of their designs, you can already see plenty of similarities, like the green clothing and the red beret. Both characters also have the power to make paintings come alive, and both share a very big interest in art. So from here you would expect that it's pretty simple, you can just come to your own conclusion if they're the same or different. But that's not exactly the case, because there have been plenty of instances in Kirby media where they either say, yes, they are the same person, or no, they are not the same person. Some examples of this are this page from the 20th anniversary Poo 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 Taisen, which doesn't really give much of an answer to a question, but poses the idea that Addo could just be a nickname for Adeline. I think it is possible that it could just be a nickname because given Kirby's Dream Land 3 had a habit of shortening boss names, like they changed Wispy Woods, King DDD, Pon and Con, all to just Wispy DDD, Pon Con, so it makes sense that they would do the same thing for Adeline by shortening it to Addo. Then there's this great DDD directory. These DDD directories were something that the Kirby Twitter did for a while, and I'm pretty sure they're still doing it today. But either way, they made one for Adeline, and it purely consists of Kirby 64 information. There is no mention of Ado anywhere in here. They don't even bring up the possibility of them being the same person. And it seems like someone on the social media team must have not liked the idea of them being the same. We may never get a definitive answer to this question, so you can choose, are they the same or are they different? I'll leave that up to you. Soul Bosses. Soul Bosses are secret final bosses that have been in Kirby games since Kirby Canvas Curse, and they have usually been exclusive to the True Arena, being the secret final boss that is just basically a harder version of the final boss. This started with Drossia Soul in Kirby Canvas Curse, and Drossia Soul was an interesting case, being the only soul boss that was available by completing this main story mode, just coming right at the end, serving as the game's final boss. No hidden final boss, just the normal final boss. Then came Marked Soul in Kirby Superstar Ultra, where Marked Soul was only fought at the end of the True Arena, which applies to most soul bosses. After that was Kirby's Return to Dreamland with the Magolor Soul, and Magolor Soul was interesting because it served more as the second phase of the Magolor EX fight in the EX mode, so it appeared in both the EX mode and in the True Arena. Then, in Kirby Triple Deluxe and Kirby Planet Robobot, we got Soul of Sectonia and Star Dream Soul OS, and both of these were only fought at the end of the True Arena, just like Marked Soul. The most recent Soul boss as of recording this is Void Soul in Kirby Star Allies, and Void Soul is an interesting case. While Void Soul is fought in the Ultimate Choices Soul Melter mode, which is like the True Arena, Wave 3 rolled around and decided to add a Soul Melter EX mode, and they put a new final boss, the real true final boss, which was Void. So Void is kind of like a Soul boss, but not necessarily, because there isn't Soul in the name, but it's very similar, as it just takes it basically takes Void Soul. It's like Void Soul's soul. It just takes Void Soul and just amps the difficulty up and changes the attacks. Howl Rooms. Howl Rooms have been hidden in Kirby games since Kirby's Adventure, and they're included as a little reference to the developers of the Kirby series being HAL Laboratory. Why exactly this Howl Room is in Kirby's Adventure is unknown, but it did start a trend that has been persisting throughout the entire Kirby series going forward. Howl Rooms are usually hidden in a pretty easy-to-spot secret door, sometimes requiring slightly more elaborate methods to reach. Recent games have taken the liberty of adding some rewards in the Howl Rooms, like in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, where all the Howl Rooms have copy essences around them, so Kirby can gain some copy abilities. Dimension Mirror. The Dimension Mirror is a mirror that was introduced in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. High above the skies of Dreamland, it serves as a portal to the mirror world. Dark Mind attempts to take control of the mirror, but is defeated by Kirby and his clones. It also appears in Kirby Triple Deluxe and plays an important role in the plot, and in the DDD Tour mode, DDD smashes the mirror, finally putting the mirror's reign to rest. And according to some of Shinya Kumazaki's posts on Miiverse, he confirmed that the Dimension Mirror is the same one that Taranza got as a gift for Queen Sectonia, and the same one that corrupted her. Galactic Nova. Galactic Nova is a wish-granting comet that was first seen in Kirby Superstar. Kirby seeks out Nova to make a wish to stop the Sun and Moon from fighting, only to have Mark swoop in and take his wish from him. So Kirby decides to kill Nova, despite the fact he only granted a wish, which was his job, when he could have just went after Marks first. But that's besides the point. Nova explodes, Marks is defeated, and all is well. Another Galactic Nova does appear in Kirby Planet Robobot, where it is residing inside of the Access Arc, and appears during the third phase of the Star Dream fight, coming out once Kirby destroys its Access Arc armor. Some of the attacks during this phase of the fight are also references to the original Nova, using some of the many objects that are found on it, such as piano keys and a light bulb. The Fountain of Dreams. The Fountain of Dreams is a location that debuted in Kirby's Adventure, and it's the place where Dreamland gets all of its good dreams. During the events of Kirby's adventure, King Dedede breaks the star rod and gives each of the pieces to his minions. So Kirby sets out to restore the good dreams to Dreamland, and when he puts the star rod in, he learns Dedede was just doing it to keep Nightmare at bay, but Kirby fights off Nightmare and the good dreams are restored once again. The Fountain of Dreams has also made appearances in Kirby's Avalanche, despite it being called the Dream Fountain in that game for some reason, and various games in the Super Smash Bros. Series. Moon Door. A recurring Easter egg in the Kirby series made its debut in Kirby's Dreamland, more specifically in the 4th stage of the game, Bubbly Clouds. Flying up to the moon and treating it as if it were a door, you will be sent to a secret room that is full of all sorts of goods. This Easter egg has been in many other Kirby games like Kirby's Adventure, Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, and Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Pause screen lore. Ever since Kirby's Return to Dreamland, the Kirby series has had a habit of hiding most of the lore in the pause screens. The lore is usually hidden on the pause screens for important characters or bosses. It's usually the final bosses of each game. It's details like this why I love the Kirby series so much. They just decide to hide it in the pause screen rather than just shoving exposition down your throat. And this is a really nice way of communicating some more lore and story to the Kirby series. Master Crown. The Master Crown is an object of power that Landia once wore before Magolor managed to trick Kirby and his friends into defeating Landia so he can take the Master Crown for himself. The crown took over Magolor's body, and Kirby teamed up with Landia in order to stop Magolor and return the crown back to its rightful owner. King D-Mind. King D-Mind is a major antagonist in Team Kirby Clash Deluxe and a minor antagonist in Super Kirby Clash, and is like a fusion between Shadow Dedede, which is King Dedede's Mirror World counterpart, and Dark Mind. Towards the climax of Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, Dark Taranza summons him from the Black Mirror, only to be shattered, and Team Kirby does their thing, and King D-Mind is put back to rest. In Super Kirby Clash, Parallel Nightmare summons King D-Mind in the decisive battlefield to fight Team Kirby, and he gets batted away into who knows where, but he does make his return. He's not in the best shape, but he comes back, and Team Kirby also manages to defeat King D-Mind once again, and whether we'll see him again or not is currently unknown. Dream Kingdom. While we're on the topic of Team Kirby Clash and Super Kirby Clash, why not talk about the Dream Kingdom, which is the main setting for both games. In Team Kirby Clash, the kingdom was kind of in ruin because of an attack. There were a lot of monsters coming around because of Taranza and the Black Mirror, so Team Kirby, they formed and they decided to save the Dream Kingdom. Team Kirby managed to stop Taranza and Dark Taranza and King D-Mind and the Black Mirror, but the Dream Kingdom is like Dreamland in a way that once it's saved, it's gonna be under attack before you know it, and it was, this time by Parallel Nightmare. And Team Kirby came back together to put a stop to Parallel Nightmare, and they did, but they didn't put a stop to the ultimate evil. Little did Team Kirby know that the ultimate evil was residing right inside of their peaceful little kingdom. And, well, they don't really seem to know it yet, but they'll know eventually, right? The Mirror World. The Mirror World is the main setting of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, and it is a world that is high above the skies of Dreamland. The Mirror World is like a labyrinth that's connected by a bunch of mirrors that lead to different locations in the Mirror World, which Kirby goes to in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Dark Mind did attempt to corrupt and take control of the Mirror World, but he was stopped by Kirby, his clones, Meta Knight, and Shadow Kirby, who is also the hero of the Mirror World and Kirby's Mirror World counterpart. Necrodius. Necrodius is the main antagonist of Kirby Mass Attack and the leader of the Skull Gang, who attacked Kirby in the intro of the game when Kirby is taking a little break and relaxing on the Popopo Islands. Necrodius also used his staff to zap Kirby and split him into 10 weaker Kirbys that were incapable of hovering or inhaling or anything like that, and only one Kirby made it out from Necrodius' attack because he decided to follow his heroic heart. Necrodius was stopped in his own little area called Necronebula by Kirby in hopes of getting the staff, and Kirby did defeat Necrodius and got the staff back to become one whole Kirby again. Necrodius is notable for being the Kirby villain that came the closest to actually defeating Kirby, because 10 weaker Kirbys he defeated 9 of them, and only one of them managed to escape, and he was defeated by Kirby still, but this happened in the game's intro, and the fact he came so close at the start of the game is kind of ridiculous. Stone ability statues. Ever since Kirby Superstar, Stone Kirby has had the ability to transform into a lot of things by using its signature move, Stone Change. These transformations have ranged from references to characters and objects in the Kirby series to references to other Nintendo franchises like the Super Mario series or the Animal Crossing series. One of my personal favorites is this one from Star Allies, which references Grill and Brobo, two obscure, forgotten Kirby characters who we will be touching upon later down the iceberg. And speaking of going later down the iceberg, we're gonna do exactly that. Except this time we're actually gonna be going to the iceberg itself, the tip of the iceberg to be exact, so why don't we get a bit deeper? Kirby GCN. Kirby GCN, also referred to as Kirby Adventure, is by far the most well-known cancelled Kirby game that was going to be released for the GameCube. The game was revealed at E3 2005 with the trailer you're seeing right now, and it would have expanded upon the helpers from Kirby Superstar, with up to 4 players being able to get in on the Kirby action. Kirby GCN was cancelled, but it was repurposed into Kirby's Return to Dreamland, along with having its influence spread to Kirby Star Allies, where the helpers kind of made their return with the friends, and up to 4 players could be able to control them, similar to what Kirby GCN was about to do. Going off the trailer, this game looked great, and it is really a shame that it was cancelled. And we'll be delving into some other aspects of Kirby GCN later down the iceberg, so stick around for that. Kirby Bowl 64/Kirby's Air Ride. Here we have what is essentially one big cancelled Kirby game for the Nintendo 64. Kirby Bowl 64 was going to be a Japanese Nintendo 64 launch title that was revealed at the Nintendo Space World trade show in November of 1995, and it would have the player moving a spherical Kirby through an obstacle course very similar to Kirby's Dream Course. Unfortunately, the Nintendo 64 was delayed in Japan, and Kirby Bowl 64 was not released. There you go, end of story. Kirby Bowl 64 was never released. Or was it? Kirby Bowl 64 got another shot at life with Kirby's Air Ride. Not Kirby Air Ride, Kirby's Air Ride for the Nintendo 64. Kirby's Air Ride was shown off at Space World 1996, and it received some pretty decent coverage around the time, and it was a 4-player racing game that took after an airborne mode that was in Kirby Bowl 64. After a long and painful development cycle, Kirby's Air Ride was scrapped and cancelled, and Kirby Bowl 64 was dead once again. And thankfully their sacrifice did amount to something, because we did get Kirby Air Ride out of it, but unfortunately we were never able to really play as Poppy Bros Sr. or the man himself, Mr. Frosty. Kid Kirby. The final cancelled Kirby game on this layer is Kid Kirby, an SNES Kirby game that would have made use of the SNES mouse and was developed by DMA Design Ltd, which would later become Rockstar North. The exact premise of Kid Kirby is unknown, but it would have focused on younger versions of Kirby characters like Kirby and King Dedede, and there were also some other additional characters such as Bronto Bird and some unnamed octopus character. The game would have the player using the mouse to flick Kirby across stages that looked like this. Yikes. Years of unproductive development is the reason why Kid Kirby was eventually cancelled, and even to this day, we still don't know that much about Kid Kirby. Thankfully, Mike Daly, one of the ex-DMA employees, has been telling us some information about Kid Kirby on his Flickr account, and he has provided us with some assets, concept art, and has even stated that there is a lost demo of Kid Kirby somewhere out there. Hopefully it can be found one day. I really want to know what Kid Kirby would have been like. Artist Sisters. Dracia, Paintra, and Vividria are 3 characters throughout the Kirby series that debuted in Kirby Canvas Curse, Kirby Triple Deluxe, and Kirby Star Allies respectively, that have had sort of a theory that connects the 3 of them together, that being that they are all sisters. Besides the obvious interest that all three of these characters are interested in art, there is some evidence that backs this theory up. Because when you look at the guest star pause screen for Vividria, it brings up her sisters. It doesn't name who her sisters are, but it confirms that she does indeed have sisters. This theory was confirmed to be true once the Kirby Star Allies soundtrack that included an art book rolled around, with the art book having a page for Vividria, which also pictures Drossia and Paintra, labeled as elder sister. Glacia is also on the page, but Glacia has been deconfirmed to be one of the sisters and is kicked out because despite having a name that fits in with the rest of them, and sculpting is a form of art, which is her hobby, she looks absolutely nothing like the other ones, and while the rest of them all love to paint, she doesn't really do the painting because she has her friend Aline for that. Another dimension. Another dimension is, believe it or not, another dimension, and it is an entirely different dimension than the dimension that Kirby's in. And another dimension makes its first appearance in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, where Magolor retreats to another dimension after he takes the Master Crown for himself. Another dimension appears once again in Kirby Star Allies, more specifically when Kirby Star Allies got its Wave 3 update, and it is the main setting of the Heroes in Another Dimension mode, which, surprise, surprise, has Kirby and his dream friends go into another dimension. The only known way of traveling between Kirby's dimension and another dimension is by dimensional rifts that will occasionally appear sometimes, like what Magolor did to retreat to another dimension in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, or how Kirby enters the dimensions in Kirby Star Allies. Usage of blood. Throughout 5 games in the Kirby series, 6 characters have experienced some form of bloodshed. The first instance of this was in Kirby's Dream on 3, where Zero shoots his own blood at Kirby in an attempt to hurt him, and in the second phase of the fight, his eye pops out of his body, and there's blood everywhere and all that stuff. This occurred again in Kirby 64 with Zero 2, where shooting Zero 2 in his eye with the shard gun would cause a bit of blood to pop out of his eye. Kirby Triple Deluxe had 2 characters bleed, the first one being Shadow DDD, where when he opens his mouth, a bunch of tiny blood droplets go all over the place. And twice with Dark Meta Knight, where after he swings his sword in the introduction of the fight, he bleeds out because he can, and during the transition to the second phase of the fight, where he just opens his wings and he bleeds because he's Dark Meta Knight, he can bleed whenever he wants. This happens again in Kirby Planet Robobot with Star Dream Solo S, and this is by far the most bizarre case of bleeding in the Kirby series, and it might not actually be blood and could just be some sort of oil, because robots don't have blood, so he's probably just getting oil everywhere. And finally, the last time a boss has blood in the Kirby series, as of recording, is with Void Termina in the second phase of the fight, where these red tears fall down from the sky, and it is assumed that these are Void Termina's blood, because they're called red tears. It's probably blood of some sort, especially given that you're inside of his body. Seventopia. Seventopia is the main location of Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, and Kirby heads to Seventopia to get Dreamland's color back after it's stolen. And Seventopia is a world that was created by Glacia using all of Dreamland's color. As its name suggests, Seventopia is made up of 7 different areas, being Green Valley, Yellow Dunes, Indigo Ocean, Blue Sky Palace, Orange Woodland, Red Volcano, and Purple Fortress. Aline's diary drawings. At the end of every stage in Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, there's a roulette wheel, and one of the possible items that you can get from the roulette wheel are collectibles called secret diary pages. There are 22 secret diary pages in total, and each one has either a photograph or a picture that was drawn by Aline. And some of the pages can get a little strange, like this one that has a Waddle-Doo, King Dedede, Meta Knight, and Cappy. And yeah, I think that the page puts it best. They look weird. Ripple Star Catacombs. Ripple Star Stage 2, also known as Ripple Star Catacombs, is a stage in Kirby 64 that has gained infamy for all of the right reasons. Coming right after Ripple Star Stage 1, a very happy, upbeat, bright, colorful stage, we have a stage that is an underground labyrinth full of dull colors and eerie music, and about the music, it's certainly up there with some other tracks as being some of the creepiest Kirby music. It's not the creepiest, but it comes close. And this is a way for Kirby to get into the castle, and just knowing that this has just been beneath Ripple Star the entire time kind of adds a little layer of darkness to Ripple Star in general, even without the whole dark matter thing going on. Jambastian Cult. The Jambastian Cult is a cult led by Highness, and it worships the Jambastian religion, which involves worshipping Void Termina, the god of destruction. There are 4 known members to the cult, being the leader, Highness, and the 3 mage sisters, Francisca, Flamberge, and Zan Partizan. They do successfully revive Void Termina after they sacrifice themselves, but it doesn't last for long because Kirby then defeats Void Termina, and the rest of the cult later go on to become Kirby's friends after he helps them out in Heroes in Another Dimension. John Kirby. John Joseph Kirby Jr. was an American attorney who helped defend Nintendo after Universal Studios sued them over the whole Donkey Kong and King Kong situation. With John Kirby's help, Nintendo won the case, and they went on to make more games ever since, and it has been rumored that Kirby was named after John Kirby out of respect, and this was confirmed by Shigeru Miyamoto in a 2011 interview, where he basically said the exact same thing. And another rumor has been circulating around Kirby and John Kirby, being that he got sent a copy of Kirby's Adventure and was flattered by it, although this has yet to be confirmed. Unfortunately, John Kirby passed away at the age of 79 on October 2nd, 2019. May he rest in peace. Void's reincarnation. When comparing Kirby with Void Termina's core or Void Soul or Void, it's not necessarily hard to notice the many similarities all of them share. The latter 3 all share very similar faces with Kirby because they can really make just this basic smiley face similar to the one Kirby has. And when Void's defeated, stars just burst out everywhere, and the pause screen for Void essentially describes a reincarnation and what it would be like for Void to be reincarnated with positive energy. And the positive reincarnation of Void Termina is Kirby. When faced with overwhelming positive energy, Void or Void Termina or whoever will become Kirby. On the opposite side of things, when faced with overwhelming negative energy, Void Termina will be reincarnated as Dark Matter or Zero. Void has this form that's really similar to Dark Matter's true form, complete with the eye and the little things on the end, and it's not hard to notice. It's very easy to notice, and with Zero, you can easily see how the splash screen for Void depicts Hyperzone, more specifically the Boss Butch version of Hyperzone, and how there's a face that Void will make that really does resemble Zero 2's fake face, with the smiley face before it reveals to just be a giant eye, and the eyes up there essentially meant nothing. None of this is 100% confirmed, it's just a theory after all, and it will be a theory up until someone like Shinya Kumazaki decides to go and confirm that this is in fact the truth, and for right now, we don't know yet. But if this theory is to be true, then that means Kirby is indeed related to Dark Matter, one of his worst enemies. How ironic. Kirby. Kirby is the second player character in Kirby's Dream Course, and Kirby is just basically a yellow Kirby, all the same abilities as Kirby, except he's yellow. However, Kirby's only appearance was in Kirby's Dream Course, and any yellow Kirbys after this are in fact an entirely different character, that character being Yellow Kirby, because he is Yellow Kirby, this is Kirby. And it's a misconception, some people just assume that every single yellow Kirby is Kirby, even though he only appeared in Dream Course, and never again. Susie's comeback. Sometime prior to Kirby Planet Robobot, Susie went missing. After her disappearance, Haltman was left devastated and decided to start working on Stardream in order to grant his wish to bring her back. Susie did eventually come back with some data on Sphere Doomers, but unfortunately Haltman was unable to recognize his own daughter due to working on Stardream constantly. Haltman never realized that his own co-worker was in fact his own daughter, so Haltman died believing that his daughter was still wherever she was, and didn't even know that she was just right there the whole time. Dark Tyranza. Dark Tyranza is the main antagonist of Team Kirby Clash Deluxe and resides inside of the Black Mirror. Over the course of the game, Tyranza is manipulated to unleashing his dark version, and when he is released towards the end of the game, he then unleashes King D-Mind onto the world. King D-Mind very quickly shatters Dark Tyranza, putting his reign to rest. Dark Tyranza never makes another physical appearance in the series again, although there is a set of gear that is based on him in Super Kirby Clash for the Dr. Healmore class. Jamba Hearts. Jamba Hearts are a powerful object in the Kirby series that are capable of corrupting anyone and serve as a vessel for the god of destruction, Void Termina. At the beginning of the game, Highness shatters the heart, and the shards begin to fly all across the galaxy, possessing characters like King Dedede and Meta Knight. The Jamba Heart is like the polar opposite of the Friend Heart. While the Friend Heart is capable of making anyone friendly, the Jamba Heart is capable of corrupting anyone to make them behave in strange ways. Bad endings. Bad endings are fake endings in video games that serve as an opposite to the good ending and basically don't really resolve the main problem at hand, at least in the Kirby series' case. The first bad ending in the Kirby series happens in Kirby's Dream Land 2, where if the player does not collect all the rainbow drops, the game rather shows an enemy roll call instead of the credits. At the end of the roll call, Kind notices something in the air, although the player is never shown exactly what it is. The words "The End" then appear on screen, followed by a question mark shortly after, hinting that the player could have done something differently. The next bad ending was in Kirby's Block Ball, where if all of the borderline scores were not met, Kirby would just simply walk away with a Traveler's Sack before pulling the same "The End" trick as Dream Land 2, and then Dedede would appear at the top of the screen before the words "Let's try again" appear towards the bottom. Kirby's Dream Land 3's bad ending is very similar to that of its predecessor, having an enemy roll call that can only be seen if all the heart stars were not collected. The camera pans up to reveal Zero at the end of the roll call, who is simply labeled as question mark, hinting the player to get all of the heart stars. Kirby 64 might as well have the most eerie out of all the bad endings, as everything seems perfectly normal after you defeat Miracle Matter without collecting all the crystal shards. Kirby and friends make their tearful goodbyes to Ribbon and the rest of the fairies on Ripple Star before the cutscene very abruptly ends, revealing the Fairy Queen is indeed still possessed by dark matter. Bad endings went on a very long hiatus, but we did eventually get one more bad ending at the end of the Heroes in Another Dimension mode from Kirby Star Allies. If less than 100 Friend Hearts are collected, Kirby and his friends will simply walk away from the defeated Mage Sisters rather than befriending them. In addition to that, the player does not unlock the last 3 Celebration pictures or the 3 Mage Sisters as a Dream Friend, and the final boss in the credits is King Dedede rather than Marx. Kirby Cafe. The Kirby Cafe is a Kirby-themed cafe that initially opened with 3 different locations on August 5th, 2016, all being located in Osaka, Nagoya, and Tokyo. All 3 of these locations were closed on October 30th of the same year, presumably due to Nintendo's plans to build the Super Nintendo World Park in Universal Studios Japan. The park was eventually built around 5 years later, and the Kirby Cafe reopened in Tokyo on September 27th, 2018, and a new cafe in Hakata opened on August 8th, 2019. Both of these cafes were closed for a little while before they eventually reopened, and that's currently where the Kirby Cafe history is today. There are 2 locations in Tokyo and Hakata, both are still doing perfectly fine today. Some of the main attractions in the Kirby Cafe is the food, which is almost entirely Kirby themed, and the merchandise. There is a lot of Kirby Cafe merchandise out there, and it's still being made to this day. HRD3. HRD3 was a giant robot boss that initially made its first appearance in a Kirby GCN trailer, and it was designed to resemble King Dedede. Even the name sounds like King Dedede. It's got D3, you know, triple D. Given the cancellation of Kirby GCN, the real first appearance of HRD3 was in Kirby Mass Attack's Kirby Quest subgame, where it was the boss of Chapter 2 and was piloted by King Dedede. HRD3 is finally realized as a boss in the next game in the series, Kirby's Return to Dreamland, where HRD3 is actually a boss that is fought after you defeat Metal General EX in the game's EX mode. The Ancients. The Ancients are a long-lost civilization that has been said to exist in the Kirby universe. According to Magalore, the Ancients built both the Lore Starcutter and the Galactic Nova and resided on Halcandra, and according to Highness, science users banished him and his clan to the edge of the universe, which could mean that the Ancients had 2 different groups, which were science users and Highness's clan. Don't take any of this too seriously yet though, it hasn't necessarily been confirmed, and we're not necessarily sure if it's the truth due to these characters having some interesting quirks about themselves. Master Hand and Crazy Hand. Master Hand and Crazy Hand are both bosses from the Super Smash Bros. Series who went on to appear in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror as a cameo. Master Hand appears as both a mid-boss and a boss along with Crazy Hand, who exclusively appears during the boss fight. The duo serve as the boss of Candy Constellation, and when the Master Hand mid-boss is defeated, he gives Kirby the Smash ability when inhaled. Mage Sisters backstories. Whenever you pause the game during one of the battles against the Mage Sisters in the Soul Melter EX difficulty of the Ultimate Choice in Kirby Star Allies, you'll receive a special pause screen that explains their backstory. All three of their backstories involve being stranded in a near-death situation that correlates to their elemental power before being saved by Highness. Francisco was caught in a freezing snowstorm, Flamberge was facing a raging inferno, and Zen Partisan was climbing a tower for an unknown reason, running the risk of being zapped by lightning. Sectonia and Haltman's backstories. We're once again taking a look at pause screens for this entry because Kirby Triple Deluxe and Kirby Planet Robobot both feature two of the most tragic stories in the series, all revealed through certain pause screens. Both of these are stories about the game's main antagonists, being Queen Sectonia and President Haltman. Queen Sectonia was a very fair queen and friend of Taranza before he decided to give her the Dimension Mirror. The mirror slowly began to corrupt her until she became who she was at the start of Kirby Triple Deluxe. We previously touched on Haltman's backstory in a previous entry, but just to sum things up, his daughter Susie wound up vanishing, so he began to work on the wish-granting Star Dream. Susie does eventually return to Haltman, but Haltman just doesn't recognize who she is after working on Star Dream for so long. Haltman never realized that his purpose for building Star Dream was right there the whole time.
1, 2, hot man.
On June 16th, 2009, a YouTube user by the name of MarioFan888 uploaded a video called Kirby's Title Music. The video consisted of gourmet rays from the original Super Smash Bros. Playing over a still image of Kirby's render from Super Smash Bros. Brawl. MarioFan888 eventually uploaded a video that was practically the same, except this time, the image of Kirby had a parody of a song called 1-2 Haferbrei, a German song, playing over it. On June 3rd, 2011, a YouTube user under a Japanese username made 1-2 Oatmeal, a video that was an English cover of the song that MarioFan888 previously made. The video blew up and is still currently the most popular version of the video to this day, having been used in YouTube poops and various remixes. GUI is dark matter. According to things like the Kirby's Dream Land 3 instruction manual, which you're seeing on screen right now, and some other sources, GUI is in fact a friendly piece of dark matter who doesn't have an evil spirit. Even without knowing the lore behind GUI, you can easily see that he is a piece of dark matter by his mock matter form, which takes the appearance of a dark matter. GUI could prove that every dark matter is an individual, not just a giant hive mind that is controlled by Zero. Paint Kirby Easter Egg. Paint Kirby serves as a hidden one-time use copy ability in Kirby Superstar and its remake, Kirby Superstar Ultra. Paint Kirby can only be gained by inhaling paint blobs and during the fights with Heavy Lobster and Chameleon Arm. Paint Kirby only has one attack, Paint Out, and when Paint Out is used, it changes the boss's color. Additionally, during the Heavy Lobster fight, the Halberd crew will actually have some unique remarks if Kirby manages to use the ability. Another small detail during the Heavy Lobster fight is that Heavy Lobster will practically be confused and won't always know where Kirby is due to its eye being covered in paint. If you couldn't already grasp that, don't worry, the Halberd crew makes it abundantly clear. Kirby's gender. Kirby's gender is a common talking point in the Kirby fandom, although the answer is fairly straightforward. In most localizations, including America, Kirby's gender is male, although in Japan he is gender neutral. The picture you're seeing on screen right now has the word fume in it, which directly translates to not clear, meaning that Kirby does not have a clear gender in Japan. There are some that consider Kirby female, mostly because of his voice actress, Mikiko Omoto, although it's not uncommon to have male characters be voiced by female voice actresses. Star Warriors. Star Warriors were a group of warriors in Kirby Right Back At Ya that fought against Nightmare's monsters. The two most well-known Star Warriors in the series are, of course, Kirby and Meta Knight, although many other Star Warriors have been seen within the show, as early as episode 22, Island of the Lost Warrior. The episode featured Kit Cosmos, a warrior who was stranded on an island who still believed that the war against Nightmare's monsters was still going on. Another example is in episode 99, Combat Kirby, where we see Sir Arthur, Sir Galahad, Sir Percival, and Sir Lancelot all piloting one of Nightmare's destroyers. Another more interesting example of a Star Warrior is Yamikaze, a Star Warrior who switched sides to join Nightmare and was bought by DDD in episode 24, Ninja Binge. Some other Star Warriors include Knuckle Joe's unnamed father and Garlude. Both of these Star Warriors did have children, and while Knuckle Joe and Sirica are technically not Star Warriors, they did play a major role in taking down Nightmare. Wow, that was surprisingly deep. And just a reminder, we aren't even below the surface yet, but we are now. Get ready to take a dive into the water as we slowly but surely get to more deep and obscure Kirby knowledge. Baton, Iron, Top, Galaxia, and Kabuki abilities. In Kirby Right Back At Ya's 97th episode, Air Ride in Style Part 2, Kirby gains 3 new abilities that have never been seen in the games. The first ability was Baton, which was gained from Formula Rider and allowed Kirby to shoot beams from his baton. The second of these abilities is Iron, which was gained from Wing Rider. The ability is similar to Stone Kirby, except Kirby transforms into an iron statue. The third and final of these abilities was Top, which was gained from Shadow Rider, and the ability is essentially like Yo-Yo Kirby, except he can fire tops. This episode also included the original at the time Water Kirby before it became an official ability in Kirby's Return to Dreamland. All 4 of these abilities were submitted in a contest, and these were the 4 chosen to be in the episode. Galaxia Kirby is yet another original ability in Kirby Right Back At Ya, this time appearing in the episodes Hour of the Wolfwrath and Crusade for the Blade. The ability is like a fusion between Sword Kirby and Master Kirby. Kirby is capable of using Meta Knight's sword Galaxia in order to perform strong attacks like a sword beam, which he couldn't do with his normal sword. The last new ability introduced in Kirby Right Back At Ya is from the special episode Kirby 3D. The ability in question is Kabuki Kirby, which is copied from the monster Lobzilla. Kabuki Kirby starts out by taking on the form of a human being before revealing that it is actually Kirby and not some random dude on a warp star. Kirby Printer. The Kirby Printer is a machine that is used by King DDD in Kirby Battle Royale in order to create clone Kirbys for his Cake Royale tournament. The harder the Kirby Printer is cranked, the stronger the Kirby copies will be. The printer is DD-destroyed after Kirby DD-destroys the DD-Destroyer Z. Okay, that was stupid, cut that out. Miyamoto and Yellow Kirby. During the creation of Kirby, Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of the Super Mario and Legend of Zelda series, initially pitched the idea of Kirby to be yellow. Sakurai, being the creator of Kirby, decided that Kirby should be pink, and that's how Kirby got his iconic pink coloring. It's rumored that Miyamoto's concept of a yellow Kirby is actually the reason why Yellow Kirby is essentially the secondary player character of the series. As a matter of fact, the first ever character designed to be played by a second player, Kibi, was, you guessed it, a yellow Kirby. Grill. Grill is an onion witch that debuted in the Japanese exclusive Kirby Super Star Stacker, where it wished to challenge the best Star Stacker in the galaxy, which just so happened to be Kirby. Given that Super Star Stacker never received a localization, Grill has remained one of the Kirby series' most obscure characters. Despite that, Grill has made cameo appearances in Kirby Planet Robobot and Kirby Star Allies, along with being featured in a promotion for the Japanese toy store Yamashiroya. Kirby was a placeholder. Before Kirby's Dreamland was Kirby's Dreamland, a young Masahiro Sakurai had to present the project to Nintendo and didn't have a main character yet. Eventually, Sakurai created the perfect placeholder that would eventually become Kirby. But why did this simple placeholder become Kirby, you may be asking? That's because Nintendo really liked Kirby, and they decided that he should be the protagonist of the game. And so that's how Kirby was born. American Kirby is hardcore. Just about any Kirby fan would be able to tell you about the regional differences between Kirby's box art in the US and in Japan. While Kirby is usually seen as very upbeat and happy in Japan, for the sake of US marketing, Kirby looks a lot more angry in the West. Even back in the early days of the franchise, they decided to give Kirby a bit more edge in the West, such as making him a hardened criminal, or making him devour bikers whole. That's Kirby, alright. By far the most infamous Kirby box art of all time is probably Kirby Triple Deluxe. For the first time, Kirby was super pissed off in both the West and in Japan. This really did spread some more awareness of how Kirby is always super angry in the US, given how ridiculously pissed he was in every region. I mean, come on, does that Bronto Burt look like it wants to be eaten? Butch, Blade, and Masher. Butch, Blade, and Masher are a mysterious trio of enemies that appear in Kirby's Dream Land 2. Not much is known about them, but one thing that can definitely be seen is the similarities between them and previous enemies that didn't make the cut in Dream Land 2. Respectively, the trio each resemble Axe Knight, Sword Knight, and Mace Knight. These enemies have unique behavior, as they sort of have their own little rooms to themselves in certain levels. Take Iceberg Stage 3 for example, where you can choose one of 3 doors, each one will lead you to a different encounter with one of these enemies. They have the standard mid-boss arena, and when you defeat them you'll even get an animal friend. Butch and Blade have only appeared in Kirby's Dream Land 2, although Masher has actually made multiple appearances throughout the series. Masher is one of the few monsters to appear more than once in the anime series, along with being featured in Kirby's Blowout Blast and the subgame that it was built off of from Kirby Planet Robobot, being Kirby 3D Rumble. Fright to the Finish movie. The last 5 episodes of the Kirby Replicate anime series actually combined to make a full movie. All the episodes connect to each other really well, and it's essentially like one big 5-part episode of the series. The movie serves as the series finale and derives its name from the final episode of the series, Fright to the Finish. Come on, even the DVD describes it as a full-length film. Fluff of Yarn. Before Kirby's Epic Yarn became what it was today, the game was originally going to be called Fluff of Yarn, or in Japanese, Kaito no Fluff. Originally, the game wasn't even a Kirby game, it was just a standalone game featuring Prince Fluff that would have been made by Goodfeel, who also played a major role in Kirby's Epic Yarn's development. Prince Fluff was relegated to being the second player character after Nintendo got in contact with Goodfeel, suggesting that Kirby be the star of the game. Everything else about Kaito no Fluff still remains unknown. Samus and Metroids in Kirby's Dream Land 3. In the second stage of Kirby's Dream Land 3's 5th world Iceberg, there's a section where you go underground into a cave filled with lava. During this section, Kirby can encounter Metroids from the titular series featuring these enemies. The Metroids can only be defeated by using any ice ability with any animal friend, a reference to their home series where they're weak to ice. Defeating every single Metroid and getting to the end of the stage will reward you with a heart star from none other than Samus Aran herself. Some have speculated that this means that both franchises are in the same world, which seems rather unlikely given that both franchises seem to have their own galaxies that vary differently in tone. Level acronyms. Level acronyms are recurring Easter eggs throughout various games in the Kirby series. By putting the first letter of each world together, you will get a special word that somehow relates to the game. This started way back in Kirby's Adventure, where taking the first letter of every world and then reversing it would result in Roy-G Biv, which references the colors of the rainbow. Kirby Canvas Curse was the next game to use this tactic, and it also had Roy-G Biv as the hidden word. This time, the only world that isn't included is the world of Drossia, and the levels, instead of going in reverse order, go in the order that they're played in. This happened once again in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, Triple Deluxe, and Planet Robobot. Putting the first letter of each world together would result in crowned, flowered, and programmed respectively. All of these serve as a reference to the game's respective villains. The most recent occurrence of this as of recording this video is in Kirby's Star Allies, except this time it only occurs in one world, that world being World of Miracles, Planet Popstar. This time, putting the first letter of each level together would result in the word friends, relating to the game's main gimmick. Aeon Hero. Aeon Hero is the final boss of Super Kirby Clash and is essentially Galactonite under a different name. Aeon Hero has 2 different forms, being Aeon Hero Light and Aeon Hero Dark. Aeon Hero Light is the final boss of the game's main story mode, while Aeon Hero Dark serves as the game's secret final boss, only being available after completing every party quest. During the fight with Aeon Hero Dark, there's an attack where he rains down a bunch of heart spears. A tiny bit of lore is actually revealed in the fight with Aeon Hero Dark, being that Galactonite was in fact one of the heroes of yore who sealed away Void Termina. Shiver Star Nuclear Winter. Here we have our first theory on the iceberg, that being the theory that Shiver Star is in fact Earth undergoing a nuclear winter that wipes out humanity. Some evidence for this theory comes from the obvious lack of any signs of human life, a factory that is basically controlled by robots, and the shape of Shiver Star, complete with a moon, just like the Earth. That's not all that there is to this theory, but some of it will be touched upon later down the iceberg, so make sure you hang on for that. Tack Planet. During the Milky Way Wishes subgame of Kirby Superstar and Kirby Superstar Ultra, entering a star that is larger than the rest on the map will teleport you to a strange planet simply known as question mark in the original and represented by 3 question marks in the remake. The planet is inhabited by tanks and bombers, and reaching the end of the planet is the only way to get the Copy Essence Deluxe. Given that Milky Way Wishes has its unique gimmick of not being able to copy enemies' abilities, only being able to collect Copy Essence Deluxe and select abilities from a menu, it seems like the Copy ability is actually doing something useful for once. Kirby manga. With Kirby being the huge franchise that it is in Japan, multiple manga series are bound to follow. By far the earliest Kirby manga is Sakuma Yoshiko's Kirby of the Stars, which started in October of 1992, lasted 12 volumes for 16 years. Up next is Hirokazu Hikawa's Kirby of the Stars, the story of DDD that lives in Poo-Poo-Poo. This series is by far the most well-known Kirby manga series, and it lasted for 25 volumes over 11 years, although a special 25.5 issue was made to commemorate Kirby Star Allies' release in 2018. There are lots of Kirby 4 Koma manga, and I'm just scraping the surface here. 4 Koma is a type of 4-panel manga that usually ends with some sort of joke at the end, and there have been lots of Kirby ones. Some examples I have on screen right now are the ones made for Kirby's Dream Land 3, Kirby 64, and Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Asami Taniguchi made the next Kirby manga, being Kirby of the Stars Moretsu Poo-Poo-Poo Hour. The series started in August 2007 and lasted 9 years and spanned 13 volumes. Up next is a manga that lasted for at least 2 volumes, started sometime around 2008, and is definitely up there as one of the most obscure, being Kirby of the Stars Poo-Poo-Poo Hero, where Kirby moves into Popstar and befriends Chili. The most recent original Kirby manga at this time is Kirby of the Stars Sparkling Poo-Poo-Poo World, which again are 4 komas that are based on games like Kirby Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot. Just recently we've received an English translation of the story of DDD that lives in Poo-Poo-Poo, being Kirby Manga Mania. Kirby Manga Mania consists of stories from the aforementioned manga, and it is all entirely in English, which is a relief to finally see that we have an official translation of a Kirby manga, and I really hope that we can get some more series translated too. Tough it out! After collecting all the crystal shards and unlocking Dark Star, you will then fight Zero 2 after a brief platforming segment. During the fight with Zero 2, the normal pause screen that says continue and try again will be replaced with one that says continue and tough it out. It really goes to show that the battle will only end when one of you dies, just showing how intense this fight is. Kirby's feet. Do I have to say anything else? Alright, fine. For some reason this is a talking point in the Kirby fandom as to whether he has shoes and what's underneath them. Personally, I'm not seeing it. I just think the red is his feet, not his shoes. And pictures like what you're seeing right now involving Kirby in the German Club Nintendo comics with pink feet, well, that's not gonna change my mind. Tell me what you will, those are not canon. Eggerland. Eggerland, also known as The Adventures of Lolo, is a series that was created by HAL Laboratory before Kirby in 1985. These are puzzle games in which the player takes control of Lolo, more often than not trying to save his girlfriend, Lala. Both of these characters would later go on to appear in the Kirby series as Lololo and La as a reference to this series. The series initially started on the MSX before transitioning to the NES or Famicom, then the Game Boy, and finally Microsoft Windows, which was the final console that the series was ever on, as there have been no new games since, although the series has been acknowledged a few times. Kirby Slide. I can't blame you if you've never heard of this game. I mean, it was only distributed through a Toys R Us promotion in November of 2003, and a Nintendo Power promotion promoting Kirby right back at ya. The game is pretty rare nowadays, and whenever it does show up, expect to pay a pretty decent price for it. Take it from me though, if you were looking for a fun gameplay experience, you probably shouldn't pick this one up. It's a 9-piece slide puzzle, and that's literally it. On the other hand, as a collector's item, the card actually does look pretty nice, and it's a nice piece of Kirby history to own. Anti-Kirby. Anti-Kirby is an enemy in The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening and its remake that appears exclusively in the Eagle's Tower dungeon. Nintendo Power describes Anti-Kirby as Kirby's evil twin, and attempting to use any sort of sword attack simply bounces off of him. The only way to defeat Anti-Kirby is by using the bombs, boomerang, or the magic rod. Haltman's fate. We've talked enough about the history of Haltman's life enough in the last 2 layers, so I suppose I'll keep this brief. When Stardream uses Haltman as a vessel to communicate with the outside world, Haltman is essentially trapped inside of Stardream's core, and when Kirby defeats Stardream in the Stardream Soul OS fight, you can hear Haltman's faint screams as the boss is defeated. I think this goes without saying, but the pause screens don't necessarily make this any less subtle. Bandana Waddle Dee is Kirby 64 Waddle Dee. Back in Kirby 64, one of Kirby's friends was a basic Waddle Dee. This Waddle Dee would help Kirby out through his adventure by building all sorts of vehicles, from a sled to a minecart. Fast forward about a decade later to Kirby's return to Dreamland, and one of Kirby's friends is yet again a Waddle Dee, this time distinguished by a bandana and spear. Given that NZs were essentially the Waddle Dee replacements of Kirby 64, it could have meant that this Waddle Dee didn't know that there were so many other Waddle Dees out there that looked just like him, and needed a way to distinguish himself from the crowd. So he put on a bandana and began to use a spear. This could also explain why Kirby and Bandana Waddle Dee have such a close relationship, and they always seem ready to just help each other out whenever the other is in need. Mario characters in Superstar. When fighting King Dedede in Kirby Superstar, looking closely at the crowd in the background will reveal a few Mario characters, more specifically Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Birdo. Peach and Bowser actually do make an appearance as well, although you can't see them because they're cut off from the sides. When the remake of Kirby Superstar, being Kirby Superstar Ultra, rolled around, the game decided to make a few adjustments to the Mario character selection in the crowd. The unseen Bowser and Birdo were replaced in favor of making Peach visible and adding Wario to the crowd. Shadow Kirby. Shadow Kirby is the hero of the Mirror World, as well as being an opponent in Kirby Triple Deluxe's Kirby Fighters subgame, Kirby Fighters Deluxe, and Kirby Fighters 2. Despite taking on a different looking appearance with a different intent in the last 3 games, they're still the same according to some Kirby Fighters 2 pause screens and loading screens. Shakurel Kirby. Shakurel Kirby is a line of Takara Tomy Kirby figures that were produced in 2017. The set consists of 6 figures, being Kirby, Kirby on a Warp Star, Sleep Kirby, King Dedede, Meta Knight, and Wispy Woods. Most Kirby fans know these figures due to their massive chins, but what most Kirby fans don't know is that there was going to be a Waddle Dee figure in the set. According to this concept art, it was planned, but Meta Knight was chosen in favor of Waddle Dee. Anime references in games. Ever since 2001, there have been references to the anime in Kirby games, whether it just be a simple reference or completely changing something, because the anime really did have an influence on the series going forward. I decided to make a list of every anime reference I could find in the game, starting with the fact that Kirby Air Ride uses music from the original Hoshino Kabi. Meta Knight's sword was permanently changed to Galaxia. Castle Dedede really looked like its anime counterpart in Kirby Squeak Squad and Kirby Mass Attack. The halberd also did this as well in Kirby Squeak Squad. The room where you fight against King Dedede in Kirby Squeak Squad is complete with his monster transmitter from the anime. Kirby's return to Dreamland marked the debut of the water ability, which originated from the anime, although Kirby GCN would have done it a few years prior had it not been cancelled. Kirby Planet Robobot's King Dedede Doodle sticker resembles Dedede's cartoon from episode 49 of the anime, Cartoon Buffoon. Kirby Star Allies features 2 references to episode 95 of the series, Frog Wild, one being Kirby's face when you select the Soul Melter difficulty on the ultimate choice, resembling him when he is possessed by the Demon Frog, the second of which being Buff Dedede, which resembles his buff form from episode 95 when he is possessed by the Demon Frog. One title screen animation in Kirby Star Allies depicts a Waddle Doo leading a group of Waddle Dees, referencing Captain Waddle Doo in the anime. Adeline can paint Octagon, the monster from the first episode of the series, and it will occasionally grow bigger while making the same face it made when Tiff was suspecting it was a monster. And it was originally going to be replaced by Wolfrath, according to a Nintendo Dream interview. Sword Knight and Blade Knight being portrayed as some of Meta Knight's allies from Superstar Ultra onward, Spear Waddle Dees being introduced as enemies in Kirby Canvas Curse, and Queen Kirby in the anime and Kirby Star allies both having very similar hats, although the color is a tad bit off. And don't think I forgot about Kirby Mass Attack sub-games. Kirby Quest is loaded with references, having special fights against Max Flexor and Chef Shiitake, as well as having Escargoon and Captain Waddle Doo appear as a cameo in one of King Dedede's attacks. Some of Kirby's attacks also reference the anime as well, being Kabuki Kirby and the Toxic Atomic Curry. And the final reference I could find was the enemy sales guy in the game over screen for Strato Patrol EOS, complete with the Holy Nightmare logo above him in the Japanese version. Ghost Trap. Kirby's Avalanche in PAL regions instead has the name Kirby's Ghost Trap, and the boulders are instead called ghosts. Any mention of a game of Avalanche in this version is replaced with a game of Ghost Trap, which honestly doesn't sound nearly as nice. King Dedede. Back at some early Kirby media, King Dedede's name was occasionally misspelled with capital D's and lowercase e's. Here's an example of this on the back of Kirby's Dream Land 2's North American box. Kirby's Toy Box. Kirby's Toy Box is a collection of 8 individually released sub-games, each released for the Super Famicom's Satellaview service that was only available in Japan. The 8 games were Baseball, Pinball, Starbreak, Round and Round Ball, Cannonball, Arrange Ball, Pachinko, and Ball Rally. The Super Famicom could only download one game at a time, making some of these games an absolute nightmare to find. Luckily, December 4th, 2020 was the day that the last game in this collection was found, rendering this game no longer lost and playable in its entirety. Grey Coup. For some odd reason, anything related to Kirby's Dream Land 3 that involves Coup just so happens to have Coup with gray feathers. This applies from the artwork, to the sprites, even to the Bandai plush released in 1997. Air Ride exclusive enemies in Kirby GCN. Kirby Air Ride had a handful of exclusive enemies that never appeared outside of that game, 2 of those enemies being Heat, Fan and Flappy. Both enemies appear in the trailer, and Kirby is even riding a Flappy in what appears to be a screenshot. If Kirby GCN actually released, maybe these enemies would be staples of the Kirby series today. Mark's Soul Scream. Upon being defeated, Mark's soul lets out a blood-curdling scream as it splits apart. This scream has become ingrained in the minds of many Kirby fans, especially those that grew up playing the game. Kirby 3D Special Episode. Kirby 3D is a special episode of Kirby Replicatia that is fully animated in 3D. The whole plot and concept of the episode is very similar to that of Kirby Comes to Cappytown, the first episode of the series, featuring a monster that slowly grows in size over the course of the episode, all culminating in a battle above Castle Dedede. The episode marks the debut of the monster Lobzilla and the Kabuki ability. Back in 2009, the episode was exclusively on the We No Ma service, an on-demand service for the Nintendo Wii. Eventually, We No Ma was discontinued and the English cast went to dub the episode, primarily reprising their roles as the characters. The dubbed version was available on the Nintendo 3DS video program in 2012 before that was eventually discontinued. As of recording this, the episode is currently available on the 3DS eShop, and it was also given out as a My Nintendo reward during Kirby's 25th anniversary. Daroach's 300 plus lines. After you encounter Daroach in Kirby Mass Attack, you will be able to initiate conversations anytime you come to his airship. Some of Daroach's more notable lines include one about his past, where he used to pick up ladies on the seashore before King Dedede came to ruin it. And another line that literally just exists to promote the 3DS. Like, he says he wants it. Like, very subtle, guys. Meta Knight. Meta Knight is a misspelling of Meta Knight's name and is technically his original English name. What you're seeing on screen right now is from the Kirby's Avalanche manual, and that was the exact game where he got his English name from. Therefore, his technical original name is Meta Knight. This would occasionally occur a few more times before they eventually just decided to make his name have a space between the meta and knight. You know, this layer was nice and informative and all that, but I just need more knowledge. Who's with me in going down just one more layer? Lord Kibble. Back in the days of Kirby's Dream Land 2, Sir Kibble was known as Lord Kibble, and Lord Kibble was simply a mistranslation by the English translators. Mr. Frosty. In Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, the mid-boss Mr. Frosty was instead referred to as Mr. Frosty. This can easily be seen simply by looking down at the health bar in the bottom right corner of the screen. While most would simply view this as nothing more than a simple translation error, I, being the Kirby connoisseur that I am, instead view it as Mr. Frosty's Mirror World counterpart, Gamelio Arm. Hey look, another translation error. The victim of this error was the boss from Kirby Superstar, Gamelio Arm, who was initially called Gamelio Arm in the game's English release, just like in Japan. This error was corrected when the game was remade into Kirby Superstar Ultra. Water Kirby Original Design. The water copy ability initially made its first appearance in the 97th episode of Kirby Pekachow, being Air Ride in Style Part 2. Just like the other new abilities in the episode, this one was submitted by a fan and was one of the 4 winners in a contest. Water Kirby initially had a very different looking design, being a translucent blue with a hat that resembled a wave. And a very similar looking design was used in a Kirby GCN trailer, hinting that Water Kirby was in fact going to be in the game. Due to Kirby GCN's cancellation, Water Kirby had to wait a little bit before it finally became an ability in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, although it looks rather different compared to the previous 2 appearances. Susie's Daily Routine. Here we have a Japanese exclusive Nintendo 3DS theme that depicts Susie's daily schedule on the top screen and Kirby's on the bottom. Each of their daily routines go as follows. At 9 AM, Susie holds a meeting with the Haltman Works Company while Kirby just wakes up. 11 AM, Susie is on her laptop while Kirby goes fishing. 1 PM, Susie is exercising on her treadmill while Kirby eats a cake as DDD watches from the bushes. 3 PM, Susie is presenting her work to President Haltman while Kirby and Bandana Waddle Dee take a nap. 5 PM, Susie goes shopping for new clothes while Kirby has a giant meal. And finally at 8 PM, Susie sings the Noble Haltman while Kirby goes to sleep. Cube Kirby. For April Fool's Day of 2019, the official Kirby Twitter turned Kirby into a cube while also editing the box art for Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn and Kirby Star Allies to feature this new Kirby. Along with changing Kirby's shape, they also changed their other character, Cuby's shape. And Cuby was designed to be a circle, which is essentially like a role reversal between these two. Castle DDD is sentient. In various Kirby titles, Castle DDD is actually portrayed as a castle that can feel things, apparently. Take the original Kirby's Dream Land, for instance, where upon defeating King DDD, the castle simply just has a sad expression on its face while DDD is being launched out of the castle. Maybe he just feels bad that his master lost, or maybe it's the fact that there's, you know, like, a giant hole in the castle's side, or something. Star Allies boss Easter eggs. Kirby Star Allies had a lot of Easter eggs in its bosses, like, for crying out loud, almost every single one has a weakness. I made a list of every single one I could find, starting with the fact that using the sizzle element against Wispy Woods causes him to burn to a crisp, and throwing a friend heart at him after the battle is over causes him to rain down food, stars, and picture pieces. There's also an alternate way to fight Wispy Woods, where loading just enough of him on the screen so you don't trigger the fight will allow you to backtrack into the stage and to get the friend star in order to fight against Wispy Woods. All of these Easter eggs, discluding the friend star one, can be done in the second fight with Wispy Woods and the battle with Giggy Woods as well, although the friend star cannot be used and can only be used in the first battle against Wispy Woods, as there exists no such room in the stage where you fight against Giggy Woods. Using the splash element on any of the rotten food during the fight with King DDD will allow it to become fresh, clean food and can be used to heal you and your allies' health. Another small Easter egg during the fight with King DDD, as well as the upcoming fight with Meta Knight, is that after they're defeated, if you quickly throw a friend heart at them, they will become your friend. If you stall Meta Knight by refusing to grab the sword, Meta Knight will eventually have enough of your funny shtick and decide to come down, take it personally, and kick the sword out of the ground, giving you a special splash screen in the process. Using Zap or Blizzard attacks against Francisca's Soda Blaster will result in Francisca either getting zapped or having the flow of the gun be stopped, allowing you to get in a few attacks. Another Easter egg in the Franziska fight is when you use the sizzle element against her icicle attacks, which spawns in all sorts of frozen treats. This is super useful, especially when taking on Soul Melter or Soul Melter EX in the ultimate choice. Using the Blizzard element against Twin Krakow's waterfall attack will cause whichever Krakow you are attacking to completely freeze, while using a Zap element attack slowly makes the Krakow take damage the more the waterfall is attacked. Using either the Blizzard, Splash, or Bluster elements against Flambert's Mega Broiler will actually cause the thing to explode before she can even launch it, leaving her stunned and open to a variety of attacks. Using the Splash element against Zen Partizan's Drum contraption will also result in the thing exploding, leaving her unable to attack and stunned. And finally, throwing Friend Hearts at Void Termina, Void Soul, or Void will actually result in it slowly taking a tiny bit of damage for each Friend Heart thrown at it, implying that Void is indeed weak to friendship. Isn't that sweet? Ability hat changes. Over the years, Kirby has had many copy ability hats, and some of which have been retired and replaced in favor of new ones. Some examples that come to mind are Mirror, who initially wore a hat very similar to Beam before being changed when it came back for Kirby Planet Robobot to be a not-so-Beam-like purple and blue hat. And Stone Kirby, who had more of a brown tint and wore a helmet before just being an ordinary pink and wearing a hat that was primarily made up of rocks. Batamon. Batamon are mysterious Kirby-like enemies that are found all throughout Kirby's Dream Land 3. Nearly every Batamon in Dreamland 3 cannot be reached with the exception of one, being the Batamon in Cloudy Park. This is the only Batamon that can be defeated without using a cheat, and it only requires you to find a hidden path in order to defeat it. Batamon have been referenced in some other media before, such as in the Kirby's Dreamland 3 manga or the Kirby of the Stars Find book, but we still don't know what their purpose is and why they look so much like Kirby. Kirby has infinite power. A common theory about Kirby is that he does indeed have infinite power. Some evidence comes from a Kirby Planet Robobot pause screen that states that he possesses infinite power, as well as many of the adversaries Kirby has been able to take on, including world-ending threats like the God of Destruction, Void Termina. Bront Burt. We're coming back to the topic of typos with what may very be the first typo in Kirby history, Bront Burt. This typo appears during the credits of the extra game, and it's theorized that this happened due to romanization or the fact that the Game Boy just couldn't fit the full name of Brontobert. Fofa. Fofa was a monster in Kirby Right Back At Ya that was ordered by King Dedede around the time Tiff was born. Fofa didn't like violence and as a punishment was split in half by Slice and Splice. This is what separated Fofa into Lololo and Lalala, both of which were thrown out of the castle after King Dedede deemed them useless. Cerebrum and Ladylike both happened to find Lololo and Lalala outside of the castle and decided to take them in. Up until episode 9, the Fofa Factor, Tiff and Tuff did not know of their origins. Also in the episode, Kirby goes up against the monsters Slice and Splice and takes away Lololo and Lalala's only opportunity to become one whole Fofa again. Lololo and Lalala don't really seem to mind, however, as they're perfectly fine just the way they are. Kirby Story. In Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga's Yoshi Theater, various movie posters can be seen. One of these posters is for a movie called Kirby Story, and surprise surprise, it's based on the Kirby series. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to have good things, so this Easter egg was removed in the 3DS remake. Kirby Family. Kirby Family is a cancelled Kirby game for the Game Boy Color that would have focused on embroidery. The game was going to be released in 2001 and was going to be given out at Space World 2001 for approximately 6,800 yen, roughly $68 US, and eventually leaked on September 9th, 2020. This game is the only cancelled Kirby game to have actually been completed and leaked online, and the game consisted of 32 different preset patterns from Kirby 64. The game's patterns consisted of 17 different Kirby patterns, 3 Waddle Dee patterns, 2 Ribbon patterns, 1 King Dedede pattern, 2 Adeline patterns, and individual patterns of Kapar, Cha-Cha, Brontobert, Emp, Wispy Woods, Flora, and Chili. It's rumored that the reason the game was cancelled so shortly after its announcement was due to the failure of its predecessor, Mario Family, which, along with the required peripheral, the Jaguar sewing machine, sold extremely poorly. Prince Fluff outside of Patchland. If you've ever looked up Prince Fluff before, you've probably seen fan art where he is outside of Patchland and chilling with Kirby while in the same non-yarn state as Kirby is. I don't want to be the guy to crush anybody's dreams or anything, but in the last cutscene of Kirby's Epic Yarn, you can clearly see that Prince Fluff is indeed outside of Patchland, right there with a normal Kirby, and is completely made of yarn. The same thing can be seen with Yin Yarn, as he spends most of the game outside of Patchland in Planet Popstar. By this logic, it seems that any Patchland resident has to stay as Yarn, and there's no way they can simply just change form like Kirby, King Dedede, or Meta Knight. Kirby right back at ya Italian opening. Kirby Right Back At Ya has had 3 different types of openings, the first being the Japanese openings for the original Japanese version of the show. The original Japanese version had 2 different openings, the first one being called Kirby March, Kirby Star March, however you want to say that, and the second one is Kirby, and if you still remember after what I'm going to assume is over 40 minutes of awesome Kirby knowledge, you heard it at the beginning of the video. The next opening was called Kirby Right Back At Ya, and you probably heard of it. It's definitely the most popular. It's the English opening, and it was used as the opening for many other dubs of the show. Italy had its own take on a Kirby Right Back At Ya opening, being this song sung by Cristina D'Avena. The name of the song was also called Kirby, and it is definitely the most obscure out of all the openings the show has had. Gordo in non-Kirby games. Gordo is a commonly recurring enemy in the Kirby series that is invincible to almost anything. However, Gordo-like enemies have appeared in other Nintendo games, such as the Sea Urchin from The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, Unibo from Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, and Jike from Super Smash Bros. Brawl. All 3 of these enemies share a very similar appearance and are all coated in spikes. With the exception of Sea Urchin, none of these enemies can be defeated by any normal means. And Unibo even uses the same sprite as Gordo in the Game Boy Kirby games. World of Drossia. The World of Drossia is both the final world and the final stage of Kirby Canvas Curse, and it is also the stage where Drossia Sorceress is fought. The stage has gained a lot of infamy for being one of the most unsettling stages in the Kirby series to date, from the random colors just splattered all across the floor to the giggling painting enemies that don't even bother to attack you. By far the most eerie part of the stage is the music. The music can hardly even be classified as music, and is definitely my pick for the most disturbing music in the series. For the most part, it just sounds like nothing but white noise and static. You should just take a listen to it for yourself. Alright, I think it's enough of that. Earthbound sound effects in Dream Course. It's not all that difficult to notice the Earthbound sound effects that will occasionally play in Kirby's Dream Course if you've played both games. The reason for this is a lot more simple than you'd think. HAL was developing both of the games around the same time, and in order to cut some corners, they decided that both of the games should share a few sound effects, and that's why there's Earthbound sound effects in Kirby's Dream Course. Masks of Dark Bonds and the Moon Warriors. The Masks of Dark Bonds are 2 items in Kirby Fighters 2 that corrupt the wearer when it's used. After defeating King Dedede and Meta Knight for the final time on the top floor of Chapter 5, they have one more trick up their sleeve. King Dedede pulls out both masks and tosses one to Meta Knight, and they become the Moon Warriors, Waning Crescent masked Dedede and Waxing Crescent masked Meta Knight. Kirby and his buddy take them on, and while they put up a good fight, they're eventually defeated and hit with the Buddy Star Blaster. The masks have their power weakened, and King Dedede and Meta Knight are back to normal, but still defeated. Despite using the masks, the duo had a great bond together, and they would have put up a good fight even without the masks. Kirby Live Radio. The Kirby Live Radio is a 24/7 Kirby music live stream on YouTube that you can go check out right now if you really want to, created by the YouTuber Commander Jersey. The live stream is said to have started sometime around 2017 and even plays music outside of the Kirby games. There's also this large, convoluted lore about the whole thing, and if you want to read about that, go check out the Kirby Live Radio wiki. I'm not going to go into it here. Mario Kirby Masterpiece Video. Mario Kirby Masterpiece is an educational video that was released exclusively on VHS tape in Japan and was designed to teach young children basic kanji characters. The VHS features both Mario and Kirby, and each character has their own separate stories. The basic plot of Mario's story is that Wario steals some treasure and Mario must get the treasure back, and surprise surprise, he successfully gets the treasure back at the end. The story also takes a bit of inspiration from Super Mario Land 2, featuring Bunny Mario and Wario as the main antagonist. Kirby has a story that focuses on him finding a lost puppy, and after they perform a bunch of crazy shenanigans, Kirby believes that the mother was kidnapped by none other than King Dedede. Kirby goes to Castle Dedede and is ready to take Dedede on, until it is revealed that he did have the mother, but was nursing her back to health after she injured her paw. The video then ends with Kirby, Dedede, the puppy, and the puppy's mother all eating a feast together. I know that this comes with the territory of it being an educational video for young children, but you have to be a die-hard Mario or Kirby fan to really get anything out of this. Definitely an interesting piece of Kirby history though. Fish Ultra Sword. Each time Kirby swings the Ultra Sword super ability in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, he'll get one of 7 different types of swords. Most of the time you'll be getting the relatively common sword, cutlass, cleaver, and shinai, although you'll occasionally get the rare Galaxia, and very rarely get the ultra rare Dreamhatcher fan, and of course, the fish. The fish looks relatively out of place in the Kirby universe and features 3 star markings on it, making it especially jarring and strange if you just get it without having any prior knowledge. And, well, if you're lucky enough. Halberd and Secret Sea. Do you remember Kirby Superstar's Revenge of Meta Knight's sub-game's ending, where Kirby just watches on a wheelie while the Halberd just crashes into the ocean? Well, HAL Laboratories sure remembered and decided to keep a bit of continuity when Kirby Squeak Squad rolled around. After defeating Darroch on Ice Island, Meta Knight comes in and takes the chest away from Kirby and Darroch, taking it to Secret Sea with him, and after getting all 5 Star Seals, you now have access to Secret Sea. Stage 4 of Secret Sea has a unique background where you can actually see the sunken halberd, and at some later levels, you can actually go inside of it. During Secret Sea's boss fight with Meta Knight, the halberd slowly rises from the water and up to Gamble Galaxy, and Meta Knight has been using the halberd ever since its resurrection. Detective Kirby. Club Nintendo was a German magazine that would occasionally feature comics in its issues, 2 of which being Kirby comics. The first comic, from 1993, is called Kirby and the Mystery of the Slime, where Kirby is framed as the criminal Jack the Slimer. While the second comic, Kirby's Biggest Case, has Kirby investigating the case of Dr. Mainhold, a scientist who created a machine to bring fictional characters to life. These comics were vastly different from the actual Kirby source material, as they had Kirby be a detective that was working with King Dedede to solve mysteries, along with a new character, Bluefish, and they went to a bar and Kirby just yells shit at one point for some reason, and, like, you should definitely check these out. They're a wild read. Kirby's Stomach. Kirby's stomach is a major talking point in the Kirby community. Nobody really seems to know what Kirby's stomach is like. And considering just the amount he eats, it is a good question. Kirby Squeak Squad did give us a bit more context as to what Kirby's stomach is like though, giving us the copy palette, which is essentially like a view inside of Kirby's stomach, and also explaining in the manual that he inhales using his lungs. Kirby Triple Deluxe also describes what happens when Kirby eats a miracle fruit, transforming him into Hypernova Kirby, and transforming the copy palette into a black hole. And while it's not canon, in Kirby Right Back At Ya, there have been multiple instances where Kirby's stomach is referred to as a black hole, and we see inside of Kirby's stomach in a few episodes, one of which being episode 50, Don't Bank on It, where the episode literally ends with Dedede floating in the endless void that is Kirby's stomach. Boss Butch Game Overs. Boss Butch is Kirby's Dream Land 3's special boss rush mode, and each boss has its own special game over screen for when Kirby loses to it. Wispy Woods has an eggplant drop on Kirby's head, Acro is chewing on Kirby, Pon and Con have Pon and Con Jr. and a bomb both crushing Kirby, Ada is glazing her paintbrush on Kirby, King Dedede is smacking Kirby with his hammer, and Zero and Dark Matter are both piled on top of Kirby, who is holding the level up stick. Star Allies Mark's boss data. Ever since Kirby Star Allies' Wave 3 rolled around with Heroes in Another Dimension, the game just received some more unused content, being an unused Mark's health bar and unused music for the Mark's boss fight. Due to Mark's being a special boss that can only be fought in the good ending of Heroes in Another Dimension's credits, the music and health bar both go unused with no place to go except the files. It is possible to program these into the fight though, although you'll just be stuck there fighting Marks forever because no result for when his health bar is depleted has been made. Red Canyon 5-5. The fifth stage of Red Canyon in Kirby's Dream Land 2 has gained infamy due to a certain little Easter egg that was hidden in the level, and if you don't know what it is, you'll know right now. It's the Naked Woman Easter egg. You've probably heard of it. During the vertical scrolling section of the stage, a naked woman can be seen made out of blocks, all the parts are easily identifiable, and it's just in the game for some reason. Nobody knows why. For some reason, someone must have thought that it would just be hilarious, and now this stage will forever live on in the hearts of gamers all around the world as the sexy Kirby level. Canvas Curse Finger Commercial. The US Kirby Canvas Curse commercial is infamous, and I think you can just take one look at this and you'll completely understand why. Kirby is walking around with a costumed person as a human finger. Who decided this was okay? Why is it a finger, not a stylus? Don't play Kirby Canvas Curse with your finger. You're gonna regret doing that. The song that plays during the commercial is called Out From the Rain by Komeda, and the commercial was made by KCL Productions, who is known for making a lot of live-action commercials, particularly Nintendo ones, and here's a little behind-the-scenes photo, complete with the costumed finger actor. Kirby Fighters 2 accidentally shown off/leaked. On September 22nd, 2020, Kirby Fighters 2 just randomly appeared on Nintendo's website. No one knows why this happened, but it blew up. Everyone was talking about how this new Kirby game just appeared on the website out of nowhere. Nintendo tried to cover it up, but the damage had already been done. The very next day, Kirby Fighters 2 was not just officially announced, but released on the same day. It almost felt like Nintendo was just trying to sweep this one under the rug. Due to this accidental leak, Kirby Fighters 2 became the very first Kirby game to be announced by leak. Kirby Memorial Arrangements. Kirby Memorial Arrangements is a 25th anniversary album released in 2017, and the album has gained notoriety for having 3 vocal songs, each being sung in the perspective of different characters. These songs are Take Off from the perspective of Meta Knight, Eternal Dream from the perspective of Queen Sectonia, and of course the absolute gem that is the Apple Juice song, sung from the perspective of Bandana Waddle Dee. If you've never heard this before, for one, you are missing out, and 2, I'll just play a little bit of it here, so no need to worry. IGN Triple Deluxe Review. Oh, IGN, the game reviewers we all love to hate. From making some rather hypocritical statements to making a music video when you can't even sing, IGN just doesn't know when to stop. This review was made by Jose Otero, and just even looking at the like to dislike ratio just goes to show how universally hated this review is by just about everyone. This review has so many problems, I don't even know where to begin. So I'll just go over some of the more major things. Mr. Otero claims the game has a forgettable campaign, calls the game too easy although Kirby is made with all skill levels in mind, glosses over most of the side content, and while he does praise the 3D graphics and boss battles, it's not enough to get the game a higher score than a 6 out of 10. This review may be bad, but there's a much worse review we'll get to later on down the iceberg, just you wait for that. Jerk Kirby. Jerk Kirby refers to Kirby in Kirby's Avalanche, where everywhere he goes, Kirby is just spouting insults and criticizing literally everyone, no matter what. Kirby is just absolutely relentless in this game, and he's just so rude to everyone he meets, and it's ridiculous. The cutscenes are just so much fun to watch, just seeing how out of character Kirby is portrayed. Check these out if you have not seen them already. I highly recommend it. This information was neat and all, but I just need more obscure information. That's why I'm going to be going down a layer. And if you want to come with me, don't think there's any swimming back up to the surface. Once you go down there, there's no way out. Unless, of course, you watch to the end, but that's besides the point. Let's go down a layer. Mace Knight's Secret Stash. Kirby Superstar and its remake, Kirby Superstar Ultra, both feature this hidden room in the Revenge of Meta Knight subgame. To access this room, you need to destroy a bomb block that is hidden behind a barrier of blocks that can easily be bypassed with an ability like Plasma, and when in the room you are greeted by 3 pieces of food, a 1-Up, a Maxim Tomato, a Naughty, and a Knuckle Joe. There's also a special conversation that happens immediately as you enter the room, and during this conversation it is revealed that this is Mace Knight's secret stash of things like food, and he didn't want Kirby to find it and is very disappointed when he does. Kirby's teeth. I'm sure that everyone here knows that Kirby does not have any teeth. Kirby has no need for teeth, he simply inhales just about everything, so there's no reason for him to really chew anything up. There have been some times where Kirby has been given teeth, and I'll use the Kirby manga as an example here. Sometimes, like in the Moretsu Poo Hour manga, Kirby simply has a small fang. Then there's this volume of the story of DDD that lives in Poo, where Kirby has a full set of human teeth on the cover. I think after that you're gonna need a bit of confirmation that Kirby doesn't have any teeth to forget about that image, and I've got that right here. In the 32nd episode of Kirby Right Back At Ya, A Dental Dilemma, the dentist monster Hardy checks inside of Kirby's mouth for any teeth. Here, it is 100% confirmed that Kirby does not have any teeth because Hardy finds absolutely nothing. And this leaves the perfect opportunity for Kirby to copy his drill and get the tornado ability in order to defeat it. Let's leave this on a note that won't have you dramatized for the rest of your life. In the US Kirby's Block Ball commercial, Kirby sees the progress made at the Kirby's Block Ball testing facility and lets out a big smile showing off his pearly whites in their full glory. Butterfly. The butterfly is a mysterious insect in the Kirby series that frequently appears during the intro cutscenes. Despite appearing in many cutscenes since Kirby's return to Dreamland, the butterfly hadn't done anything important until Kirby Star Allies, where it fused with Galactonite in order to become Morphonite. We're currently not sure exactly what will become of the butterfly as of the Morphonite transformation, as nothing has come out about it yet. 02 and Void Termina inspired by Evangelion. Before we get into this entry, don't quote me on anything I say here. I don't know much about Evangelion, and just for a few entries on an iceberg, I'm not going to watch an entire anime series, so I did the best research I could. I'll start by talking about 02 and Lilith here, and both of them have pure white skin. That's definitely one similarity they have going for them. Apparently Lilith is also an angel, and 02 could possibly represent a fallen angel, so I wouldn't be surprised if 02 was based on Lilith, but personally I'm gonna have to say that this one seems pretty unlikely. What does seem a bit more believable, though, is Void Termina's relation to the character Sakil. I hope I'm saying that name right, I have no idea how to say that name. But both of them have a very similar mask, and their hands can also transform into weapons. I'm not exactly gonna say that it's like 100% guaranteed, someone just has to come out and say it, but it seems a lot more likely than 02. I mean, both of the designs look fairly similar. Animal friends, romantic partners, or friends? Each of the Kirby's Dreamland 3 animal friends have special romantic partners or friends. Well, of course, excluding Ku because, well, I don't know. Why did they do this to him, man? 3 of the animal friends have a romantic partner, with Rick having Pick, Kine having Mine, and Nago having Shiro, and Pitch has his mother, Pitch Mama, and Choo Choo has by far the most interesting companion, because depending on what media we're talking about here, Nupun is either Choo-Choo's significant other or just a friend. The characters went a 20-year-long absence until they finally reappeared in some Kirby Twitter posts, with the exception of mine because they just had to do her dirty like that. Popopo/Twinkle Popo. Before Kirby and Kirby's Dream Land were the final names for the character in his debut game, they were originally called Popopo and Twinkle Popo. While both of these names were obviously scrapped, Kirby Mass Attack did have a reference to Kirby's original name, and Kirby takes a vacation to the Popopo Islands, which is the main setting of the game. Kagero Mansion. During an interview with Masahiro Sakurai for the SNES Classic Edition, Sakurai confirmed the existence of a scrapped Kirby Superstar subgame that would have been a mixture of horror and action elements. The game was called Kagero Mansion, and no promotional materials or even concept art even exists. Kirby's Skeleton. In a Japanese art book, there is this absolutely terrifying abomination that is Kirby's skeleton, and many fans were rightfully freaked out by it, and despite the artist confirming that this is thankfully not Kirby's canon skeleton, that's not going to make it any less horrifying. Kirby's Rainbow Resort shut down. Kirby's Rainbow Resort was a Kirby fan site that has been around since at least the early 2000s, and the website was very popular among Kirby fans. Eventually, sometime around late 2019 to early 2020, the website mysteriously shut down, and after interviewing some members, it was revealed that the reason why the site was left abandoned like this is because they were either losing interest or it was because of the constant leaving of members. Kumazaki's Cat. During the third phase of the Star Dream boss fight in Kirby Planet Robobot, the Axis Arc breaks open, revealing that a Galactic Nova was somewhere inside the whole time. The Galactic Nova then proceeds to let out a very strange screech sounding an awful lot like a cat before initiating the fight, and it turns out that this noise was actually made by a cat, and the cat belongs to none other than the Kirby series' current director, Shinya Kumazaki. The cat's name was Tom, and what happened was that Tom had one of his meows recorded, and then the team proceeded to heavily distort the meow. Unfortunately, Tom passed away in 2017. May he rest in peace. Clay DDD and Meta Knight. As you probably know, King DDD and Meta Knight are two figurines in Kirby and the Rainbow Curse that can be viewed in the gallery. However, these are two specific figurines that have a little something special about them hidden in the game's files. Most of the game's figurines have their own separate spot in the files, but King DDD and Meta Knight are actually in the character models. Both King DDD and Meta Knight are fully rigged and in a T-pose state, and even each have one animation that puts them in their figurine pose. This heavily hints towards the fact that they would have played more of a role in the game, but were eventually just reduced to be figurines. Dream Course Intro. Kirby's Dream Course actually does have an intro, however it's exclusive to the Japanese version of the game and is nowhere to be found in any other release. It really does suck too. It would have made the game's story a lot clearer if this was just in every release, rather than just the Japanese one. The cutscene begins with Kirby playing outside with some butterflies before quickly rushing inside of his house once night falls. Kirby seems to take notice of the lack of stars in the sky and has a feeling that something is up. And every single night, it just stays the same. There's only one star in the sky each night, and Kirby really needs to know what's up. So eventually, Kirby decides to take out a little telescope and notices King DDD flying away with one of the stars tied to his back. It doesn't take long before King DDD notices that Kirby is spying on him and his nasty deed. So DDD very quickly escapes, dropping the star behind, and it serves as a warp star for Kirby, who then uses the warp star to hop on and chase after King DDD, thus starting the game. Kirby's Adventure Yarn Commercial. Here we have a Japanese commercial for Kirby's Adventure that was entirely animated using some sort of yarn art style, and coincidentally, Kirby would later do a yarn art style in 2010 with Kirby's Epic Yarn. As we previously discussed on the Iceberg before, Kirby's Epic Yarn wasn't always a Kirby game, so I have a little theory that maybe someone was reminded of this commercial when looking at Fluff of Yarn and decided that Kirby should be in the game, serving as a small little reference to this commercial. Keychain mistakes. One of Kirby Triple Deluxe's collectibles are keychains, and given the massive amount of keychains, it wouldn't be surprising that a few errors managed to slip in. There were two different types of errors that I could notice, being graphical and naming. Some graphical errors I noticed is that Heavy Mole is actually missing the spikes on the top of the sprite, and that the Boss Butch keychain is completely missing 0. and some naming errors are Cook Kirby being called Chef Kirby, and Cupid Kirby being called Angel Kirby. Kirby in Arcana. Arcana was a dungeon-crawling RPG developed by HAL Laboratory and released on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System in March of 1999. During the opening cutscene of the game, a group of warriors is seen and there are 2 Kirbys located in the crowd. The most interesting thing about this cameo has to be the fact that it predates Kirby's Dream Land by about a month, making this the real first appearance of Kirby. Kirby Red Diamond. On June 12, 2004, a mysterious Game Boy Advance Kirby game called Kirby Red Diamond appeared on an eBay auction. The listing had absolutely no information about the game and only contained a picture of the game's box. The listing ended on the 14th, and then another listing appeared on a Yahoo auction the next day, and then that listing also ended the very next day on the 16th. The reason why the game was taken down is because a user on the fan site Kirby's Rainbow Resort questioned the seller on the game's authenticity. Nobody won either of the games, but thankfully, the Yahoo auction supplied a few more images of the game, one of which being the back of the box, which had enough to uncover the truth about this mysterious new Kirby game. The back of the box had artwork of Fire Kirby from Kirby Air Ride, 3 screenshots from Nightmare in Dreamland, and most importantly, the back of the box was essentially a copy and paste of exactly what Nightmare in Dreamland said on the back of its box, right down to even mentioning Nightmare in Dreamland game packs are required for multiplayer. There were some who believed that this was a foreign language version of Nightmare in Dreamland, but they were proven wrong once it was realized that Nightmare in Dreamland was called Nightmare in Dreamland everywhere around the world, and that the game said 2001 instead of 2002. The box art itself even had some red flags. I mean, Kirby holding the titular Red Diamond was just an edited version of his artwork where he's holding the cell phone from Kirby in the Amazing Mirror, and the same Fire Kirby artwork appears in the background, along with Cupid Kirby, also stolen from Kirby in the Amazing Mirror. The game has been practically confirmed fake at this point, but just a real quick tangent here. If the game was made in 2001, then why did the game have artwork from Amazing Mirror and screenshots from Nightmare in Dreamland? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just proof that the game was just fake from the start. Not to mention that the final product was also extremely disappointing. If you wanted some sort of hilariously bad Kirby knockoff, well, the most you're gonna get are the 2 splash screens that play at the start of the game. The first one reads Red Diamond Kibby's Star, while the other shows what I'm assuming is some MS Paint Kirby standing out in the middle of nowhere, and the game is literally just Kirby's Adventure being run on a Pocket NES emulator. I'll admit it's an interesting collection piece to get a hold of, but besides that, there's really no reason for you to pick up this game. Chesto. Chesto is a Japanese war cry that Mike Kirby has been yelling as the 3rd and final microphone attack ever since Kirby Superstar, where in the same SNES Classic Edition interview where Sakurai confirmed Kagero Mansion's existence, he also confirmed that he in fact screamed the classic sound. Dreamland 2 Orca Room. We're gonna take a quick trip back to Red Canyon 5-5 for a second to go after an Easter egg that is not anywhere near as vulgar as the last one. This time we have an Easter egg where using Spark Kine in a dark room that contains nothing but a tomato at first glance will actually reveal a picture of an orca that is labeled Orca. Acro was actually being designed during the time of Kirby's Dream Land 2, and it's speculated that this Easter egg could have been a way for them to slip him into the game without making him a fully fledged boss. Adeline is a Shiver Star survivor. Have you realized that Ado is one of the only characters in the Kirby universe to actually be human? Combine this with the fact that humans were theoretically wiped off of Shiver Star, which used to be the Earth, and it could possibly mean that Adeline is a Shiver Star survivor. According to the Kirby 64 manual, Adeline came to Planet Popstar in order to practice her painting, meaning that she came from an entirely different planet. Adeline probably came to Popstar before Shiver Star was hit by its nuclear winter, if the theory is to be believed. Because otherwise, then they would probably have like one rocket, and they'd be like, "You, I choose you, go fly somewhere else, repopulate." It just doesn't make any sense. So, she probably came beforehand. Kirby and Earthbound. Using a cheating device is the only way to access the debug menu in Earthbound, and when you do get to the debug menu, for some strange reason, Kirby is your cursor. This is probably just like the Earthbound sound effects in Dream Course. The games were both being worked on by HAL, so they decided to just include a little Kirby Easter egg in Earthbound. At least that's my best guess. Highness's rant. Right before the fight with Highness and Kirby's star allies, Highness decides to let out a little rant about himself because he's, kinda sick in the head. Any player of Kirby Star Allies can tell you that this text pops up extremely fast, and if you are able to read this on your first time playing without slowing the game down, then, well, you're probably not a human, and it goes by so fast, and I'm sure anybody after seeing it would look for some sort of slowed down version. I'm not gonna read it all here, but you can see it at half times the speed on the screen playing right now. Capsule J, Rolling Turtle, Togizo, and Bounder's disappearance. Something that all four of these characters have in common is that they were in either Kirby's Adventure and or Kirby Superstar and were kicked out of the remakes and replaced by new enemies. In the case of Capsule J, it's fairly straightforward. Capsule J was simply just replaced by Capsule J2. I'm not exactly sure why they decided to upgrade Capsule J like that, but they did it again with Kirby Planet Robobot. When the jet ability finally came back, they decided to make Capsule J3. There are two theories as to why Togizo was kicked out of Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, one of which we'll be getting to later down the iceberg because it just warrants its own entry. But as of right now, we'll go over the theory that Togizo is based on the Mario character Spiny. For some reason, both Spiny and Togizo share the same name in Japan, with Togizo having Togizo and Spiny having Togizo as its name. And this must have been the reason as to why it was replaced in Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland for Needless. As for the last two, Rolling Turtle and Bounder, who were replaced by Fan and Gip respectively, I have absolutely no idea what would warrant removing these two. They honestly deserved another chance. Mi Takase Kirby novels. Mi Takase is a Japanese author who is well known for writing novel adaptations of video games, for example, Persona. The novel series started back in 2013 and it has been going strong ever since, releasing roughly 1 to 3 books each year. These stories range from original stories to adaptations of recent Kirby games at the time, such as Kirby Planet Robobot or Kirby Star Allies. And these novels have gained a bit of notoriety for having exclusive characters that don't appear anywhere in the games. We'll get to some of them later down the iceberg, but these characters are some of the most obscure Kirby characters in existence due to them only appearing in some Japanese exclusive novels. Manga Marks. In several volumes of the Moretsu Pupupu Hour manga, Marks makes an appearance, and this time he's looking a bit different because he just so happens to have grown arms and hands straight out of nowhere. I'm not exactly sure as to why they gave him arms, but I'll take my best guess. How else is he gonna read that book? Nightmare in Dreamland Secret Agent Man parody. For Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland's release in the US, they decided to make a little animation using the Kirby Right Back At Ya animation style, featuring a parody of the song Secret Agent Man by Johnny Rivers. Oh, like the song from the Kroger commercial. The background singers sound like they were abducted off the set of a children's TV show, but besides that, this is a pretty good song and a top-tier Kirby commercial. Kirby of the Stars pilot. The Kirby of the Stars pilot was an unaired prototype of the Kirby Right Back At Ya anime series that was exclusively released on a DVD in 2000 to promote Kirby Air Ride's release in Japan, and came along with many clips from the games. The plot is that Kirby, sleeping on his warp star, plummets down to a strange location. I have no idea where it is. Maybe an early version of Cappy Town, I have no idea. But he falls down, and there he meets a girl who is presumably the early version of Tiff from the anime series. So the girl is right by where Kirby crashed, and Kirby gets super close to her face, and she gets all mad. If you couldn't already tell, there is a blend of CG and 2D animation in here, just like the actual anime series. And then they just kind of become friends out of nowhere. Like, I guess she likes Kirby's laugh or something, I don't know. But then they start flying for some reason. Like, how can this girl fly? What the hell is she on? While they're doing their random flying bit, King DDD notices them outside of Castle DDD, and he becomes super mad because I guess he's mad at Kirby for taking attention away from him. And the rest of the pilot plays out like this. Stop, that's enough of that. I'm Pekachow from the future. I come from a bad future where this video is at risk of demonetization in the odd chance that it actually does get monetized. I was going to have the Seinfeld theme play over DDD failing and like Kirby eating a hot dog, but That's just not gonna work out. I have it like dragging on for like a minute, so yeah, it's probably gonna get copyright claimed or something, so I'm not gonna take the risk. That's why I decided to take it upon myself to do it myself. Okay, never mind. I'm not doing that anymore. I regret everything. Most of the pilot. Okay, here's the rest of it. So a giant dark cloud comes from the sky and it blows away DDD's hot dog, so yeah, that kind of sucks, man. Out of the cloud come a few monsters, like here's Captain Stitch from Dreamland 2, here's Meta Knight for some reason, even though he's an ally in the actual anime. Here's Ice Dragon, and here is the one and only Dark Matter, because they decided to put him in as a basic monster, and they also got Master Green in here. And so Kirby just kind of does his thing, he beats them all up, he sucks them up, he spits them out, you know, basic Kirby stuff. Some other monsters that appear are Sweet Stuff, Mr. P, Umpkin, Blocky, and of course, the one and only
PF Les effrits.
So all of our heroes, including DDD, are rushing towards something only for them to be stopped at their tracks and zapped by what appears to be Nightmare. It's then revealed that some dude that looks like Nightmare is just over there zapping them, and then Kirby wakes up, and it turns out it was all a dream. Wow, what a plot twist. And that's kind of it. My thoughts on the pilot are pretty positive. It's pretty good overall. I'm not too fond of the "it's all a dream" thing. The brief action sequence was nice though, and I really do like the 2D animation here. Really clean. Overall, I'd say you should check this one out. Cancelled 3D and pop-up book games. These are two presumably different builds of Kirby GCN, one of which being 3D and the other of which being a 2D platformer in the style of a pop-up book. I only have one screenshot for each game to go on here, so I'm not going to drag this on for too long, but the 3D game seems to feature Sword Kirby next to a little area with a bunch of Waddle Dees, which is pretty interesting. There's like a little bridge leading off to the right. I'd love to see what this game could have been, and I really hope Hal tackles this again sometime. The pop-up book Kirby game looks like a pretty standard 2D Kirby platformer with a little bit of a pop-up book aesthetic, which I do approve of. It looks very nice. And there's also a little chest counter in the top left corner that indicates how many treasure chests Kirby has. I think it would have been really fun, like kind of like Squeak Squad, but with a few extra chests in each level. Strato Patrol EOS King DDD. When looking into the sprites of Kirby Mass Attack, some Strato Patrol EOS sprites of King DDD can be found, which is really bizarre considering the fact he isn't even in this subgame. Even stranger is a sprite of King DDD being grabbed by a Scully, something that only affects the Kirbys. Maybe DDD was like a power-up or would replace one of your Kirbys at some point, but I'm not really sure here. But it definitely would have been interesting if Hal decided to keep this into the game just to see how it would work. Sectonia Original Form. After you defeat the Queen Sectonia clone in Kirby Planet Robobot, death animation features a very brief few frames that actually have Queen Sectonia's original form, although it's like completely covered in like purple. We get a much better look at her final form in Kirby Star Allies, where we have two different times where she can appear, the first being in the Rockabilly and Blues celebration picture, where she can be seen in the dimension mirror that Taranza is holding, and as a stone statue transformation alongside Taranza, with the two sitting together. She originally looked like a female version of Taranza, so I'm not really seeing how just looking into a mirror can just turn you from like a tarantula to a bee, but just roll with it, Kirby logic. Kabula Retcon. Spring Breeze and Kirby Superstar essentially served as a remake of the original Kirby's Dream Land, but with copy abilities and helpers. However, Spring Breeze only has 4 different stages, as Castle Lololo and Float Islands are both mashed together as one, and they decided to have Lololo and La 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 be the boss of the area. It really does suck. It would have been pretty cool to see Kabula in Kirby Superstar, especially considering how it changes up the gameplay. The same thing happened when the game was remade into Kirby Superstar Ultra, although Kabula did actually make an appearance in the Revenge of the King subgame, which served as a remake of Spring Breeze, except harder. Kabula gets her own designated boss fight stage, being Mount DDD Sky, where Kirby takes her on the starship. The fight is also really good as well. I'm really happy that they decided to implement Kabula somewhere into Kirby Superstar Ultra. Alright guys, we're at the halfway point of the iceberg, so I suppose just going back up would be a waste of time, as if you're gonna be getting back up anyway. We're almost done with the actual iceberg portion of the iceberg, because we're almost ready to descend into some deeper water.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go to the end of the iceberg.
Highness Dream Friend. In the files of Kirby's Star Allies, 4 different T-posing Highness models can be found, each taking on a different color. There's the normal Highness, an orange Highness, a blue Highness, and a green Highness. Coincidentally, each Dream Friend happens to have a model like this too, for when a different player is controlling each one. These models imply that Highness was going to be a Dream Friend at some point during the game, but was ultimately scrapped. Barack Obama. Kirby's Dream Collection has a special mode called Kirby's History, where the player controls Kirby as he runs up and down a hallway. Every year from 1992 to 2012 is represented, and Kirby will stop at certain points in the hallway so the player can read a bit more about important moments that happened that year. These range from things themed around Nintendo and Kirby to actual real-world events, and in the 2008 section, they mention the President Barack Obama getting elected. Given that Barack Obama has been memed to death within the past few years, it's honestly pretty funny to just see him be referenced in a Kirby game like this, especially out of context. Please die for our God! You probably know that after Highness goes on his little rant, he screams, "Please disappear forever" at Kirby and his friends, and the thing is that this was much worse in the Japanese version. In the original Japanese version, Highness yells at Kirby, "Please die for our God," telling him to die for Void Termina. This was changed overseas in order to avoid religious undertones, although they'd have to kind of rework the whole game's plot if they really wanted to avoid that comparison. Sweet Potato. You probably know of the Mint Leaf. It's a power-up that's been around since Kirby's Dreamland, and Kirby uses it in order to expel his minty breath at enemies. If you've ever wondered why the Mint Leaf sprite looks so different than it does nowadays, it's because that was actually a sweet potato. The Mint Leaf was a change for localization, and rather than expelling minty breath, Kirby would rather start burping uncontrollably. The Mint Leaf has a new model nowadays in games like Kirby Fighters 2 that give it a lot more of a leaf-like appearance, while the Sweet Potato still retains its classic design, meaning that there are 2 models for this item depending on the region of the game you're playing. Kirby 64 DD. The Nintendo 64 DD was a disk drive add-on for the Nintendo 64 that was exclusively released in Japan in 1999. The peripheral plugs into the Nintendo 64, and rather than using the standard cartridges, it instead opts to use some discs that have more space and rewritable data. The 64 DD was discontinued in 2001, leaving many titles that were going to be exclusive to the peripheral to either be cancelled, released on a different console such as the GameCube, or just released to the default N64, and it turns out that Kirby 64 was actually one of these games, and I'm really glad that they just decided to not make it exclusive to the DD, so essentially everyone got a chance to play Kirby 64. Truly a great game. Female Gooey and Chow. Defeating a mid-boss in Kirby's Dream Land 2 while you have the animal friend that would come out of the bag once the mid-boss is defeated would result in one of 2 characters coming out of the bag, depending on which version of the game you're playing. While playing the Japanese version, the character that emerges from the bag will be Chow from the Japanese exclusive Famicom Mukashi Bunashi Yuyuki. Chow also appears in the sound test screen sitting by the piano. Chow also makes an appearance in the good ending screen alongside Kirby, Gooey, and the animal friends. Chow returns in Kirby's Dream Land 3 no matter which version of the game you're playing, and in order to get the Heart Star from Chow, you need to reunite her with her friend Goku, who also happens to be from the same game. Due to Chow coming from a Japanese exclusive game, someone decided to replace her for the Western release of Kirby's Dream Land 2, being replaced by a female version of Gooey, also called the Blob Girl. The Blob Girl also appears sitting by the piano in the sound test screen. No matter which version of the game you're playing, each of these characters has a 1 in 8 chance of spawning, rather than Gooey, who spawns most of the time. Finding these characters, no matter which version of the game you're playing, is mandatory for 100% completion. Skeleton in Castle DDD. A strange humanoid skeleton has appeared twice in Castle DDD during the Kirby Right Back At Ya anime series. The first instance of this was in Episode 12, Escargoon Squad, where one can be seen chained up behind a cage. While this skeleton is ignored in the dub, the original Japanese version has DDD state that he only has the skeleton there for atmosphere, confirming that this is not a real skeleton. The last appearance of these skeletons was in Episode 36, Escargon, where scenes that take place in the dungeon happen to have a few skeletons lying around. The skeletons were simply airbrushed out of the dub and remained unacknowledged in the Japanese version. Kirby 64 Storyboards. Storyboards for the Kirby 64 cutscenes The Dark Shadow, Kirby's Quest, and Desert Desserts can all be viewed in the Kirby's Dream Collection booklet. For the most part, the cutscenes are pretty similar to the final product, although there are a few changes that didn't quite make it into the actual game. Going off the first two cutscenes, we can see that Ripple Star and the Fairy Queen look a bit different, as well as having Waddle Dee, Adeline, and King Dedede all watch as the crystal shards fall from the sky. They could have also been one cutscene back at this point, because they both flow very seamlessly in the storyboard. Desert Desserts, on the other hand, stayed practically just about the same, not really much to say about this one. Krakow remembers past fights. Krakow's pause screen on Very Hard Mode in Kirby Fighters Deluxe actually reveals that he remembers most of his past fights with Kirby. The pause screen reads, "You, did you think I'd forget? The time you smashed into me with your high jump, that time I was betrayed by helpers, or when I was replaced by that mechanical cloud. There's something in my eye." The pause screen references 3 different Krakow fights in the Kirby series, the first being the one from Kirby's Adventure where you're offered a Starman at the beginning of the fight. Starman grants the high jump ability, and you're required to use it to climb up a bunch of clouds, all while Krakow Jr. is chasing you, before confronting Krakow, presumably with your high jump ability still intact. The second line references Kirby Superstar, and with Kirby Superstar's helper mechanic, the Waddle Doos that Krakow drops can essentially be turned against him. And the third line references Kirby Squeak Squad, where rather than having a traditional Krakow fight, Krakow is instead replaced by Mecha Krakow, a Krakow mecha that was built by Doc. This implies that Krakow seems to be very distraught about his losses and the times he wasn't used in the series and was simply just ignored. Pretty deep. Kirby Star Knights. Kirby Star Knights is a fake Kirby game that had screenshots that began circulating around places like 4chan around Kirby's 25th anniversary. The game was said to be released in 2017 for the Nintendo DS, but as expected, this never happened and the game was just a hoax. The hoax was honestly kinda dead on arrival. There were some giveaways, such as the overly blurry screenshots, and the shading on the logo really didn't look very clean, and it didn't look official. It just really had this generic hoax vibe. Still better than some other hoaxes I've seen. Special T-Shot. Special T-Shot was a golf game that was initially planned to be released worldwide for the SNES, before becoming a Japanese exclusive to the Satellaview service. The game was retooled as Kirby's Dream Course. It's pretty obvious, just take a glance at the footage, you'll probably notice the similarities instantly, and there are 2 speculated reasons as to why this happened. The first being that it's exclusive to the Satellaview, and in order to get the game out around the world, they had to just slap some Kirby branding on it, and the second being that said Kirby branding was actually there in order to make the game more successful all across the world. And given that plenty of people probably don't even recognize the name Special T-Shot, I guess you can safely say that the strategy, if that was intended, definitely worked. Mark's teleportation glitch. While using the Parasol or Hammer abilities in Kirby Superstar, there is a very slim chance that you will be immediately teleported to a glitchy version of the Mark's battle. If you want to attempt this glitch, I strongly recommend using either Parasol, Waddle Dee, or Bonkers as your helper, because they both share the same abilities that are good for this, and it really does slightly boost the chance, which is already pretty slim to begin with. The battle is essentially like a corrupted version of the Mark's battle. There's like a bunch of random things just on the screen. Mark's sprite just like becomes a different color, and it's all like flashing. I really don't know how to describe it. Just take a look at the footage for yourself. I think that explains it. Just as a warning though, attempting this glitch may cause the SNES CPU chip to fry. There have been multiple people that have come forward saying that this happened to them when they attempted the glitch, although this has yet to have been actually proven. If you want to make sure that your SNES CPU chip does not fry, like pretty much everyone does, then attempt this glitch at your own risk. Scarfy giving Crash. If you've played just about any Kirby game, you probably know that Kirby is unable to inhale a Scarfy, as attempting to inhale one will simply have it transform into a mutant Scarfy, which proceeds to chase Kirby before exploding. However, in Kirby Superstar and Kirby Superstar Ultra, Scarfy does actually give the Crash ability when inhaled, although it cannot be inhaled by any normal means. By either exploiting the game's hit stun mechanics or just using the copy ability on Scarfy, Kirby will gain the Crash ability. Given that Scarfies explode after chasing Kirby, it does make quite a bit of sense as to why they give this ability. Haltman and Shiverstar. Here we have another detail about the Shiver Star theory, this time being that Haltman in fact colonized the planet after the nuclear winter struck. Due to all the machinery on this so-called post-apocalyptic Earth, this could either be the remnants of the humans, or this could all be technology that was built by Haltman. Just take a look at HRH. I mean, the first letter is literally H. That's like the model code number. H, Haltman. Considering the lore of the Kirby series, and if the Shiver Star theory is true, it wouldn't really surprise me if this was in fact planned all along. Wispy Woods hay fever. I'm sure that many children, including myself, were very confused when they first played Kirby's Dream Land 2 and saw Wispy Woods wearing swirly glasses and a surgical mask. It wasn't until years later when I finally realized that this was sort of a joke with the Japanese developers, as they decided to base Wispy Woods in this game off of hay fever. Whenever grass begins to relentlessly grow, or high pollination begins occurring, Japanese citizens will frequently put on masks in order to avoid the allergies, and that is exactly why Wispy Woods is wearing one here. The reason as to why Wispy Woods is wearing the swirly glasses is because trees are usually the ones that give out the hay fever, and the joke is supposed to be ironic because Wispy Woods is a tree, so he's got hay fever or something, so yeah, I hope that kind of clears up a bit of confusion for anyone wondering why he looks like this. Bar Screen and Super Star Stacker. Kirby Super Star Stacker has a mode called Challenge Mode, where the player's goal is to get as many points as possible. Once the player loses, they are shown a screen of Kirby and the animal friends all at a bar. Depending on the score the player got, certain characters will appear while others won't. In the screen, Kirby is seen doing drunk karaoke, Rick is looking a bit tipsy, probably from drinking, Koo sits on the bar stool in the back, looking at the others, while Kine is busy downing what appears to be alcohol. The Fight for the Fox Box. The Fight for the Fox Box was a half-hour crossover released by 4Kids Entertainment that primarily featured shows such as Cubix, Ultimate Muscle, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Sonic X, and of course, Kirby Right Back At Ya. The whole premise is that the villains of these shows get these broadcast codes to like take control of the network or something, and the heroes from these shows have to stop their respective villains. I'm just going to primarily focus on the Kirby stuff here, as you clicked on the video, you know it's a Kirby Iceberg, and you probably came for the Kirby stuff. The first segment to primarily feature Kirby Right Back At Ya has DDD talking with Cappies, explaining how he is going to take over the show, and the show is going to be all about him. DDD then begins to name out a bunch of Kirby abilities, all complete with generic Kirby Right Back At Ya puns that are absolutely terrible.
Tornado Kirby blows them away! Wheel Kirby's the king of the road! Fighter Kirby's a heavyweight knockout! And Needle Kirby sticks it to the competition!
Tiff is outside of the room where the meeting is being held, eavesdropping on DDD's conversation, and eventually goes to tell Meta Knight about DDD's plan to take over the show.
Meta Knight, we've got big trouble! DDD got his hands on one of the Foxbox broadcast codes, and now he's gonna change the Kirby show!
Change the Kirby show. We must stop him. Go to Kaboo. He will know what to do.
Tiff then goes to tell Kaboo just like Meta Knight said, and all Kaboo really has to say is that the Foxbox is doomed if the code doesn't come back. The next Kirby segment has Mirror Kirby fighting the Mole Monster from episode 70 of the series, Buccaneer Birdie. For the most part, the segment stays exactly the same as it was in the original episode, although the ending does change a little bit. Rather than having the chest that they retrieve at the end of the segment be the treasure of Lord James Khalid, it is instead the broadcast code that they get to before DDD. The code is then read off and we go on to the next segment of the crossover. King DDD and Escargoon show up one more time at the very end of the crossover in the scene where all the villains are confessing that they lost their codes to the heroes. DDD pushes the blame on the loss to Escargoon before Escargoon brings up the fact that they still technically do have control over the network. It is at this moment where the mastermind behind the whole crossover reveals themselves to be Wayne Cramp from the Cramp Twins. The crossover ends here, but you're supposed to take all the codes, put them together, and then enter them into a website. Although the website is no longer up, it can still be visited on the Wayback Machine if you so desire. The only way to watch this crossover nowadays is on a site like YouTube or Dailymotion, although you could also get the special DVD release that came with a sleeve, like I did.
Kirby's Dream Factory.
Kirby's Dream Factory was a Kirby-themed pop-up store that was announced on March 2nd, 2021, complete with Instagram and Twitter accounts in order to further promote it. The store was also opened in Osaka, Shizuoka, and Tokyo all within the same year and closed shortly after. Over 100 items were made for the promotion, including plushes, bags, hats, pins, and shirts. Hearbell. Hearbell is an unused enemy that can be found in the files of Kirby's Return to Dreamland, complete with animations, and bears many similarities to the enemy Pekachow. Hearbell seemed like it was prepared to just go in the game, but it went unused for some reason, despite having just about all its animations, from its idle, to opening its mouth, to chewing, to taking damage and spitting out Kirby. Because Hearbell seems to be like a flower version of Pekachow, it could have been the inspiration for the Kirby Triple Deluxe enemy Pack Flower. Both have a very similar color palette and seem to be sort of a subspecies of Pekachow. Dreamland 3 Perfect Screen. In Kirby's Dreamland 3, there's a perfect screen that can only be accessed by defeating Zero in the boss glitch mode while taking absolutely no damage, and right while you're defeating Zero, you have to hold the X, L, and R buttons. The screen has Kirby standing on top of a pile of bosses while Zero lays in the background, but why did they decide to make it so cryptic and hidden? Like, come on, is just doing it without taking damage not enough? Magical Tower of Metal Land. Kirby of the Stars Magical Tower of Metal Land is a Japanese arcade game that came out in 2007, and very little is known about the game. One thing that we can definitely assume is that the game is a coin pusher game, judging by some close-up images and videos. Right in the center of the machine is Kirby holding the Star Rod, while the sides are littered with all sorts of Kirby Right Back At Ya artwork. Flying Rocket Pig. Just by looking at this screenshot, you can probably tell that this is a Chinese mobile ripoff of Kirby's Star Allies. The game's basic premise revolves around having a meteorite fall from the sky, so a Kirby-like character with a sword as a weapon decides to set out and defeat the villain of the game. The game is your standard 2D beat-em-up with mobile game elements such as microtransactions and ads thrown in, along with having a few stolen sound effects as well. There are also some puzzle pieces in the game as collectibles, very similar to Kirby's Star Allies with the picture pieces. If you want to play the game, well, I have no advice for you. I have no idea where to play this. I have no idea if Nintendo cracked down on it and took it down. I have no idea how this game is today. I simply cannot find any information on that. Waddle Dee's Mouth. Anyone can tell you that Waddle Dee in the Kirby canon does not have a mouth. However, this hasn't stopped many Kirby manga from giving him one. Take Kirby of the Stars by Sakuma Yoshiko, for instance, where Waddle Dee almost always has a mouth on him. And then there's the Kirby 64 4-Koma manga. By far the craziest thing about this is that the Kirby 64 manga feature many different artists throughout the 3-volume run, meaning that there were multiple artists that decided to draw Waddle Dee like this, rather than just simply having one artist who decided that Waddle Dee should look like that. Matching games. We'll be starting our dive into Kirby Flash games on this iceberg with the matching games, both of which were released on Play Nintendo's website. The first of these games was the Kirby Triple Deluxe Matchup, and it's your pretty standard matching game for the most part. There are 3 different difficulty levels, each one adding more and more cards to the selection you have to pick from, and upon completing any difficulty, you'll receive a bit of information about the characters and abilities in the game. The second and final of these games is the Kirby Fighters 2 Memory Match, and for the most part, it's the same as the Triple Deluxe counterpart, except with Kirby Fighters 2 artwork on the cards, and no information on anything upon completing any level of difficulty. Kirby and Mad. Mad was a show that aired on Cartoon Network from 2010 to 2013, and it prided itself on making a lot of pop culture parodies. Video games are a primary source of parody, so obviously the show made a lot of use out of that, causing Kirby to appear in the show multiple times. The first time was in a skit called Kirby Star Tours, which is essentially a false advertisement for a celebrity tour service. In order to avoid any sort of copyright infringement here, Kirby's color has been changed to blue and he wears a green hat with a star on it. One of the first scenes in the skit is a scene parodying Kirby's Adventure's iconic Warp Star ride in Vegetable Valley Stage 2, before Kirby instructs this girl to go on his Warp Star in order to reach Zac Efron's house. She crashes, and then Kirby appears once again, this time offering some group discounts on his service, where a group of 4 kids are seen getting on the Warp Star and probably just instantly regretting ever doing that, while Kirby just looks at his fat stack of cash. Wispy Woods also makes a small appearance at the end of the skit where he proceeds to shoot apples at this kid who says he doesn't look like James Franco. Kirby's second and final role in the series is in the Diary of a Wimpy Kid Icarus skit. Kirby is an unpopular kid at video game school, and as he said while he spits out a Waddle Dee, he's unpopular because he eats people. Kirby becomes friends with Pit, another unpopular kid at the video game school, and they decide to get through it together. While that was Kirby's last appearance, the Kirby series was also referenced once more in the Koopa Troopa, Gutsman, and Pekachow skit. Here we have yet another fake advertisement, this time being for a service that helps video game villains defeat their heroes. If the title didn't give it away, Pekachow appears as one of the main three characters in this skit, helping video game villains with their problems. Giggling painting enemies. In Kirby Canvas Curse, an enemy simply called Painting appears exclusively in the game's final level, the world of Drossia. The enemies are incapable of doing anything except for simply having the face on the painting follow Kirby and laughing. In order to defeat these enemies, you have to tap on them with the stylus multiple times until they fall off the stage. There's even a medal hidden behind one towards the end of the stage. Wispy Woods on Faluna Moon. Towards the end of the Kirby Star Allies stage, Faluna Moon, you're forced to fight Wispy Woods in order to reach the stage's actual boss, Yiggy Woods. The fight is very similar to the first Wispy Woods fight in Kirby Star Allies, although that's not what's special. What's special is that rather than being on planet Popstar, this fight is on Faluna Moon, an entirely different planet. Wispy Woods is known to be a tree that resides on Popstar, and there's no way that Wispy Woods could simply just leave a planet. Yeah, he's been shown to jump around a few times, but getting off an entire planet simply using that isn't gonna work. Perhaps this was simply just an oversight by the developers, or maybe there's an entirely different Wispy Woods that resides on this planet. Choose Your Buddy Quiz. We're coming back to the Play Nintendo website in order to take a look at the Kirby Star Allies Choose Your Buddy Quiz, a 21-question quiz that is designed to help players determine who their best friend would be in the game. Each question has the player pick between two different friends, and whichever one isn't chosen is removed from ever appearing again, while the other one goes on to appear in later questions. It's sort of like a bracket, and whoever you pick at the end is determined to be your best friend in the game. It has every normal friend with the exception of Bugsy and Jammerjab. Concept Magalore design. A few different concept Magalore designs can be found in the Kirby Art and Style collection, and some of them look a lot like Magalore, others not so much. Two designs that stand out in particular are this one that resembles President Haltman from Kirby Planet Robobot, possibly being where he got his design from, and a female design for Magalore that oddly resembles a Ness, but also from Kirby Planet Robobot.
Anime Kaboo in Air Ride. In the Kirby Air Ride Top Ride Stage Water, you will probably notice the stone statue of Kaboo that uses his anime design to the right of the course. Given that Kirby Air Ride and Kirby Right Back At Ya both have a lot of similarities, this isn't really all that surprising. Photo editor games. Over the years, there have been quite a few Kirby photo editor games, the first of which being Kirby's Epic Pacifier, and surprise surprise, it's for Kirby's Epic Yarn. It was your pretty standard photo editor, you imported a photo and then you could just kind of slap stuff on it, but this time it had Kirby's Epic Yarn theming. On your photo, you were able to apply stitchwork, frames, and most notably, patchwork. There was 11 different pages of Kirby-themed patchwork that can be applied to your photos, and after it was finished, you could download the picture and proceed to upload it to Facebook if you wish. The game was removed from the Kirby's Epic Yarn website in 2018, and eventually in 2019, the website was removed along with all the other Nintendo of America Kirby sites besides the main one.
Up next is Kirby Smashifier, and it's kinda like Kirby's Epic Pacifier except for Kirby Mass Attack. The editor allows you to place characters from the game, objects, and attacks all over your pictures, and you can either upload them to Facebook or print them when you're finished. Smashifier, along with the Kirby Mass Attack website, both went down in 2019 just like Epic Pacifier. Up next is Hypernova Yourself on the Play Nintendo website. The player is supposed to select a photo that will become warped in the middle along with a rainbow filter and place all sorts of things being inhaled by whatever your photo is using the Hypernova ability. There's also a Surprise Me button that when hit puts random effects on your photo. Once you're done with your photo, you are able to save it to your device. Robobot Yourself is up next. It was also on Play Nintendo and designed to promote Kirby Planet Robobot. You upload a photo that is then warped and shrunken in order to fit in one of 4 different Robobot armor modes, being Normal, Fire, Jet, and Beam. The game also has stickers from Kirby Planet Robobot that can be resized and applied to your photo, and once it's finished, it can be saved to your device. The most recent of these editors as of now is the Kirby of the Stars photo frame, a Japanese exclusive photo editor that can only be accessed by using the Kirby Portal website.
This one is definitely the most obscure and simplistic of the bunch. You just upload a photo, apply a frame to it, and you can download the photo after that. Other playable characters planned for Kirby 64. Originally, Kirby 64 was going to allow you to play as Waddle Dee, Adeline, and King Dedede, although they were eventually demoted to simply helping Kirby in certain stages. The first of these images of other playable characters had Waddle Dee holding a Brontobert in Popstar Stage 1 that was found on a press kit. Later on, Nintendo released 9 different images on the Kirby 64 website, 2 of which were simply Kirby in Popstar 1 and Rockstar 3, while the other 7 all depicted the other playable characters. The first picture has Waddle Dee in Aquastar 1, where Adeline would usually be, although Adeline isn't present in the background here because Adeline was a playable character at this point in development. The next picture also has Waddle Dee in Aquastar 1 during the part with the thin platforms, and the thin platforms look a bit different here with a new texture. The next picture has Adeline in Aquastar 3, where she can be seen fighting a Mariel, an enemy that doesn't appear in the final version, along with stars in the sky. Up next is Adeline in Aquastar 4, where she can be seen swimming in a darker version of the stage, where scuds come from the rolls rather than pedos. Up next is King Dedede in Rockstar 3, where the hammer that he wields is a bit rougher and is lacking any sort of textures. Next we have another picture of King Dedede in Rockstar 3, where he is seen coming out of a giant skeleton's mouth with a bone right in front of him. If you don't remember this in the actual game, don't worry, no one does. This was actually a scrapped area. The final picture is King Dedede standing in Aquastar 2's river, and there is no river seen in this picture, implying that he is just standing in an empty river. These characters were cut starting with the August Space World 1999 trailer, where they were reduced to just have supporting roles in certain stages. Squishy's text overflow. In PAL versions of Kirby's Avalanche, or should I say Kirby's Ghost Trap, any mention of Avalanche is changed to Ghost Trap. This caused a minor problem in PAL versions though, as Squishy's line in 8-armed Avalanche for you then Kirby has Avalanche changed to Ghost Trap, causing the second line of text in the text box to slightly overflow. Kirby PAX Prime event. On September 1st of 2012 in PAX Prime Seattle, 536 Kirby fans gathered in order to simultaneously blow bubbles. The previous record had 306 people blowing bubblegum, so guess who won? Super Spark and Cutter. In the files of Kirby's Return to Dreamland, there exist 2 unused super abilities, being Super Cutter and Spark. Super Cutter is complete with images, models, and animations, implying that the ability was finished, although the lack of a Super Sir Kibble enemy anywhere in the files implies that this ability was scrapped sometime early on. Super Spark is an ability that only has a handful of images, implying that it was scrapped sometime early on in development. And the icon that is shown in the images really does resemble the Plasma ability, hinting that maybe the Plasma ability was intended to be in the game. Clock ability. We're going back into Kirby's Return to Dreamland's files to find yet another unused ability, this time having an icon that resembles a clock. The ability seems to have been scrapped very quickly, as there only seems to be an image of the ability icon and a copy essence model. The ability also had a super ability variant with its own icon. It was probably related to time or space given that the icon is a clock, but we don't know much else. Dedede's lightning powers. During the third phase of the final boss fight with King Dedede in Kirby's Pinball Land, he begins to shoot thunder from his hands. Whenever Dedede uses this attack on one of your flippers, they are stunned until Kirby comes in to hit him, freeing the flipper in the process. It's unknown as to why Dedede is shooting thunder from his hands, although it can be assumed that he is using some sort of magic in order to do this. Alright, well that's it for the Kirby Iceberg, see you next time. Or that's it for just the iceberg portion of the Kirby Iceberg, because we still have the deeper waters to cover. I say we take the plunge right away. Kirby TV Channel. Kirby TV Channel was a European exclusive Wii channel that could be downloaded, allowing the user to watch various episodes of Kirby right back at ya. The original run of the Kirby TV channel lasted from June 23rd, 2011 to December 1st, 2011, airing 51 of the series' episodes. The second run of the channel lasted from April 5th, 2012 to September 13th, 2012, airing 48 of the remaining episodes. If you couldn't already tell, one episode is missing from the Kirby TV channel roster, that being the episode A Novel Approach. Rather than allowing the user to choose which episodes they want to watch, the Kirby TV channel would randomly get episodes added every few days, only to have them removed a few weeks later, with the only exception to this rule being Kirby Comes to Cappy Town. As of now, the channel is lost, and while no one outside of Europe was able to get this channel, Japan did receive We No Ma, where you could watch some episodes of Kirby Right Back At Ya, and the 3 episodes on Kirby's Dream Collection somewhat make up for its exclusivity. King Dedede is 300 plus and the 17,052nd ruler in his line.
Hear ye, citizens of Dreamland! All rise and salute His Most Miserly and Right Rancorous Majesty, the 17,052nd ruler in his line, His Highness King Dedede!
That clip you just heard was from the Kirby Right Back At Ya episode Curio's Curious Discovery, where at the beginning of the episode, Escargoon makes a little statement about King Dedede. At another point in the episode, a statement is made that King Dedede is over 300 years old. The odds of either of these things actually being true is extremely low, so these were either statements made up by Escargoon to make Dedede look better, or as a bit of foreshadowing because the whole plot of the episode centers around Dedede faking some old artifacts to prove that he and his clan were the original rulers of Cappytown. Magolor and Mark's relationship. No, not that kind of relationship. We're talking about that they might actually know each other. On the surface, the closest thing they have to a relationship are some character similarities, being the respective antagonists of their games, along with betraying Kirby towards the end for their own personal gain. As you would expect, there's more to it than just that. Talking to Magolor twice after getting all 120 energy spheres in Kirby's Return to Dreamland actually has a special line of dialogue from him, going like this. By the way, I knew about you long before our fateful meeting. Kirby, the happy-go-lucky hero with the bottomless stomach. I even know somebody who knows you quite well. Even on this world, you're incredibly popular. There may even be some folks here who have fought with you before. If everybody would just get along, it would make things so much easier. Nothing good comes of fighting. Let's always stay friends, Kirby. Paying a sliver of attention to what I just read off there would actually inform you that Magolor knew of Kirby's existence before he crashed on planet Popstar, and also assumes that there are some out there who have fought with him before. Marks checks off both of the boxes for knowing Kirby and having fought with him before, making the Magolor and Marks theory seem all the more likely. Banned minigame. In the special Kirby's Dream Collection booklet, a piece of Kirby 64 concept art can be seen depicting Kirby, King Dedede, Waddle Dee, and Adeline all in a band. This was concept art for a band minigame that would have played like your average rhythm game and was presumably scrapped early on in the game's development. There's an accompanying piece of text below the concept art that reads, "One of the ideas we had was a musical minigame in which players perform together by following on-screen sheet music." Despite this minigame being scrapped, we did eventually get another rhythm-based minigame in Kirby Triple Deluxe, that being Dedede's Drum Dash, although it took on a very different approach to your standard rhythm game. Necrotius and the Sunstones. According to the lore of Kirby Triple Deluxe, the main collectible of the game, being Sunstones, are actually some of Floralia's light, trapped inside of a stone in order to seal it away, and they were sealed away by someone who dislikes light. While we currently don't know who sealed the light away, Necrotius is probably our best bet. He is known for hating the light, and I mean, come on, look at him. Does this guy look like he would want to be out in the sun? Absolutely not. Mako Miyata. Mako Miyata is a Japanese singer with one of her more notable works being on a Kirby's Adventure CD. The CD was exclusively released in Japan and goes under the name Hoshinokabi Yume no Izumi no Monogatari. This CD featured 37 different songs, 8 of which being vocal arrangements of tracks from Kirby's Adventure, all with vocals by Mako Miyata. In the CD's track order, she sung Kirby of the Stars, Kira Kira March, Kirby Medley, Dream Star Dream, Make a Cocktail, Eternal Keynote, Starlight Adventure, and Good Night Kirby. I'll play a little bit of Kira Kira March here for you right now. 'Pokemon Tilt and Tumble'. According to a source that was closely involved with Nintendo's upcoming releases, Kirby Tilt and Tumble was going to come to the West as a Pokemon game. Considering just how high the demand was for Pokemon games at the time, especially considering the recent launch of Crystal version, it's not a surprise as to why they would attempt to change it for localization.
For as cool as a Pokemon Tilt and Tumble would have been, I'm honestly glad that they decided to keep the original Kirby aesthetic for the sake of some authenticity when it came to the West. Dashing Super Guy. Dashing Super Guy was a character that appeared exclusively in the Western Kirby's Dream Land commercial and was compared to Kirby. He was a pretty standard superhero being compared to Kirby and excelled at just about everything that is except for appetite. At some point in the commercial, Kirby inhales Dashing Super Guy, spitting him out as a melting, deformed, floating head. I think this goes without saying, but he is never seen again. Shell Shocked and a Chow Challenge English dub. The English dubbed versions of Shell Shocked and the Chow Challenge were considered lost for the longest time, but they were both eventually found. Shell Shocked was the 88th episode of the series that focused around Escargoon's shell breaking, and it was initially scheduled to air on June 11th, 2005. The episode was eventually preempted by This Week's Baseball, causing the episode to go unaired until 2006. This was the point where the episode was deemed lost, and it remained like that for almost a decade, up until September 2015, where the episode finally resurfaced on YouTube. The Chow Challenge was the 86th episode of the series, focusing on Chef Kawasaki reuniting with his old friend from cooking school, Chef Nagoya. The episode remained lost for almost a decade and eventually resurfaced on YouTube in September 2015, just like Shell Shocked, this time by the YouTube channel Operation Hoshinokabi. Togizo and Gimmick. Remember back when we were talking about enemies that were cut from remakes? Do you also remember when I hinted that Togizo could have possibly had another reason for being cut from Nightmare in Dreamland? Well, you're at that point now, and I suppose before we get into why the change was so odd, we should probably touch upon the history of Togizo a little bit first. As you probably know, Togizo made his first appearance in Kirby's Adventure and gave the Needle ability when inhaled. Let's not forget about Togizo's other appearances though. He was a mainstay Kirby enemy of the 90s and the go-to Needle enemy. Togizo would go on to make appearances in Kirby's Dream Course and Kirby's Dream Land 3, and it seemed that moving into the 2000s, he would remain the go-to Kirby Needle enemy. Come on, Togizo even got his own figure when he appeared in a Kirby's Adventure figure set from presumably 1993. Although the set is kind of a mystery in and of itself. I mean, the only pictures that can be found of this set, as far as I know, are in the Kirby Merchandise Museum. But getting back on track here, Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, a remake of Kirby's Adventure, was one of the first Kirby games of the 2000s. Rather than making Togizo appear as the game's Needle enemy, he was replaced for Needless. We already talked about the Spiny theory before, but we're getting into one that seems a bit more probable now. A certain other NES game was being re-released in 2002, this time for the PlayStation, and in case you haven't heard of it, that game is Gimmick. The game was a platformer for the NES that was also known as Mr. Gimmick in Scandinavia. It turns out that one of the enemies in Gimmick happens to look just like Togizo, a black blob with 2 feet with a spiky shell on the top of its head. If this theory is to be believed, then that means that Togizo could have been cut in order to avoid what could have been a potential lawsuit due to an older game with an enemy that looks very similar to Togizo getting a re-release around the time of Nightmare in Dreamland. GBA TV. Back in 2003, GBA TV was created as a concept for the Game Boy Advance, which would allow you to watch shows on the Game Boy Advance. The only time GBA TV has been advertised was at Licensing Show 2003 by 4Kids Entertainment. Various different shows were planned to be a part of the GBA TV program, one of which being Kirby Right Back At Ya. These cartridges were expected to be released by Q4 of 2003, would retail for $20, and contained 2 episodes of each show. However, it never actually happened, and these were probably cancelled, although a similar program called Game Boy Advance Video did happen. And unfortunately, there were no Kirby Right Back At Ya volumes of Game Boy Advance Video. Block Ball, Waddle Doo, and Pengy. In the files of Kirby's Block Ball, 2 unused sprites along with death animations for Waddle Doo and Pengy can be found. Waddle Doo can't be loaded in any stage, but does have a death animation where his eye pops out of its socket. Pengy can be loaded into stage 7-2 and has a death animation similar to various other enemies, involving being encased in a frozen block of ice. Arguably, the strangest thing about these enemies is that they actually appear in the manual despite being cut from the game. They appear alongside some of the game's other enemies, being Propeller, Chucky, Koner, and Slippy, meaning that they were probably cut very late into development. How else are cut enemies gonna make it into the manual? Kirby and Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. During the credits of Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, a burger can be seen with 2 tomato feet and 2 pickle arms. If you just take a look at the screen, you'll know what I mean. The burger looks just like Kirby. The burger also appears to be dancing, maybe a reference to the Kirby dance, but we don't even know if this is an actual reference or not. Maybe just a coincidence, but we're not sure. Colossal Waddle Dee waving animation. During the fight with Colossal Waddle Dee in Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, if you stall the fight long enough, he will actually wave towards the screen. This is a really well hidden Easter egg, honestly, because even at level 1, you're probably gonna kick this thing's ass. I just really like this Easter egg. It's like such a clever setup. You just have it in the first boss who you'll probably defeat before you can even do the animation, and you'll gradually be leveling up from there, so attempting to refight it, well, it's only going to go down in a few hits, so consider it gone. The same thing also happens with Colossal Spear Waddle Dee in Super Kirby Clash. Uja. Uja is a bizarre enemy in the Kirby series that made its only appearance in Kirby Squeak Squad, taking the form of a hand or sword. Uja appears 5 times in the game and is always accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, hinting that it may be some sort of formation of bugs. It doesn't grant any ability and is definitely up there as one of the strangest enemies in the whole series. Waddle Dee eating. In the Kirby Right Back At Ya episode, Hunger Struck, there's a point in the episode where King DDD wonders how Waddle Dees eat, so Escargoon decides to give it a cookie. Escargoon puts the cookie where its mouth should be, only for the cookie to start phasing through, and then it starts chewing it, which brings up some more questions I don't think I want to talk about. And speaking of things I don't want to talk about...
Wonder how it flosses. That's weird.
Dreamland 2 vehicles. During the development of Kirby's Dream Land 2, Kirby was actually going to ride a variety of vehicles rather than the animal friends. These vehicles consisted of a rocket, a submarine, some sort of digging vehicle, a UFO, a scooter, and of course, the tank. Feedback was given at some point that the vehicles should be swapped out for the animal friends as they would suit Kirby more than a variety of vehicles would. Something you might have not known is that the animal friends were in Kirby's Dream Land 2 even at the point where Kirby was riding tanks. This means that the animal friends weren't original characters simply created so Kirby could have something to ride, meaning that they would have played a different role in the game. Naked Escargoon. In the Kirby Right Back At Ya episode Shell Shocked, Escargoon's shell breaks, leaving him naked. Now obviously this opens the door for a lot of haha this guy's naked jokes, so they decided to jump on the opportunity and decided to make a few. Some examples include when King DDD is thinking about what Escargoon looks like naked, so he imagines the painting The Birth of Venus with Escargoon's face on it, and when Tiff and Tuff peek in a bit too early on Escargoon when he's changing his shell, leaving a bit of censored nudity. Twinkle Popo concept locations. In the Kirby Art and Style collection, 7 different pieces of concept art for Twinkle Popo are featured, all depicting planned levels in the game. Green Greens has Popopo dodging falling apples while a Wispy Woods with a ball and chain can be seen. Silk Falls has Popopo flying up a waterfall while some sort of boxing eel enemy can be seen. Elder Woods has Popopo flying through a forest with some giant statue in the background. Air Fortress has Popopo heading towards an air fortress being held afloat by a cloud while it's being guarded by some enemies that look like early Waddle Doos. Float Islands has Popopo by the Float Islands where Kaboola, a blooper, and some sort of submarine or boat can be seen. Bubbly Clouds has Popopo floating in the air next to a male and a female whale balloon. And Heat Fortress has Popopo looking towards a heat fortress in the distance in a scorched landscape. As you probably know, Green Greens, Float Islands, and Bubbly Clouds were all in the final Kirby's Dream Land, although with some changes from the concept art, but none of the other levels were. While no level resembles Castle Lololo whatsoever, it can be argued that Heat Palace could have been an early version of Mount DDD. Kirby's Secret Problem. Kirby's Secret Problem is a segment on the Adult Swim show Robot Chicken, which is known for its parodies of pop culture. And just like Mad, Kirby was parodied here too. Kirby's Secret Problem is the only segment to primarily feature Kirby, and it starts with him and Yoshi talking on the phone, only for Kirby to explain he ate 20 enemies today. They argue about it, and then Kirby throws up a small Waddle Dee who proceeds to tell him he has a problem. One thing Robot Chicken is known for is using stop-motion animation to create its parodies, and it's no exception here. I mean, if you watch the clip, you could probably tell. The figures used here are a Popco Yoshi, a Takara Tomy Kirby Safubi, and I'm not exactly sure about the Waddle Dees, so I'm gonna have to guess that that one was custom made. Kirby Mass Attack Unused Enemies.
Kirby Mass Attack has a plethora of unused sprites for existing enemies and even new enemies entirely. Some of these unfinished and unshaded sprites include UFO, Shuffler, Hammer Knight, Block Dragon, Taropon, or more specifically the top half, and 2 of the 3 Pytago sprites because the Igloo sprite is actually fully complete and shaded. Sprites like Spiky, Rocketon, Giga Clank Sprout, and Turtle Tummy all seem to be ready, although the latter 2 enemies do appear in the game with just slightly different sprites. There's also 3 bigger sprites for certain enemies, being Blucko, Moso, and Stickle, along with an early version of the 3-gate enemy, along with 2 unnamed enemies, one being a blue and purple fish, while the other is a rather overweight bee with a crooked stinger. The most interesting of these sprites has to be Blipper, a series mainstay, and for some reason the sprite has it opening its mouth. Given the amount of enemies that eat Kirby in Kirby Mass Attack, it could have meant that Blipper was intended to be an underwater enemy that would attempt to eat Kirby. Kirby Lingerie Line. In order to give Kirby the best 25th anniversary ever, HAL decided to make a little collaboration with the company Peach John to make a Kirby lingerie line. Some items to spawn from the lingerie line include a one piece, a sleep mask, a bra, and of course, Kirby panties. Killing Gordos. Most Kirby fans can tell you that Gordos can be a little annoying to deal with sometimes due to the fact that they are immune to just about everything. However, there are times where Gordos can actually be destroyed by other enemies, certain copy abilities, and even by the player themselves if they have the right maneuvers. The first time a Gordo can be killed in the series is by using Magic Kirby from Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, and on a side note, I just want to say this, thank God Squeak Squad decided to give Magic Kirby a fully developed moveset. I cannot take any more of these generic Crash Kirby claws. Landing on the 1-up icon for the roulette that Magic Kirby uses in Amazing Mirror will actually destroy any Gordos on screen and turn them into 1-ups along with the rest of the enemies. This can also be done in Kirby Squeak Squad by using the Luck of the Draw move. The next time Gordos can be destroyed is in Kirby Mass Attack by the enemy Freezy Rex, who chases Kirby's throughout a specific stage in DDD Resort. Anything Freezy Rex touches will be destroyed, and Gordos are no exception. Maglor's Final Phase and Maglor's Soul in Kirby's Return to Dreamland have an attack where they rain down a bunch of enemies onto Kirby. One possible enemy that he can spawn is a Gordo, and when the Gordo hits the floor, it will proceed to explode. There's also Gordos falling off of pits, but technically that doesn't really count. The Gordos themselves aren't really being destroyed in that scenario. However, with proper maneuvering, there is another way for a player to kill a Gordo in Kirby Star Allies, more specifically in the guest star mode while playing as Gooey. So in Kirby Star Allies, there are these wooden fire blocks, and first you'll have to put out the fire if you want to destroy them by using an element like Splash. If you want to kill the Gordo that's moving sideways by these blocks, you have to time it perfectly and make sure that the top block is the only one that isn't extinguished and falls on top of the Gordo, crushing it. There's also a theoretical way that Kirby can kill a Gordo, and that's because of the mid-boss Captain Stitch from Kirby's Dream Land 2 and 3. Captain Stitch looks like a giant Gordo, and Captain Stitch will occasionally ram into the wall, have its spikes fall off, and give Kirby a projectile to attack its defenseless body with. So theoretically, if a Gordo were to lose its spikes, it would lose its invincibility and become open to any of Kirby's attacks. 3 Mage Sisters and Sound Test. Most of the time, entering the sound test in Kirby Star Allies will grant you this cute little image of Kirby on the microphone, Waddle Doo on the guitar, Vernon Leo also on the guitar, and Waddle Dee on the drums. However, starting with Wave 3, the game's third and final update, the 3 Mage Sisters were actually added as a secret sound test Easter egg that would replace Kirby's allies. Kirby is still on the microphone, but this time Francisca and Flamberge are on the guitars, while Zan Partizan is on the drums. Dream Course Anti-Piracy. Kirby's Dream Course actually features a multi-level copy protection, very similar to something present in Earthbound, which was also developed by HAL Laboratory. Kirby's Dream Course has various ways to determine that your copy is pirated, whether it's having over 8 kilobytes of SRAM, or if an NTSC cartridge is being played on a PAL console, or vice versa. If both tests pass, the game will perform a checksum on the code to handle those checks to see if they've been modified. If the checksum fails though, the game will actually load as normal, except with a twist. The game essentially limits your amount of shots by making tomatoes impossible to get here, which are essential for making shots. Running out of tomatoes makes the player lose a life, except the twist is that you can't get any more lives no matter what, so you're stuck at the default life count, and if you want to complete hole 1, you gotta be real smart with how you use your shots. And if you fail to complete Hole 1, you will have a game over, and once you go back to the title screen, there will be no continue option. Even if you manage to complete Hole 1 with all these ridiculous circumstances, don't expect to get anything out of it because, well, you just wasted your time. The game will just crash on you intentionally, and you will lose all of your save data here. But don't worry, you can still get your fill of Kirby's Dream Course action with the multiplayer mode, right? If you can handle sleeping giving you 1 tomato rather than regaining your full stock, then yeah, sure. Essentially, Hal just really didn't like the idea of anyone pirating this game, so anyone who had the balls to do so would be met with a different Kirby's Dream Course experience, an unplayable one at that.
Wispy Woods Ball and Chain. I hope you remember when we talked about the Twinkle Popopo concept art, more specifically the Green Greens art featuring Wispy Woods wearing a chain. The chain really does raise a question, like why was he wearing a chain? What is the chain for? Why is it like a ball and chain? He's a tree, he's gonna stay in that one spot anyway. Despite the mysteries surrounding the chain, the Kirby Twitter did actually reference it in a specific post they made for Team Kirby Clash Deluxe. The post was for some gem apples, featuring a little bit of artwork with a Waddle Dee interviewing Wispy Woods, who just so happened to be wearing his ball and chain from the concept art. The Red Squeaker. The Squeakers are the lowest ranking member of the Squeaks and come in 4 different colors, being yellow, blue, green, and red. If you don't remember the Red Squeaker playing Kirby Squeak Squad, well, don't worry about it. Most people probably don't either. The Red Squeaker is an enemy that can only be loaded in by hacking the game, and it has the behavior of the green and yellow Squeakers, being able to throw normal-sized bombs and double jump. The Red Squeaker does make a few small appearances outside of this, being in the cutscene that plays after King DDD is defeated with the rest of the Squeaks, and being an opponent in the Smash Ride subgame. Kawasaki in Nightmare in Dreamland. We've already touched on the Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland US commercial on this iceberg before, but we haven't really gotten into the smaller details hidden within it. The commercial has the Kirby Right Back At Ya art style, and at one point during the commercial, various enemies can be seen in the background. These enemies include Kracko, Chili, Scarfy, Wispy Woods, Fire Lion, Waddle Dee, Bugsy, and strangely, Chef Kawasaki. Chef Kawasaki made his debut in Kirby Superstar, which was years after Kirby's Adventure was released, and given that Nightmare in Dreamland is a remake of Kirby's Adventure, Chef Kawasaki is nowhere to be found in the game. Triple Deluxe Miiverse, this game sucks. If you were to go on the Archiverse Miiverse Archive website and go onto the Kirby Triple Deluxe North American community, you will be greeted by a rather strange first post for the game. This was posted by the user Alex on Thursday, May 1st, 2014 at 6 p.m., and it simply reads, "This game sucks." This could be one of two things. If the date is correct on here, then this was a day before the game actually launched in North America, meaning that Alex over here was judging the game before it even released, or this could just be your standard, haha, he's Kirby, he sucks joke. Although we'll probably never get confirmation on this because it's just sort of one random guy on Miiverse who said it. Kirby's Quick Draw. Kirby's Quick Draw was a game released in 2015 in order to promote Kirby and the Rainbow Curse that was uploaded on the game's website, and like the website, was eventually taken down in 2019. Not to be confused with the Quick Draw subgame from Kirby's Adventure and Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, the game is a connect the dots style game where the player must connect the dots in order to make a character from the game. The game has 11 levels in total if we count the tutorial, and all the different characters the player will draw include Grindar, Kirby, Kirby Rocket, Bulb, Grab Hand, Wispy Woods, Bandana Waddle Dee, Dangle Sloth, Death Skull, Sportle, and the Claykin. When the stage is clear, it will give you a description of the character that you just drew, and when the game is clear, it will show you your time along with an option to restart and share your score on Facebook. Kirby's Adventure Drama CD. Back in 1993, a Kirby's Adventure Drama CD was released, along with a little manga drawn by Sakuma Yoshiko. In the CD, Kirby is voiced by Taiko Kawata, and it basically just follows his everyday life in Dreamland. Getting a hold of one of these CDs nowadays is very difficult, and they usually fetch for around $200. But we do have the audio, so I'll just play a bit of that here.
しいお話、みんなにも教えてあげるね。
0%, 0%, 0%. 0% and 0%, 0% is a glitch that occurs in Japanese versions of Kirby Superstar that can be performed two ways, one of which being completely random due to the fragility of graphics chips, meaning that all your save data can be corrupted at any point. The next way to do the glitch is manually, and you'll have to go to Milky Way Wishes, press and hold L and R while Kirby has the sleep ability, then exit the stage, head to the Galactic Nova, let the cutscene play out, and then the game just crashes as you enter the heart of Nova. The glitch was so damaging and infamous that it was referenced in the anime series Pop Team Epic. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse Play Nintendo Comics. Back in 2015, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse comics were released on the Play Nintendo website in order to promote the game. In total, 9 different comics were made, being called Mystery Art, The Waddle Dee 3, Star Dash, Saved by the Rainbow, An Evening Out, So Pretty, Glacia's Change, The Message, and In the Name of Fashion. The comics have 4 panels with some sort of joke at the end of the comic and use the Kirby and the Rainbow Curse characters to tell their stories. If you're too lazy to simply search for them, they can be found in the Kirby Art and Style collection, although with different names and slight dialogue changes. Kirby is Galactonite. Here we have a fan theory that suggests that Galactonite is either Kirby from another dimension or Kirby in the future. Here's a few pieces of evidence used to support the theory. Both are pink balls. Both have sword expertise. Both are always up for a challenge. Both are not evil. And going off of Meta Knight, Galactonite's face should look similar to Kirby. It's also said that Galactonite could possibly be traveling through time to prevent Kirby's bad future from happening, or that he's Kirby from another dimension, as we haven't seen any sort of parallel Kirby, and Galactonite has emerged from some dimensional rifts in games like Kirby Planet Robobot. Personally, I don't believe this theory. They're probably not related in any way, although maybe it could happen if someone decides to do it on the team, but for now I'm gonna give this one a solid no. Hyperzone censorship. In the Boss Butch mode of Kirby's Dream Land 3, Zero is fought in a rather different looking hyperzone, being yellow in the color of its background with red and blue blobs moving in the foreground and background. However, the blobs in the foreground and background were changed in the re-release on the Wii U Virtual Console and for the SNES Online service. Here, the blobs were made orange and green, and honestly, I feel like the colors blend a bit too well together here, although I do see where they're coming from. It was probably done in order to avoid some seizures. Mass Attack Palette Swap. One of the scrapped features in Kirby Mass Attack was a palette swap similar to the palette swaps in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror and Kirby Squeak Squad. Here, the top screen would show a picture of Kirby on an easel using whatever colors you please on him, while the bottom screen would display a little canvas where you can choose which colors you'd like to pick for both Kirby's skin and his feet. Nightmare in Dreamland Howl Room. You probably know the Howl Room hidden in Kirby's Adventure, more specifically Vegetable Valley Stage 2, and given that it's so iconic, you thought that it would be able to translate perfectly into Nightmare in Dreamland, right? Well, if you attempted to get this secret room, you know that it is actually impossible to access by any normal means in Nightmare in Dreamland. The reason why the Howl Room doesn't appear in Nightmare in Dreamland could probably be because of some programming differences, given that this was a game for the Game Boy Advance, not the NES, and how the Howl Room was only accomplished in Kirby's Adventure by pushing the NES to its limits, creating an unorthodox way to access the room. Milky Way Wishes planet name changes. Kirby Superstar's Milky Way Wishes subgame has Kirby go on a quest in order to meet the Galactic Nova and grant his wish to stop the Sun and Moon from fighting, going through many different planets along the way. However, if you stop to take a look at the names of the planets and the names in its remake, Kirby Superstar Ultra, you'll notice that some names have been changed. The 3 big name changes are Aquarius being changed to Aqualus, Cavios being changed to Cavius, and Mechai being changed to Mechai. One more subtle quote-unquote name change is the one on the Tack planet, or in Kirby Superstar Ultra, question mark, where it was originally just one question mark in the original game. That is all for Layer 7, so I suppose we'll keep on plummeting into deeper and darker waters until we eventually reach the abyss. So, this video has already gone on for long enough, so I suppose let's waste no time going down further. Wham Bam Rock's redesign. For those who have played Kirby Superstar and its remake, Kirby Superstar Ultra, they may have noticed that Wham Bam Rock took on a bit of a more rock-like appearance in the Great Cave Offensive subgame. While the exact reason for the change is currently unknown, it can be speculated that Wham Bam Rock's original design bared a bit of resemblance to blackface. Blackface, if you don't already know, is a racist caricature of an African American featuring very dark skin and big lips. The reason why Wham Bam Rock might have been changed was in order to avoid a controversy similar to another controversy that happened with the Pokemon series, being the whole Jinx fiasco. Wiz Khalifa one way. One Way is a song from the famous American rapper Wiz Khalifa's 2009 mixtape, Burn After Rolling. This track prominently features a sample of Grape Garden from Kirby's Adventure being played in the background, all while Wiz Khalifa raps over it. Hearing this song was really strange because I didn't know what to expect. I heard of the song being mentioned to have something to do with Kirby, so obviously I checked it out, and the moment it started playing, I just recognized that's Grape Garden from Kirby's Adventure, and it was just such a strange experience. I'll just play a bit more of the song here. Hoshinokabi music in Air Ride. If you've ever wondered more about the amazing OST of Kirby Air Ride, like where the songs came from, the truth is that they actually came from the original Hoshinokabi anime series. And if you're an American, you're probably less likely to know this because 4Kids for Kirby Right Back At Ya, the show's dub, decided to change all the music for some, let's say, not as good music. A handful of shared songs include Air Glider being Exceeding Space-Time, Dense Fog Today being Demon Beast Delivery, which you heard throughout the last layer, and of course Checker Knights being Strong Star Warrior. And I suppose I'll play you a little clip of Checker Knights being played in the anime. You know how Checker Knights sounds, right? Bottle D Cake Thief. In the opening cutscene of Kirby Squeak Squad, Kirby's simply just chilling, ready to enjoy a piece of strawberry shortcake, before a mysterious shadow very quickly swoops in and takes the shortcake away. Now, Kirby believes this to be the Squeaks, and many other players would probably believe it to be the Squeaks too, although at the end of the game it is revealed that the Squeaks in fact did not take Kirby's cake. Well, the question is, who did? By paying either really good attention or simply slowing the cutscene down, you can see that the shadow that takes Kirby's cake is in fact a Waddle Dee. You can see by the little face on the shadow. Why the Waddle Dee took the cake is unknown, but it probably wasn't for King DDD because he had absolutely no idea about Kirby's cake and why he came over to his castle and kicked his ass. Ripple Star is sentient. Ripple Star is a planet in Kirby 64 and is the home of Ribbon and all the other fairies. The planet is in the shape of a heart with two bows on a ring that surrounds the planet. Ripple Star also happens to have what appears to be a smiling face on the planet, which logically makes no sense considering that planets are, not living. Additionally, Ripple Star's face also seems to be immune to the dark matter's possession, because when the planet's possessed, Ripple Star's face just kind of stays the same as it does normally. Ripple Star hasn't shown any other sort of emotion besides a simple face, so Ripple Star seems more likely to not actually be sentient, and maybe the smiley face is just a marking. Dreamland 2 unused music in Triple Deluxe. Starting in Stage 2 of Fine Fields, the song Cave in the Sky can be heard throughout Kirby Triple Deluxe, primarily appearing in cave stages. While most may just view this as an original composition for the game, it turns out that there's actually a bit more to it, because this song was actually based on an unused track from Kirby's Dreamland 2. The song can only be played by selecting FGM 94 in the sound test of Kirby's Dreamland 2, and is nowhere else in the game. Here's a little snippet from each of these songs in case you need a quick comparison.
Kirby Skylander. Do you remember Skylanders? More importantly, do you remember when the game Skylanders Superchargers was released, more specifically on Nintendo consoles, where some exclusive Nintendo-themed Skylanders could be used in the game? These Skylanders in question were Hammer Slam Bowser and Turbocharged Donkey Kong, both of which also functioned sort of like amiibo. It turns out that there were 3 other characters in the running to get their own Skylander during this odd deal. These characters include Princess Peach, who was dismissed for being a hero of the Mario series, who Nintendo deemed off-limits for the deal, Fox, who was scrapped so Nintendo could work on the upcoming Star Fox game, Star Fox Zero, I know, look how that went, and Kirby, who had the best chance of making it in, but due to some licensing troubles with HAL Laboratory not being able to sign off the amiibo in time, Kirby remains scrapped. Spear of Longinus and Swiss Army Needle. The Spear of Longinus was a spear named after Saint Longinus that was used to stab the side of Jesus during his crucifixion. As far as I know, the Spear of Longinus is one of the many names for this thing, so I'm just going to stick with Spear of Longinus here. And during an early screenshot of Kirby 64, you can actually see that the Swiss Army Needle, or Needle plus Needle ability, actually has the Spear of Longinus on it. The Spear of Longinus also appeared in Neon Genesis Evangelion, and considering I brought it up a few layers back, well, why don't I bring it up again? And if we're gonna take the 0-2 theory as fact, then I guess someone really liked Evangelion on the team. As I mentioned previously, this screenshot was of an early version of the game, and in the final game, the Spear of Longinus was replaced with a cactus. Pink Kawasaki. In the files of Kirby Superstar, a alternate palette swap for Chef Kawasaki can be found, where his usual orange skin is replaced in favor of pink, and his apron and hat take on a more yellow tint. In the end, Chef Kawasaki was left without a palette swap in Kirby Superstar, but the remake Kirby Superstar Ultra did give him a palette swap, although a little different than what was intended in the original. Dreamland 3 box typos. Do you miss those entries that were just about minor typos? Because we're back again with some of those, although this time it's a bit more interesting. On the back of the box of Kirby's Dreamland 3, 2 typos can be spotted by looking at the little blurb they give about the game. I'm not going to read the full thing. If you want to read the full thing, do it. You're not in elementary school, so I'll just point out the little sentences where they have the typos. The first typo reads, Kirby's back for more action in the latest chapter of the Kirby's Dreamland saga. You mean latest chapter? Well, alright, that's just one typo on the back of the box. It can't get any worse from here. Well, not if kind DDD has anything to say about it. Well, I have something to say. Who the hell is kind DDD? I do somewhat question the validity of these errors because I have seen some boxes that don't seem to have it, but who knows, it could simply just be a little misprint on certain boxes. DDD's redemption. You know that in Kirby's Dreamland, King DDD steals food, which prompts Kirby to set out and stop him, and then in the very next game, Kirby's Adventure, he steals the Star Rod, shatters it into many pieces, scatters them across the land, gives them to his minions, and then when Kirby reassembles it and brings it back to the Fountain of Dreams, Nightmare is unleashed. But did you notice that DDD just had a sudden change of heart after Kirby beat him in Dreamland, so in the next game he does the right thing? Maybe Kirby's pummeling at the end of Kirby's Dreamland really got DDD to think about what he was doing. Is he doing the right thing? Should he try doing the right thing? And whenever he does like the wrong thing, like stealing food in Kirby Star Allies per se, he's possessed, so it's not really his fault. DDD is never seen as the main villain in another mainline Kirby game, and while he is the main villain in many spin-offs, he's usually doing things that are kind of petty, like stealing all the stars in the sky. How very threatening. Kumazaki's artwork. Have you ever wondered why the Kirby series features so many Eldritch Abomination final bosses? Well, I think I can tell you a bit about why. Shinya Kumazaki, the current Kirby series director, has quite a bit of artwork that can be found on his social media accounts, and most of it isn't pretty, to say the least. Kumazaki doesn't just limit himself to his own Eldritch Abominations, because sometimes he decides to create his own Kirby Eldritch Abominations. Take this picture of Drossia, for example. Claude M. Moyes. Claude M. Moyes was a German translator for Nintendo games, as well as being the editor-in-chief of the Club Nintendo magazine. The guy definitely had a sense of humor. Just take a look at his Link's Awakening translations, you could probably see why, but arguably his most famous works are the Kirby Club Nintendo comics we discussed earlier on the Iceberg. One of the most interesting things about Moyes is definitely what he said during an interview, where he claimed he did not like Sakurai, and used the comics as a way to get back at him by making Kirby a freak. Whether this is true or not is unknown, because the interview as well as Moyes himself both have rather joking natures, so take it with a grain of salt.
GameSpot Rainbow Curse review. Remember the IGN Triple Deluxe review? I want to go back to the IGN Triple Deluxe review right now. I really do. This review is just awful. Here we have a review by GameSpot's Alexa Ray Correa, and boy is it terrible. Here we have a review by someone who, for lack of a better word, can't really play the game very well. They probably should have got someone else to write the review rather than her, because just take a look at the video and you can probably see that some of the rainbow line placements are in very bad spots, and she frequently calls the game out for being too hard or frustrating, although it's simply due to the fact that she's just not very good at the game. The game got a 5 out of 10 due to its wonderful clay-style graphics, although that's not enough to save this terrible review. I got nothing else to really say about this, so I guess I'll just leave you with this absolutely hilarious clip from this review.
And being a vehicle early on, but doesn't give you much room to master, throwing you into harder situations too.
King DDD drooling while eating. Here we have our first of 2 not safe for work entries, and if you don't like the sound of King DDD drooling while eating, I suggest you look away. I'll be censoring everything out, but if you don't want to see the picture, just don't look. King DDD drooling while eating is a piece of not safe for work Kirby artwork that has King DDD with his wiener out, smothering one of 2 Waddle Dees in the picture with it. However, this isn't your average Kirby Rule 34, because it actually showed up on Sears.com on dishes, plates, bags, all that good stuff. After the whole thing kind of became a bit popular, Sears kind of pulled the patterns off the website, and I managed to find a link to the original post, and the good news is that a system error shows up, so I have no idea who made it, and frankly I don't want to search for it because the link was on Fur Affinity. I'm not searching on there. I hate to call it this, but this is a piece of rare bootleg Kirby merchandise, and Sears will probably never acknowledge it again. DDB. DDB is an alter ego of Kirby and King DDD that appears in the Kirby and the Dangerous Gourmet Mansion novel by Mi Takase. During the novel's first few chapters, Kirby and King DDD both attempt to get an invitation to Miss Parfait's party, although they don't get one, but Meta Knight eventually does show up with an invitation in hand, but can only bring one other person. Meta Knight is torn between who to choose, and eventually Kirby and DDD agree just to wear a gender-bent disguise so they can both come along to the party. DDD serves as the body, completely covered in a dress, while Kirby acts as the head with makeup, lipstick, and a wig. They manage to get in as Meta Knight's partner and eat a lot of the food at the party until Miss Parfait begins acting strange and leaves the party, prompting them to disband the disguise in order to find out what's up. King DDD represents the 7 deadly sins. When looking at King DDD in the games and anime, it can clearly be seen that he has traits that at least vaguely represent all 7 of the deadly sins. Lust can best be seen in the original Japanese version of the anime, where he and Escargoon share some rather interesting moments, and he attempts to hit on Princess Rona in episode 21 of Princess in Distress. Gluttony can best be seen in Kirby's Dreamland, where he takes all the food in Dreamland for himself, although DDD just naturally has a massive appetite, so I guess that also counts. I think greed is pretty self-explanatory. He took all the food in Kirby's Dreamland, and sometimes he's even just straight up called a greedy king in certain games. Sloth can be seen by DDD's lazy nature, and how he usually relies on his Waddle Dees or Escargoon in the anime to do most of his work for him. Wrath is another part of DDD and Escargoon's relationship, where DDD usually hits Escargoon on the head whenever he messes up, really demonstrating his wrath, and he also seems to have a grudge against Kirby, especially in the anime. DDD is also envious of Kirby because he receives a lot more attention and love than he gets, and DDD even went as far as to teach himself how to fly, just like Kirby. And finally, pride can be seen by DDD self-proclaiming himself as the ruler of Dreamland, as well as him slapping his logo onto just about anything. Magolor is a Madu. Madus are enemies in Kirby's Dreamland 3 that wear pink robes, have black skin, and 2 yellow eyes. They float at the top of the screen and will occasionally shoot down black balls of energy towards Kirby. Fast forward to Kirby's return to Dreamland and we get Magolor, a character who also wears a hood, has dark skin, 2 yellow eyes, has a name very similar to Madu, and has an attack where he shoots magic spheres, not unlike the black energy that comes out of Madus. The theory seems very plausible as we don't actually know what Magolor's species is, although you gotta wonder where the ears come from. Mass Attack Crane Fever.
Kirby Mass Attack has 2 unused sub-game backgrounds that would have been used for potential sub-games based on Kirby's adventure. The first one is Egg Catcher, which depicts a stadium on the top screen where DDD would throw eggs at Kirby, and on the bottom screen are 30 empty slots to keep track of how many eggs Kirby's eaten. Brain Fever, on the other hand, is a bit more interesting, because here we have the top screen displaying the usual crane game found in Kirby's adventure, while the bottom screen depicts 14 empty slots for a collection. My best guess for the collection is that you would be able to grab specific plushes, and depending on which ones you got, they would be added to the collection if they were new. I guess they'd be sort of like a 100% completion requirement or something, I'm not really sure. Void Termina's symbols. During the fight with Void Termina and Kirby Star Allies, there are symbols all across Void Termina's body. It's pretty apparent they're there, but it's really difficult to make them out due to their small size. Looking at the game's textures allows us to get a much better look at them though, and there's actually quite a few Easter eggs hidden within these symbols. Some ones that I noticed are the Star Rod, King Dedede's gloves, a Dark Nebula, a Waddle Dee's face, the markings on Meta Knight's mask, mirrors, a butterfly, and even QB from the Box Boy series, although there are probably plenty others that I missed. Squeak Squad Dark Matter artwork. One of the 5 graphic pieces from Kirby Squeak Squad depicts 5 Kirby villains using previous artwork from other games, with one exception. For some reason, they decided to give just Dark Matter original artwork in this game, and I'm not exactly sure why. If they wanted to use some Squeak Squad artwork, they could have either put Dark Nebula or changed DDD's artwork used here, but no, they decided to give Dark Matter some new artwork. Don't get me wrong, the artwork looks super nice, but it's just such a small, strange detail that I have no idea why they bothered to actually include, but props to them for actually doing that. Kirby 64 Animal Friends. Some early artwork for Kirby 64 has Kirby, Waddle Dee, King Dedede, Adeline, Ribbon, Rick, Kine, Koo, Nago, Choo Choo, and Pitch, all in a grid-like structure. If you didn't catch what was so odd about that, it's that the Animal Friends were actually included in this artwork despite not physically appearing in the actual game, meaning that at some point they were probably going to be in the game. Unfortunately, we didn't actually get the Animal Friends in Kirby 64 for real, but the Stone plus Cutter ability does give us stone versions of the Animal Friends we can play as, each with their own special abilities, such as Koo being able to fly or Nago being able to triple jump. Brawl's trophy models. Super Smash Bros. Brawl features a lot of trophies, and there are quite a few Kirby trophies in the game. However, there's a little something strange about these trophies. Just take a look at this trophy of the Golem, for example. Notice anything strange? Now take a look at this screenshot from the cancelled Kirby GCN. Doesn't it look awfully similar to Brawl's trophy model? Not all the Kirby trophies in Brawl reuse assets from Kirby GCN, but there are a handful like Golem that in fact do. Well, at least they managed to put the assets to use in a game that wasn't cancelled. Kirby Clouds Event. In order to promote Kirby Superstar Ultra's release back in 2008, Nintendo employees armed with bubble blowers sent out thousands of pink Kirby clouds into the air. This definitely caught the attention of many people who simply looked up at the sky and might as well be the most ridiculous marketing stunt in Kirby history. Perfect Kirby foreign game. Perfect Kirby is a series of animations that combines Kirby and Perfect Dark, made by John and Richie or Pekachow on Newgrounds. Through 2002 to 2005, the series lasted 3 episodes and came out with many shorts. The basic plot of the series has Kirby be hired by a group known as the Institute, and he goes on some crazy missions from kidnapping aliens in Area 52 to smuggling Xboxes to England, and saving the president in Alaska. At the end of Perfect Kirby 3, it was confirmed that John and Richie were going to make a 4th Perfect Kirby, but fans of the series were left disappointed when nothing really came of it. Near the end of 2005, John and Richie mentioned that the project was 40% finished, and almost 2 years later, they said that the project was being worked on in Richie's spare time. John and Richie are still active on their website and their Twitter, but on Newgrounds they're not really as active, and we may never get an actual Perfect Kirby 4. They probably just lost interest in the project. I also heard that there was a Perfect Kirby game that they were going to make, although I'm not exactly sure about that. I could barely find any real information on it, but I figured it would be worth a mention. Squeak Squad Kiosk Demo. During Game Conference 2006 and E3 2006, a Kirby Squeak Squad kiosk demo was used in order to give consumers a taste of the game.
Of course, there were going to be a few differences between this demo and the actual final game, so I suppose we'll touch on them here. I'm pretty sure this goes without saying, but this is an early build of the game to no one's surprise, because, well, it's a demo. Of course the game wouldn't have been finished at this point. One minor difference is in the third room of the first level of the game, where a Sir Kibble and Brontobert can be found that are absent in the final game. The game also has 3 different ways of ending. The first one being by losing all your lives, the second one being by having the 8-minute and 30-second time limit tick down to 0, and the third and final one being by bypassing that time limit in order to get to Miss Molly in Nature Notch. Miss Molly is like the demo's final boss, although it's unreachable by any normal means. You have to freeze the time address in the code in order to get there. Anytime your game ends, you will be given a special thank you screen to thank the player for trying out the demo. And this screen will always show up after you defeat Miss Molly, making it impossible for you to get past Nature Notch. Kirby Promo E-Reader Card. A Kirby e-reader card was exclusively distributed at E3 2002 and was designed to promote a certain prize as well as Kirby Right Back At Ya. The card has Kirby front and center with a bunch of other characters surrounding him, and also encourages the user to watch Kirby Right Back At Ya on the Fox Box. Very shameless, I know. The thing that's so special about this card though is its absurd rarity. There were 3 different variants of the card, the most common being the no prize card, then the second prize card, and then of course the first prize card. The latter 2 only had 110 cards made respectively, and all winning cards that were scanned were destroyed in order to prevent being used again. Normally you'd just see a no prize card show up for sale if one of these would show up for sale, but recently there was actually an auction held for a first prize card. This card sold at an eBay auction for over $10,000, and thankfully a video of the card being scanned actually resurfaced, so we now finally know what the first prize screen looks like. I'll leave you with that. Kirby GCN plot. Believe it or not, a tiny piece of the Kirby GCN plot was actually revealed at some point, and that is that the basic premise of the game was that King Dedede stole Kirby's Warp Star, and Kirby attempts to get it back. We're not exactly sure where certain story beats, such as a final boss we'll get to later down the iceberg, play a role, but I suppose that's good enough for now, although hopefully some more can be revealed in the future. The Underworld. The Underworld is a location in the Kirby series that has only been mentioned by name in 2 specific games, being Kirby Squeak Squad, where Dark Nebula, the game's final boss, is actually revealed as the ruler of the Underworld in the game's final cutscene, and in Kirby Star Allies, where Morpho Knight's original Japanese pause screen states that he is the Knight of the Underworld. We don't know anything else about the Underworld, and that's exactly why it's so mysterious. Maybe it's just some sort of dark realm, or maybe it's the Kirby version of hell. I think the funniest thing about that sentence is how that doesn't even seem far-fetched at this point. Tilt and Tumble 2/Rolo-Rama. At Space World 2001, a Kirby Tilt and Tumble sequel called Kirby Tilt and Tumble 2, surprise surprise, was revealed. The game would use the Game Boy Advance as its controller, similar to what the original did with the Game Boy Color, and it would be hooked up to the GameCube, complete with motion sensors in the cartridge. Similar to what the Nintendo DS would go on to do a few years later, Kirby Tilt and Tumble 2 would have Kirby go between the top screen, which was the GameCube, and the bottom screen, which was the Game Boy Advance. However, in 2002, the game underwent a little bit of a change, as it lost its Kirby theming and became a game called Rolo-Rama, not to be confused with the sub-game from the original Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Unfortunately, the game was shortly cancelled after that, and next to Kirby GCN and the 3D Kirby game, this one really sucks the most to have it cancelled. This could have been so much fun. The original Kirby Tilt and Tumble was already plenty of fun, but this one seemed to have expanded on its mechanics in a unique and interesting way that could have easily made it one of the greatest Kirby spin-offs. Amazing Mirror Prototype. Several Japanese Nintendo Gekkan Tento discs allowed you to play a little demo of Kirby in the Amazing Mirror, and according to this demo, the build date was December 29th, 2003. As to be expected from a prototype version of a game, there are many differences from the final product. These changes go from relatively minor, such as Kirby being able to inhale infinitely, backgrounds being changed, and pause screens being changed, to actually having entire areas be completely redesigned.
And just like the Squeak Squad demo we touched upon earlier, there's a special screen that triggers whenever you beat King Golem or get a game over. The game also hides a little bit of a secret if you were to play it on a ROM and go offset. By doing that, you'll be able to find an enemy, and the health bar name of said enemy translates to Takon. Takon is a wind-up toy-like enemy that would throw music notes, and might have given the magic ability or no ability at all, and there are absolutely no leftovers of this enemy in the final game. Takon might as well be the most obscure Kirby character ever, because attempting to look up Takon's name will simply lead you to just the cutting room floor, which is where I got all this information from, and nowhere else. Shopkeeper Magolor's secret line. Talking to Shopkeeper Magolor 6 times in a row in Team Kirby Clash or Super Kirby Clash will actually net you a special line of dialogue from him. The dialogue reads, "Hey Kirby, I'm glad you like coming to the shop so much, but why don't you stop wasting your time and get back to your quests?" "What, me? I'm not particularly interested in the Dream Kingdom. I just hope you like my merchandise." This line of dialogue is a reference to another line of dialogue that's found in Kirby's Return to Dreamland by constantly talking to Magolor. Shopkeeper Magolor also has another secret line after you 100% complete the game, and it goes a little something like this. "Bravo, Kirby. You truly earned your reputation as a hero. Your help powering up all that gear was invaluable. Anyway, the time has come for every last shop. No, the time has come for the Dream Kingdom to bow down to me." Gotcha, hee hee. Were you shocked? The fact that you powered up all that gear to DX grade. You really and truly are something else. I hope you keep on stopping by. Thanks for everything, Kirby. This line is also a reference to a line from Kirby's Return to Dreamland, more specifically what Magolor says during the scene where he betrays Kirby and friends after Landia is defeated. Kirby board game and Wendy's promotion. In November 2003, the fast food restaurant Wendy's had a Kirby Right Back At Ya promotion where they released 4 toys based on the Kirby series. These toys consisted of Kirby on the Warp Star as a keychain with some wheels on the bottom, Cook Kirby that functioned like a magic 8-ball, Ice Kirby that would ram into little plastic targets of Chili, Escargoon, and King Dedede, each being worth a certain number of points, and the Kirby board game. The Kirby board game had a double-sided board that was split into 4 pieces, 4 player tokens, and a variety of cards that depicted Kirby and King Dedede. Each player chooses one of the different colored Kirby tokens, and from there it just plays out like your standard board game. There are some spots that have certain characters from the anime represented on them, telling the player to do basic things like go forward or go backward, along with some characters from the anime just being dotted all around the background of the board. There was also a cool little reference to Kirby Air Ride's grass top ride course on one of the boards, and that board was basically just a copy of the grass course and even included a few elements from the course in the background, such as the bomb tree. Battle Royale Miiverse community. Back in 2012 and 2013 respectively, the Wii U and 3DS got Miiverse, Nintendo's attempt at a social network. Miiverse shut down on November 8th, 2017, but there were some games that were released around that time and actually had a community for a short while. One of these communities was the European Kirby Battle Royale community, and because the game was launched on November 3rd, 2017, 5 days before Miiverse's closing, the community was very short-lived. Kirby Battle Royale was released earlier in Europe than it was in Japan and the US, making this community exclusive to Europe, while Japan and the US never even got a community. Kirby Battle Royale is the shortest-lived first-party community on Miiverse, and the only 3DS game that actually manages to beat it is a game called Hiding Out, which was released 2 days before Miiverse closed. Kirby's Funeral. Episode 93 of Kirby Right Back At Ya, called Depreciation Day, takes a rather morbid turn towards the end of the episode. The basic plot is that King Dedede gets jealous of Mayor Len Blustergas for getting appreciation days, and he starts holding diss days for certain people in Cappy Town. Dedede eventually gets around to Kirby and gives him fake watermelon bombs, causing a huge explosion. Dedede and Escargoon go back to Castle Dedede in order to get a toy for Kirby, but they receive a morbid note from Tiff that describes that Kirby's dead and they're holding a funeral. The funeral, of course, wasn't real, it was just a way to mess with Dedede, but Dedede is distraught by this, believing Kirby's actually dead, and is grateful when he finds out he is actually alive. Dedede actually ordered the monster Chucky from Nightmare Enterprises, and the episode practically plays out like you'd expect, but still, the fact that there's a funeral for Kirby in this episode is pretty dark. It's even worse out of context, there's no obvious foreshadowing that the whole thing is a prank, so someone could easily just believe that Kirby actually died here. And just in case you want to watch this episode and find out for yourself, be warned, this episode sucks hard. I'll get around to discussing that at a later date.
Kirby no Kapitoru. Kirby no Kapitoru is a Japanese exclusive card game that features 112 different cards and various methods of play. The three methods of play are the copy ability battle, where players defeat enemies and gain abilities based on enemies they defeated, and the first to get to 7 points or enemies defeated wins, the simple battle, which is a more simplified version of the copy ability battle, and the single battle, where one player takes a single Kirby card and sees how many waves of enemies they can defeat. I haven't played the game myself, but it sounds like a lot of fun, and while even if you're in the US, the game doesn't seem very difficult to get or understand, it would be really nice if a translation was released for those overseas. Unused Cappy Attack and Planet Robobot. One of the very few pieces of cut content in Kirby Planet Robobot is a Cappy Attack, where a Cappy in the background will throw its hat at Kirby in the foreground. I'm not exactly sure why it was cut, but it would have been pretty cool to see. I always love when the background and foreground connected in the 3DS Kirby games. Nago in the anime. Nago was planned to actually make an appearance in Kirby Right Back At Ya if we're going off this little piece of concept art. Why Nago didn't make the cut is unknown, but if Nago did successfully get in, Rick, Kine, Ku, and Nago would be the only animal friends to appear in the anime. On the bright side, the 86th episode of the series, A Chow Challenge, might have had a character that actually references Nago, being Chef Nagoya. The characters have very similar designs and even very similar names. I mean, come on. Chef Nagoya. There's no way that this was a coincidence. Squeak Squad birthday screen. By using the birthday that you set on your Nintendo DS console, Kirby Squeak Squad will have a special screen pop up when that day arrives. Immediately upon booting up the game, a special Happy Birthday screen will show up, featuring Kirby and the Squeaks all surrounding a giant cake. To this day, Kirby Squeak Squad is the only Kirby game to have a feature like this. Old Tower Hieroglyphs. When looking at backgrounds and tiles in the Great Cave Offensive's Old Tower area, you'll notice some strange looking hieroglyphs. By far the most easy one to notice are these Kirby and DDD hieroglyphs found on the walls. I mean, come on, I even noticed this one as a kid. Some other hieroglyphs that are a bit harder to notice are this one that resembles Dark Matter Blade, and this one that resembles Zero 2. The first one could have been a reference to Kirby's Dream Land 2 because Dream Land 2 was before Superstar, although the second one with Zero 2 seems a bit stranger. It really does bear an uncanny resemblance to Zero 2, so possibly this was some foreshadowing for Kirby 64. Kirby 64 Prima Guide errors. Prima's official Kirby 64 strategy guide is notorious for being littered with many errors. The first error can be seen on the cover itself. It tells you that there's 100 crystal shards when in reality there's only 74. I'm not going to go over every error because I strongly recommend you check out this guide yourself for a few laughs. Scans of it can easily be found by searching it up, but my personal favorite is the infamous Zero 2, a benevolent creature. Zero 2 rarely presents any trouble in the cloud levels of Shiver Star. Seems like someone on the team was unable to distinguish the difference between Zero 2 and Mopu. Stunt Race FX Kirby cameos. Stunt Race FX was a 3D racing game on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System that was developed by Nintendo EAD and Argonaut Software and released in 1994. During a race, you could see some billboards that depict some Nintendo characters, being Mario, Fox, and Kirby. For some strange reason here, while Fox and Mario are in full color, Kirby is just like on a yellow background and made of a brown outline, so I'm not sure what's up with that. Kirby GCN New Enemies. While looking at the trailer and concept art for Kirby GCN, you can see a handful of new enemies that were never featured in the Kirby series since. These enemies include a water droplet enemy that bears resemblance to Pluid, an enemy from Kirby's Return to Dreamland, a fairy-like tornado enemy, a small clown on a giant ball that would give the bomb ability, and many different types of fish. 4Kids messed up airing order. Kirby Right Back At Ya was localized in many different countries by 4Kids Entertainment, and 4Kids being 4Kids decided to make many changes to episode airing order, which caused a bit of a continuity problem on certain occasions. Some of these changes made a bit of sense, such as airing Happy New Year closer to New Year's Day, and the Scare Tactics 2-parter closer to Halloween, while some episodes were skipped during the first run of the series entirely, such as the thing about the ring for the monster Honker Stomper being deemed too scary for children, and a dental dilemma for its negative portrayal of dentists. But by far the most egregious of these changes was airing Air Ride in Style during the middle of the series, which was around the time Kirby Air Ride was released in the US. If you didn't already know, the 2 Air Ride in Style episodes are a part of the Fright to the Finish movie, which is at the very end of the series. And airing these 2 almost 50 episodes away from the last 3 parts is a terrible decision.
I don't think I have to explain any further what's wrong with that.
Bluefish. Bluefish is a rather obscure Kirby character that is exclusive to the German Kirby Club Nintendo comics. As his name suggests, he is in fact a bluefish and the owner of the Bluefish Bar, and frequently goes on adventures with Kirby in order to solve crimes. If you thought that was some pretty obscure knowledge, you haven't seen anything yet, because these bottom two layers are full of the most obscure Kirby knowledge that even the most hardcore fans may not know. So let's quit stalling and go down to the darkest depths of the ocean. Master Hand Badge. One of the features on the Nintendo Badge Arcade 3DS application is the Miiverse Gallery, which is a place where the game chooses some posts from Miiverse that depict the game's badges being used on someone's home screen menu, and gives the Arcade Bunny a little bit to comment about on the pieces that they chose. One of the many chosen menu screens was made by the creatively named and Arcade Bunny has a certain quote that is associated with the picture being, "I like the use of the Master Hand Badge, very creative." However, there is no Master Hand Badge, because the badge he's referring to here is actually one of Uja from Kirby Squeak Squad, you know, the enemy we talked about earlier? Although, considering that Uja is in its hand form and just the general obscurity of the enemy, you can't fault Arcade Bunny too hard on this error. Perfect in all mini-games. If you manage to complete the boss rush in Kirby 64 without taking a single hit of damage, you'll be rewarded with a strange, perfect screen that has Kirby fused with all of the game's bosses. Kirby's new form here has Wispy Wood's leaves, small versions of Pix hovering around him, a fancy little Magman dress, the laser on top of HRH, the claws of HRE, Miracle Matter's eyes as his cheeks, and the wings of Zero 2. I'm pretty sure that's all the bosses in the game, and we're not unfairly leaving anyone out of this. Salt, pepper, and sugar. Salt, pepper, and sugar are the three onions that are seen traveling with Grill in Kirby's Super Star Stacker. Salt is the happy one, pepper is the angry one, and sugar is the sleepy one. These little guys are more obscure than Grill itself because Grill has actually been referenced in other games, and even when there's more artwork made for Grill, such as some Kirby Twitter artwork, these guys are nowhere to be found. Dark Rimuru, Dark Rimura, and Dark Rimuro. Dark Rimuru, Rimura, and Rimuro are three dark matter that are seen in the opening cutscene of Kirby 64. These three dark matter also go on to appear during the three stages on Planet Popstar, possessing each of Kirby's friends. Dark Rimuru possesses Waddle Dee, Dark Rimura possesses Adeline, and Dark Rimuro possesses King Dedede. Kirby GCN Final Boss. I briefly mentioned the Kirby GCN Final Boss concept art on the last layer, but here's where I'll elaborate a bit more on it. If I had anything else to really elaborate on here, I don't really know how to describe this final boss. You're honestly better off just looking at it for yourself. I have no idea what to say. I guess maybe this could have been a possible inspiration for Magalore, considering the horns on the head kind of look like his ears, and the detached arms, but I got nothing else to say, so funny Kirby picture here. Morpho Knight in Kirby GCN. Here we are talking about a bit more boss concept art for Kirby GCN, and this time I have a bit more to say. Morpho Knight was probably going to be some sort of form for Meta Knight in the game, and wasn't actually called Morpho Knight back then. And when Morpho Knight was eventually bought back for Kirby Star Allies, they barely changed the design, all they really changed was his sword. It's pretty cool to see the team repurpose some old scrap designs like this, and hopefully they could do this some more in the future. Kirby GCN enemies for Forgotten Land, anyone? Meta Knight in Pinball Land. If you didn't already know, Meta Knight made his second appearance in the entire Kirby series in Kirby's Pinball Land, oddly enough. Meta Knight serves practically no other purpose besides being a simple Easter egg that can be found at the top of Krakow Land after defeating King Dedede at least once. The top room of Krakow Land features Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright, and after you defeat Mr. Bright, night falls and you're able to fight Mr. Shine. Mr. Shine covers a portion of the room in stars, and you must destroy all the stars before defeating Mr. Shine in order to have Meta Knight appear. After destroying all the stars, the mic sound effect from Kirby's Dream Land will play, and Meta Knight will appear, serving literally no purpose besides being a simple Easter egg. Meta Knight's appearance here is so obscure because you'll probably have to know what you're doing if you really want to have Meta Knight appear, because I don't know why you just destroy all the stars without knowing, and 2, Kirby's Pinball Land is just naturally as hard as balls. Kirby's Pinball Game. Kirby of the Stars, Kirby's Pinball Game was a pinball machine that was released by Tomy back in 1993 in order to coincide with the release of Kirby's Pinball Land. The machine itself has all sorts of characters and enemies from the game littered all over it, and the machine is also quite loud due to the bumpers constantly vibrating. As you'd expect, the game is your pretty basic pinball game where the player takes one of 3 marbles inside the machine and attempts to keep them on the course for as long as possible while racking up as many points as they can. Fake abilities. Fake copy abilities are like Kirby abilities that are made sheerly for the purpose of promoting something, rather than being featured in something like the games. Some examples of this are the Kyari Pamu Pamu ability found in a Japanese 3DS commercial in 2014, where Kirby takes on the form of the aforementioned pop star after inhaling a little bit of stardust off of her. A Morgana ability that can be seen while Masahiro Sakurai is discussing the recent announcement of Persona 5's Joker being in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and the cheering, swimming, baseball, and tennis abilities that can be seen in this artwork when the Kirby series crossed over with Aeon for their Try Kirby Sports Festival promotion. Gooey, Batamon, Miracle Matter, and Dark Nebula are all failed Kirby clones. Given that Kirby and the Dark Matter have been at odds since Kirby's Dream Land 2, it would make sense that the Dark Matter would attempt to clone their greatest adversary in order to fight back. And this theory suggests just that, and I suppose we'll start by looking at the Dark Matter's first Kirby clones, Batamon and Gooey. It can be assumed that Batamon is a Dark Matter spawn considering that it only appears in Kirby's Dream Land 3, where Popstar is being invaded by the Dark Matter, and given that it looks like Kirby, it would make sense that its purpose was to inhale things in order to get copy abilities, just like Kirby does. Same also applies for Gooey, however this time we know that Gooey is Dark Matter, and because Gooey has the ability to copy enemies' abilities just like Kirby, it can be inferred that Gooey is a clone. Next up, we have Miracle Matter in Kirby 64, and this one's pretty obvious. Miracle Matter has a form that represents each ability in the game, and if Kirby wants to fight back, he either needs to use said ability on Miracle Matter or spit the projectiles that Miracle Matter unleashed during that form. I don't think I need to explain this much further. I mean, come on, he's copying the game's abilities, just like Kirby. The final Kirby clone is in Kirby Squeak Squad with Dark Nebula. Nebula has a fire form, an ice form, and a spark form, and Kirby has those as well with the fire, ice, and spark abilities. Now, as to why these are failed clones, well, for one, we don't see Batamon doing anything. Gooey rebelled against the Dark Matter and became Kirby's friend. Miracle Matter was defeated by Kirby, and Dark Nebula is just all around absolutely pathetic. Sis Knight. Sis Knight is a character that theoretically exists in the Kirby universe, and all the evidence we need comes from the names of Meta Knight and Morpho Knight. It's kind of like a pun, you get it, like Meta, Morpho, Sis, ha 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 ha. The whole thing seems like it wasn't a coincidence, and that they're probably gonna wind up putting Sis Knight in a game at some point. Kirby manga failed translation. Back in 2010, the anime and manga distributor Viz Media was going to translate the most popular Kirby manga, Kirby the Stars, the story of Dedede that lives in Poo Poo Poo. Translation was scrapped in 2011, but fortunately we did get one a decade later in Kirby Manga Mania, which was also produced by Viz. I actually remember seeing a little advertisement for this Kirby manga back when I was younger reading a Pokemon Adventures Gold and Silver manga, and I thought that it would just eventually show up at my library until I just completely forgot about it. It turns out I actually knew about this translation before I even did any research, and that really surprised me. Quick Draw, Speed Eaters, and Speedy Tea Time Flash version. On the Japanese Kirby Nightmare and Dreamland website, you can play a little Flash version of Quick Draw on the site. The game was played on a pink Game Boy Advance where the player would use their mouse to click on the A button in order to have Kirby attack his opponent. Beyond that, it's practically the same Quick Draw that you can play in Nightmare and Dreamland. However, Quick Draw wasn't the only game to receive this Flash treatment because Speed Eaters from Kirby and the Amazing Mirror received it later, also being playable on the game's Japanese website. The game is played on a pink Game Boy Advance SP, and the controls are basically the same as the previous Flash version. All you have to do is click the A button to get Kirby to eat. This time, the game being played here is actually from an earlier build, and you'll notice a few graphical changes here and there. And finally, Kirby Squeak Squad's Speedy Tea Time sub-game also received the Flash treatment, although I can't find any pictures. However, I'm pretty confident that the game simply plays like the other ones where you click the A button on a pink DS in order to get Kirby to eat. Picross NP Volume 3. Picross NP Volume 3 was a game in the Picross NP series, and all these games were exclusive to the Nintendo Power cartridge service for the Super Famicom SF memory cassette. These games consisted of your pretty standard Picross puzzles, but each game in the series features 12 puzzles that are a part of a character mode, which has puzzles based on a certain game or series. Volume 3 has puzzles based on Kirby Superstar, and the characters represented here from Puzzle A to Puzzle L are Rocky, Walkie, Gordo, Waddle-Doo, Sir Kibble, Kirby, Poppy Bros Jr., Chili, Ju-Kid, King Dedede, Mr. Frosty, and Meta Knight. Shinichi Shimomura. Shinichi Shimomura was a Japanese video game designer and developer, and was a very important player back in the early days of the Kirby series. Shimomura was a designer, map designer, and mapper for Kirby's Adventure, Kirby's Pinball Land, Kirby's Dream Course, and Kirby Superstar, and the director for Kirby's Dream Land 2, Kirby's Dream Land 3, Kirby 64, and Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Little did Shimomura know that Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland would be one of his final projects before he apparently vanished off the face of the earth. No one really knows if Shinichi Shimomura is dead, alive, or really anywhere because he just vanished and absolutely no one has any clue where he went. And if it wasn't for a Japanese Kirby's Dream Course guide, we possibly could have never even had a picture of this man's face. I have no clue where this man is or even if he's alive, but if he is, I sincerely hope he's doing well for himself. Landia Soft Lock. Kirby games have a reputation for being fairly polished, and even if you go back to play some of the earlier titles in the series, you probably won't experience too many glitches. And while glitches and errors in Kirby games are nothing too extreme, some players have reported that Super Kirby Clash has a soft lock that will randomly trigger under certain circumstances. In order to trigger the glitch, the player must go to the Party Quest mode and select either Landia, Landia EX, or Parallel Landia, regardless of their difficulty. If the game lags hard enough by the time you defeat your Landia of choice, you and your party will be trapped in the arena with absolutely nothing to do, and the only way to exit is by closing the software. No one really knows why this glitch occurs for sure, but my best guess is because Super Kirby Clash Online is super laggy. Like, seriously, this game lags hard sometimes. Like, there are times where it makes Super Mario Maker 2's online look decent. Roomby. On April 1st of 2019, ThinkGeek, an online video game retail service, put up a little listing for a Kirby robotic vacuum called Roomby. Roomby gets its concept and name from the Roomba line of vacuum cleaners, which would automatically clean the floor and essentially started the whole trend. Roomby would also be able to change forms, such as inhaling when it's cleaning and sleeping when it's in sleep mode. While the listing was obviously fake, I mean, come on, it's put up on April Fool's Day, what were you expecting? It would actually be pretty cool to get a Kirby vacuum cleaner like this, although I probably wouldn't buy it because, well, let's just say I don't have that kind of money. Peach and Bowser in Superstar. Looking at the background sprites of King Dedede's arena in Kirby Superstar will reveal that Peach and Bowser are among the Mario characters in the crowd, although they can't be seen because the screen cuts them off. This changed a little bit in the remake, where absolutely no characters are off of the screen, Peach is now visible, and Bowser was removed for Wario. Unused/scrapped abilities. Kirby has been using his signature copy abilities since 1993, so it's not really surprising that over the years, some have been unused, occasionally outright scrapped. This goes as far back as Kirby's Adventure, the game where Kirby started using his copy abilities, and there exists one unused ability. This ability has a complete sprite sheet, and it has Kirby shrinking himself down, similar to the mini ability in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. And if this ability was just like that one, it's not very surprising as to why this was scrapped. Here we have a few more scrapped abilities, such as one where Kirby duplicates himself and one where he turns into a puddle that can be found on the Kirby's Dream Collection booklet. And according to an interview with Satoru Iwata and Masahiro Sakurai, 40 abilities were planned to be in the game, including a scrapped missile and animal ability that would later get their chance in the spotlight in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror and Kirby Squeak Squad, respectively. Kirby Superstar also had sketches for many planned abilities, such as Flower, Card, Tonosama, Rush, Donate, Satellite, Summon, Mantle, and Grenade, all of which being pretty self-explanatory. There's also an early version of Wing Kirby here, and let's just say that the actual design looks a lot better. Up next, we have an unused ability from Kirby's Squeak Squad, being the block ability, where Kirby would wear a hat similar to the hat Mirror wears, along with holding the triple star. We can assume Kirby used the triple star here in order to create blocks of some sort. And finally, Kirby's Return to Dreamland had 3 unused abilities, all of which we talked about earlier on the iceberg, being Super Cutter, Super Spark or Plasma, and the Clock or Time ability, as well as its super counterpart, King Dedede Rocket. In Kirby's Labyrinth Rescue, the 6th novel in the Kirby of the Stars novel series, Kirby and his friends eventually wind up helping Aline and Glacia after a rift emerges in their friendship. As thanks, Glacia gives Kirby and his friends magic paper and crayons that allow Kirby to transform into his vehicle forms from Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. Throughout the chapters where the gang has the magic paper and crayons, King Dedede constantly wishes that he can turn into a rocket just like Kirby does. However, Dedede is not allowed to use the crayons because they'll eventually run out of power and they want to spend that power on Kirby rather than wasting it on Dedede. However, the magic utensils are left unattended at some point in Chapter 6, so King Dedede decides to have Waddle Dee draw him a rocket form. The resulting King Dedede rocket has spikes, laser guns, a flag that has Dedede's emblem on it, a light that shines in 7 colors, and a propeller. As you would expect, there's way too much on the rocket, and the rocket promptly crashes. So, besides that absurdity of the whole situation, the main takeaway here is that anyone in the Kirby universe can become any of these vehicle forms if they have the right materials.
Wham Bam Gaia. Wham Bam Gaia the Warlock is a character exclusive to the 4th novel in the Kirby of the Stars novel series, Kirby Meets the Squeak Squad. Wham Bam Gaia makes its first physical appearance in the book in Chapter 10, where Kirby, Dedede, and Waddle Dee all fall down to the underground of a temple where they disturb its slumber. Wham Bam Gaia quickly overpowers the trio until Meta Knight and Darroach come out to help, leaving Wham Bam Gaia open to Circus Kirby's attacks. Wham Bam Gaia causes the underground of the temple to crumble, so Kirby and the gang have to head up towards the top of the temple, where they reunite with the bird Active Blade, who Kirby was helping out during the novel. Active Blade then tells Kirby and the gang that there was a time where Wham Bam Gaia was revered a long time ago, until people stopped coming to its temple due to its hot temper. While Wham Bam Gaia is not canon to the actual lore of the Kirby games, the novels are their own self-contained thing after all, it could mean that there's a bit more to the Wham Bam family than just Wham Bam Rock and Wham Bam Jewel. Kirby Dance and Kirby 64. In the sound test of Kirby 64, you have the option to either play music or listen to sound effects, and if you choose the music option 61 or 62, you'll be able to hear a long and short version of the Kirby dance, respectively. This is what Dance 1 sounds like. And here's Dance 2. The exact purpose of what these dances would be used for is unknown, but my best guess is that they'd probably play after you clear a stage or after a boss battle. Dreamland 2 Inaccessible Area. In Stage 6 of Dark Castle in Kirby's Dreamland 2, allowing the screen to scroll far enough during a certain point of the stage will reveal a rectangle-like area with a chain at the top, spikes at the bottom, and a crack tweet that will hatch from its egg only to begin jumping on the spikes. The room is inaccessible by normal means, and I guess it's there for decoration, although it's certainly not the most appealing decoration out there. One theory for the room's existence that I've heard is that this was just a developer oversight, and no one seemed to really notice or care about this room over here. That's unfortunately probably the closest we'll be getting to an answer in the near future, because I don't think anyone on the team would just come out and say, the reason why we put this crack tweet room here is because... Locked Great Cave Offensive. One unused graphic from Kirby Superstar depicts the Great Cave Offensive, this time with its portrait locked on the corkboard menu. Perhaps the team wanted to ease the players in more by having them get used to the copyability and helper mechanics of the game before throwing them into the Great Cave Offensive, but in the final game, it's one of the 6 games to be opened from the beginning. Kirby Air Ride Jigsaw Puzzle. Kirby Air Ride Jigsaw Puzzle is your fairly standard puzzle flash game, making its first known appearance on August 10th, 2003 on the Japanese Kirby Air Ride website. Our main focus here is a 36-piece puzzle that depicts the Japanese box art of Kirby Air Ride, and in order to assemble the puzzle, the player needs to either put pieces of the puzzle into place, or if they don't fit, simply rotate them around. While the game isn't really anything too special, it's a pretty standard puzzle game after all, you gotta give it credit for being one of the earliest Kirby Flash games. Masked Dedede Theme Origin.
We all know and hopefully love the Masked DDD theme from Kirby Superstar Ultra. It has gone on to become one of the most iconic Kirby songs in recent years, and with good reason. What I'm going to assume most people don't know is that this is actually from Kirby Super Star Stacker, the Japanese exclusive puzzle game. I wouldn't say that this is the best rendition of the theme we've had. I will admit it comes pretty close. I gotta love that Dreamland 3-esque sound font. And besides, I love the representation for Super Star Stacker here. I mean, this is one of the more popular Kirby songs in the series, and to have it come from a game that wasn't even released outside of Japan really does bring a smile to my face. I suppose the best way to end this entry off is with a little comparison between the two. Nightmare in Dreamland Fighter Kirby. Take a quick glance at the Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland box art and you'll definitely notice Fighter Kirby there front and center. However, Fighter Kirby is nowhere to be found in the game itself, because the game is a remake of Kirby's Adventure, and Fighter Kirby was introduced in Kirby Superstar. If you take things like minor box art errors seriously, I guess you could just go say that this is like false advertising or something, but really, unless you're like a hardcore Fighter Kirby fan, I'm not seeing that. And if you simply didn't catch this error until recently or something, I don't blame you, I didn't either. I thought nothing of it for the longest time until I had it pointed out. Molly outside of the Mirror World. Molly is the boss of Cabbage Cavern and Kirby in the Amazing Mirror, and granted that the game takes place in Mirror World, practically any original boss in the game is going to be a natural resident of that place. So how exactly Molly got onto the Popopo Islands in Kirby Mass Attack is completely unknown. That's right, in Stage 6 of Green Grounds in Kirby Mass Attack, Molly appears as a mid-boss towards the end of the stage, and why exactly he's there, we have no idea. Maybe Molly was fed up with the Mirror World and decided to leave, head out to the Popopo Islands on vacation, or maybe there's just multiple Mollys out there in the world. We may never know. Archie Comics Kirby sketches. Archie Comics has had quite the history with video game franchise-based comics, and some of these comics have done quite well, such as their Sonic the Hedgehog comics or Mega Man comics. While some of them were never even able to get off the ground, such as their Super Mario comic, or in this case, the Kirby comic. The only evidence that this Kirby comic was even going to happen is because of 3 sketches that were drawn by Tracy Yardley, best known for- wrong picture. Best known for his work on the Sonic the Hedgehog comic series. The first sketch depicts Kirby inhaling Blade, an enemy from Kirby's Dream Land 2 who we talked about a few hours ago. Yeah, this really is the Kirby Iceberg feature-length film, and getting the sword ability from him, although he yields no ability when inhaled in the original game. Up next we have Kirby fighting Meta Knight on his pretty snazzy chandelier. And finally we have sketches of various different characters such as Krakow, Wispy Woods, King Dedede, and the Animal Friends. The earliest photos I could find of these was around 2012, so I'm going to assume the comic would have been released around that time if, you know, it wasn't. I'm not exactly sure how I'd feel if these were actually made into real comics. There's some genuine concerns I have here, but all things considered, the sketches look pretty nice, and seeing a Kirby comic that isn't a manga is actually pretty cool. Bandai Kirby websites. Bandai is a company that has made a lot of merchandise for the Kirby series over the years, be it plushes, figures, or anything in between. And because Bandai has been doing this for so long, it's not really surprising that there are plenty of websites that Bandai has made for this stuff, whether it's old or new. But one thing that Bandai has been good at is keeping their older websites up. I don't know all the websites that Bandai has kept up, but one that I do know and really does interest me is the Kirby's Dream Land 3 plush website, where we can get some high quality pictures of the box and the plushes, and they're pretty easy to find as well. Kirby 64 100% File 3 cheat. Around March 22nd, 2021, a Kirby 64 cheat was discovered in the game after nearly 21 years since the game's launch. This cheat was discovered by Someone2639 and was spread around by Shiro Kirby in the Japanese Kirby community and Grample in the Western Kirby community. In order to start off the glitch, you'll need to have both File 2 and 3 completely empty and 2 controllers in both of the N64 ports. Then you must reset your game, and the moment you see the HAL Laboratory logo pop up on screen, you must reset your game. Then you must input the following: C up, R, C right, C left, and start. After that, you can simply go to the file select screen and you'll see your once 0% file 3 now at a complete 100%. This glitch can be performed in almost every version of Kirby 64 that has been released, with the exception of the Wii Virtual Console and Kirby's Dream Collection releases, because those two don't allow for any sort of button mapping, making using the C stick in this scenario impossible. Mass Attack Stage Select Placeholder. Kirby Mass Attack has a bizarre stage select placeholder image that has Galactic Nova next to some Japanese text that reads, "Image does not exist." The whole placeholder feels really bizarre and out of place considering the fact that we just have a 3D model of Galactic Nova here. Galactic Nova is not in Kirby Mass Attack, and the game is mostly comprised of sprite work, so I'm not sure why this is here and not in, say, Superstar Ultra. Cyan Bandana Waddle Dee and Rainbow Curse. In this E3 2014 Kirby and the Rainbow Curse artwork, you can see Kirby front and center here being all happy, and then behind him you can see the normal Bandana Waddle Dee, the yellow Bandana Waddle Dee, the green Bandana Waddle Dee, and a Cyan Bandana Waddle Dee. The Cyan Bandana Waddle Dee was probably scrapped early because it's only seen in this artwork and nowhere else, but why is there 4 Waddle Dees in this picture? The point of the Waddle Dees was to have 4-player co-op because 3 of them could help Kirby out, but here there's just 4? Was there going to be more than 4-player co-op? Could players just select which color of Waddle Dee they'd like to use and then change it at any time or something? I really have no clue here. However, Cyan Bandana Waddle Dee did go on to make another appearance in Kirby Star Allies, actually being in the final product this time, where his feet are rather purple instead of the normal yellow look he has here, and his bandana is changed from white to an identical cyan. Charbon. Charbon is a mischievous spirit that resides inside of a painting that can be found inside of the Haunted Mansion sent by Nightmare Enterprises in the 46th episode of Kirby Right Back At Ya, Scare Tactics Part 2. Charbon isn't really malevolent, it's more of just a prankster spirit that will pop out of its painting and surprise or scare anyone that comes by it by blowing bubbles at them using its wand. Despite the small amount of screen time, there's quite a bit of backstory to Charbon, because Charbon was actually a drawing sent in for a Kirby Right Back At Ya contest, where the winner would have their drawing chosen to be featured in the show for a minor appearance, and Charbon was actually the winner. Thankfully, we have a high-quality scan of this drawing so we can see Charbon's original design and just how faithfully it was recreated into the show, especially with its drawing-like aesthetic with the painting and all that. But there's also this cloud creature towards the bottom of the picture, and I have no idea what that's for. Shiver Star Experiments. In Stage 4 of Shiver Star, after the King Dedede room in the stage, Kirby will be thrust further into the factory, and into a room where there are many conveyor belts, enemies, and strange giant capsules in the background. These capsules contain all sorts of different creatures inside of them, and their exact purpose is unknown. From left to right, you can see a pink hippopotamus, a white bird that kind of resembles a Phrygius, a black cat, and a human girl dressed entirely in black. We don't know what these are, as I've already said, but the Shiver Star theory has to come in and attempt to make sense of this again. Perhaps these creatures are all encapsulated in some sort of cloning device in order to repopulate the Earth with more of them, or maybe... Oh, okay, actually not reproduce, let's not think about that. I'm sure I'm not the only person who was really confused as to why they were in these capsules as a kid, and unfortunately we may never get an answer to this anytime soon. Return to Dreamland Scrapped Bad Ending. Back on Miiverse, there was a community called Kirby Triple Deluxe Behind the Scenes, and there was an account on there called HAL Laboratory, where certain HAL Laboratory employees would go on there to write about behind-the-scenes work on Kirby Triple Deluxe and other Kirby games. One post here from Satoshi Ishida describes a scrapped bad ending that would have played after the game, presumably if you didn't get all the energy spheres. The bad ending here was going to have the Master Crown crumble to dust and Magolor get away free here, although it was eventually decided that players, regardless of how many energy spheres they got, should be able to see the true conclusion of Magolor's story here. Kirby Right Back At Ya is a show within a show. If Here's one that's gonna make your brain hurt. In the 79th episode of Kirby Right Back At Ya, Going Bonkers, Bonkers comes into town searching for Kirby, and no one really likes him at first, but eventually they realize Bonkers isn't actually some sort of monster and he's not inherently evil, until King Dedede decides to trick Bonkers into hurting Kirby before simply just taking him to Castle Dedede and turning him into a monster. Bonkers grabs Tiff and begins climbing up Castle Dedede, so Kirby follows suit and gets the hammer ability in order to fight back. And right as Hammer Kirby is about to go and hit Bonkers right in the face with his hammer, we get a little flashback of what Bonkers experienced before this whole ordeal. Bonkers was initially a part of a circus act, and he used to sit in a cage outside of his owner's house every night, watching his owner watch Kirby Right Back At Ya. After being inspired by how heroic Kirby was, Bonkers wanted to become a Star Warrior himself, so he searched out Kirby, and this episode is basically a continuation of his journey, where he finally gets to meet Kirby. Imagine how Bonkers must feel seeing himself on the air, jeez. Is Kirby Right Back At Ya like a sitcom? Like, Bonkers just goes out and meets his favorite stars, like, it's crazy. I don't even know what to say about this anymore. Like, this is just too absurd. I don't even know what was going through the writers' heads when they came up with this, because they were probably on something to come up with this. It just makes no logical sense. I guess there's also a bit more evidence in Cartoon Buffoon, where Dedede makes the Dedede Coming At Ya cartoon, and it's basically like a parody of the first episode, so I guess you could say he's trying to rip off Kirby's show, but Invaders from the Dark and Star Allies similarities. Kirby Invaders from the Dark is a fan game created by Firestyle and released for Windows back in 2010, and it has Kirby defeating the titular invaders and restoring the Staff of Cosmos. Anyone who's played the game and Kirby Star Allies could probably tell you that both games have a few similarities, and they're probably all unintentional unless someone on the Star Allies team really liked this game. I haven't played the game myself, but judging by the research that I've done, I can gather that the invaders from the game, being Motilov, Pandora, and Metuo, all share similarities to Flamberge, Francisca, and Highness respectively, and the Supreme Metuo final boss of the game bears quite a bit of resemblance to Void Termina's core. Not to mention that the clean ability makes a return here too, just like it did in Star Allies, and it shares many similar move concepts with its Star Allies counterpart. Kirby Fighters 2 Concept Select Screens. Kirby Fighters 2 had its character select screen undergo a few different designs before we settled on the one we know today, and there were 4 different designs in fact. Both screens to your left are fairly standard fighting game character select screens, and I mean the other ones kind of are too, but the ones to your right actually feature a handful of unused abilities that didn't make it into the final game, assuming that these weren't just placeholder images. The screen on the upper right features a few fire icons on its little selecting grid, while the one to the bottom right features a stat display, unused Kirby colors such as white, and the ESP ability. Like I said, these could just be placeholders considering the amount of repeated icons and reused artwork, but you never know. Kirby 64 Meteor Shower Stage. The HAL Laboratory website had a section where it would upload concept artwork for games like Super Smash Bros., Pokemon Snap, and of course Kirby 64. The artwork includes Plains, which is an early version of Popstar Stage 1, Laboratory, which is sorta like an early version of Shiverstar Stage 4 with the enemies in test tubes, Fossil World with a little skeleton bridge that wouldn't seem out of place in Rockstar Stage 3, Riding a Whale, which is a homage to Kirby's Dream Land and probably would have been in an Aquastar stage, The World of Giant Plants, a concept that would later be revisited in Neostar Stage 1, Cloud and Spider, which is an early version of Shiverstar Stage 2 featuring Kirby climbing up a cloudy spider web, Rockstar, a homage to Tatooine from the Star Wars franchise, and of course, Meteor Shower. This artwork really fascinates me because this doesn't look like it could just take place on any sort of planet. It's in space. Maybe there's like some transitional levels, so like when you go from Popstar to Rockstar, maybe there would be some sort of space level in between, or at least that's my best guess and interpretation of this concept art. We've come a long way. We've just finished the 9th layer, and all that's left is the final layer, the 10th layer, and here we have all the most obscure Kirby knowledge. If you think you're so tough, alright, come down with me, and let's see how much of this you know. So, anyone else, if you're prepared, get ready to take the plunge, because the only way to go back up is to go, I guess, even deeper. That makes no sense. Limited Edition Kirby Game Boy. Back in 1995, Nintendo partnered up with the UK company Jacob's Bakery in order to have a Kirby cross-promotion with the Prince Giant Mallows brand. This promotion had a collection of 1,175 different prizes that people could win, and one of these prizes, or should I say 25 of these prizes, were a rare Kirby Game Boy variant. The Game Boy is a pure, solid pink with a little outline of Kirby on it, and this is up there as one of the rarest Game Boy variants ever made due to its scarcity. Nightmare in Dreamland Kirby Minigame. Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland was a Europe-exclusive reward in 2002 for the Nintendo VIP 24/7 service, a service that would go on to become Club Nintendo in subsequent years. Here you play as Kirby and control him by moving him left to right on the bottom screen, while avoiding Kaboos, Slippies, Javelin Knights, and Fans, and you must collect 10 Maxim Tomatoes to progress to the next stage. The game has 3 different stages, progressively getting more difficult and frantic as you go along. Don't worry though, you have power-ups like a pep brew in order to restore some hit points, and a parasol hat that Kirby can wear to protect himself from an enemy hit. You've probably noticed that this game's graphics are absolutely terrible, and if you didn't, well, I'm the one to point it out to you. And I mean, come on, Kirby moves by flipping his feet back and forth, static images of enemies falling from the sky, and that stupid parasol hat. Look at Kirby, he looks so dumb wearing that parasol hat. But I know this is made in, like, 2002, but, like, even the title screen looks atrocious. What the hell is this? Machine Passage Mysterious Creatures. Pay very close attention to your surroundings during the Machine Passage course in Kirby Air Ride, more specifically during the portion of the course where you're on conveyor belts avoiding Gordos. You'll probably notice these giant black blobs that are encased inside of capsules with a trio of eyes right in the center. Are they like a threat or something? Are they just being used for an experiment? Do they just look like this black blob naturally, or are shadows just obscuring them? Well, we may never get to know. Pupupu Taizen, page 215. Hoshinokabi Pupupu Taizen is an art book that was released exclusively in Japan to celebrate the series' 20th anniversary, and it covers everything from the games, to the anime, to the manga. Around the 200s is when we start getting into pages about the Kirby manga, and some of these pages, such as 215, are very, very weird. I believe that volumes 12 and 13 are being discussed here, and I mean, I haven't read this manga for myself, but they must be pretty next level weird because, well, there's this baby DDD up here for one, what the hell is up with him? And then you go down and there's some sort of human-like DDD with some nice abs, I guess, and obviously the strangest thing, and what I'm assuming caught many people's eyes, was this Kirby with breasts. I really need to check out the story of DDD that lives in Pupupu sometime soon, because I just need to know the context of that picture, like, right away. Secret 84 Bar. 84 is the name of a bar that is frequented by artists, musicians, and Nintendo employees, and it is full of all sorts of Nintendo memorabilia, including Mario, Pokemon, and Kirby. Some pictures from this bar depict a couch that is littered with all sorts of Nintendo plushes, and a Kirby plate with Masahiro Sakurai's signature hanging proudly on the wall. Kirby 3D Pinball. Alright, so here we're going to be changing the Iceberg format a little bit, because this is going to be kind of unscripted blabber about Kirby 3D Pinball, Japanese game made in 2002 by Takara. It's kind of like pinball, except not really like pinball. As you can see here, I got the box. I'm not going to go too in-depth here because I was going to do a review on this game and like some other ones sometime soon. Guess what they have in common, but I figured I'd share some footage of my own Kirby 3D Pinball because I haven't seen anyone share much footage about it. Just a few pictures. Got this for like 20 bucks. And so let's just go over the figures here first. We got Kirby. He's kind of scuffed a little bit from play from me and the other guy. This game is a lot of fun, trust me. It's got a marble in there, and here's DDD. He looks a bit weird, but he's got a marble down there too. He goes up here, and you're like supposed to knock him down. And so like what you do is there's these flippers down here, and you slam on them to make Kirby go up. And you saw what he did, he skipped that. Like, that's a part of the fun of this game. What I like to do is I like to speedrun Kirby 3D Pinball. I like try to find the fastest shortcuts, like that. You saw that? He's supposed to like go from like there. He's not supposed to just go from here to there automatically. So yeah, it's a lot of fun trying to get this in the fewest moves possible. There's also like these stars over here. You gotta like knock over the stars for like something. I don't know what it's for. I don't even know if the game's called Kirby 3D Pinball. I don't understand the Japanese, but that's kind of the game. And there's also some lives up here. Every time Kirby falls off the board, you move it down a little bit until it reaches game over. The game comes in a few different parts, as you can probably tell. You have to apply some stickers. Most of my stickers were already applied when I got the thing. I had to apply a few of them though, and there's this little cardboard thing that goes up there for display. Shit. Alright. So yeah, that's pretty much it for Kirby 3D Pinball. I strongly recommend getting this game if you can actually find one, because this game is actually a lot of fun to just sit down and mess around with. So I'll talk about it in depth a bit later at some point, but as of right now, that's all on Kirby 3D Pinball. See you later.
Fortnite cameo. If you were to pay close attention to the Party Royale trailer on the Fortnite official YouTube channel, you'll notice Kirby dancing for a brief moment. The trailer also came to the Xbox and PlayStation YouTube channels, where Kirby was blurred out, probably because Kirby is a Nintendo franchise, and let's say Nintendo probably wouldn't take too kind to that. Now, this just seems like Kirby appearing in a Fortnite trailer and that nothing else would really come of it. But that's where you'd be wrong, because about a few months later in 2019, we got a Fortnite logo in some Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn wallpaper for My Nintendo. This wallpaper costs 50 platinum points and has Kirby and Prince Fluff standing outside of Patch Castle, and if you look to the top left, you'll be able to see a Fortnite logo. It was speculated that an unfortunate crossover between Kirby and Fortnite was going to happen back in 2019, where both of these instances occurred, although it seems less likely considering nothing else about this has really risen. Queen DDD. In a Kirby Superstar 4 Coma manga, one of the many comics found here, the Kirby Popularity Boost Committee, features Meta Knight and the Meta Knights discussing ways to make the Kirby manga more popular. In the first panel, Meta Knight inquires the Meta Knights to give some ideas of how to make the manga more popular, and in the second, Axe Knight responds that maybe they should add a sultry character. Then we see the character Queen DDD that Axe Knight was thinking up, and Queen DDD looks like King DDD except if he found a drag closet and decided to try everything on. In our fourth and final panel, Meta Knight rejects the idea of Queen DDD, and here's where we learn the character's name from an embarrassed Axe Knight. Queen DDD is not a real character, just something that Axe Knight thought up on the spot, but still, it's pretty weird to actually see what a Queen DDD would theoretically look like. Waddle Dee's costume. We'll be returning to Kirby 4 Coma manga right here so we can discuss another bizarre comic, this time being found in one of the Kirby 64 4 Coma manga. I don't know what volume this is in for sure, but I can confirm that it is not the first volume. I own that one myself, and I skimmed through it before recording and couldn't find this comic anywhere. Well, I suppose enough of that, let's get into the comic itself, and here we can see a little parody of the cutscene that happens towards the end of Stage 1 of Popstar, where Waddle Dee becomes possessed by Dark Rimuru. Waddle Dee notices a crystal shard on the floor and decides to pick it up, so Dark Rimuru decides to sneak behind him ready to possess, until Waddle Dee's hood falls off. Here we see that Waddle Dee was just wearing a costume the entire time, and he's actually bald with, I'm pretty sure, a small ponytail in the back, but that looks like it's censored for some reason, and I don't think I want to know why. Learning the truth about Waddle Dee, Dark Rimuru is terrified and runs off into the distance, while confused Waddle Dee looks back at him. Now, we shouldn't take this comic too seriously. This is from a non-canon comedy manga, for God's sake, but you never know. Maybe it will be revealed one day that Waddle Dee was in fact wearing a costume the entire time. Kirby and Mario Club Nintendo comics.
Kirby was a character that was frequently used in the Club Nintendo comics, even outside of his own Detective Comic series, because there were multiple comics focused on Mario or just other Nintendo characters, and Kirby just so happened to have played either a major or sometimes minor role in them. Kirby makes his first appearance in the comic Mario in Wonderland, which is a parody of The Wizard of Oz for some reason, and Mario inside of Wonderland meets Kirby, who wishes he was more like Mega Man. Kirby joins Mario's crew from here on out, and at the end of the comic, Kirby becomes a toaster, just like Mega Man. The next appearance of Kirby is in the comic Wario's Weihnachtsmarken. Why not Schmarchen? I don't know how to say that. I don't speak German. Anyway, Kirby's just kept inside of a little cage inside of Wario's house in the comic, and Wario sells him to his customer Kid Clown, where Kirby explodes as a surprise bomb, and they go back to get Wario, who's apologizing profusely with cookies. Kirby's next appearance is in the comic Mario and the Night of Terror, where Mario gets help from Kirby and Link, who are both in a skyscraper that Nintendo characters live in order to defeat the demonic creature Abagor. Kirby makes his fourth, final, and most minor appearance yet in the comic Nintendo 64 Crowal Im All, where he can be seen cheering with a bunch of other characters after Mario and Luigi win a race for Nintendo 64. Wendy's Kids Meal Bags. We've already discussed practically everything about the Kirby Wendy's promotion at this point, except for one thing, the Kids Meal Bags. It's your pretty standard kids meal bag. You got like a game where you're supposed to find which character appears in all three shapes, some tongue twisters, and some game where you match characters to their silhouettes. But the thing about this bag that makes it so special is just how few of these exist. In the grand scheme of things, these are just kids meal bags, and they would be drenched in grease due to all the food shoved inside of them. So any average person would probably throw the bag away. Not to mention that the very few pictures of these bags are also very low quality, making it a bit difficult to read at points. Thankfully though, at least 4 of these bags are preserved inside the Kirby Merchandise Museum, where you can see 4 bags, each displaying one individual side in a little section they have for the Kirby Wendy's toys. This gives us a clean look at all 4 sides, although it's a bit difficult to read. Buccaneer Birdie and DDD's Monster Piece Lost Endings. The 70 and 77th episodes of Kirby Right Back At Ya, being Buccaneer Birdie and DDD's Monster Piece, have their English dubbed endings actually lost. Like, let's say you'd go and watch these episodes on Dailymotion, and you'd notice that the episode's English audio just cuts out towards the end, where everything becomes replaced with the original Japanese version. The reason why I'm pretty sure that this happened is because these episodes were recorded on VHS tapes, and that's practically the only recording of these English dubs, so it just cuts out towards the end because they didn't have enough space or something. I'm gonna have to give 4Kids the blame for making these endings become lost media because they probably just should have done better distributing the show physically. 4Kids probably released about 20 of the episodes on DVD and VHS, and while we only have 2 endings that are lost, thankfully, the rest of the episodes are all intact. 4Kids probably should have been a bit more careful. I mean, Kirby Right Back At Ya seems pretty successful here in the West, so I don't see why a few more DVDs or maybe even just a full series release would hurt. APAB. The Kirby Reanimated collab was a project that had over 300 artists and animators work together in order to create a reanimated version of the series' 49th episode, Cartoon Buffoon. Many people really do love the Kirby Reanimated collab because it was just really well made, well animated, just well everything, but Nintendo didn't seem to take too kindly to it. Or so we thought. Nintendo simply went under the name Nintendo for this, not Nintendo of America or Nintendo Co. Ltd., just Nintendo. So it really did feel like something was off. It turns out that this Nintendo imposter was also ruining the Kirby Right Back At Ya archive on YouTube, and it was here where people started to catch on. It turns out that this so-called Nintendo was actually a company called APAB, who was masquerading as Nintendo to take down any Kirby videos that they came across. This whole situation brings up a lot of questions. Is APAB still doing this today? Did they stop due to all the recognition taking down the Kirby Reanimated collab caused them? Why do they hate Kirby so much? What do they have against Kirby, and why are they trying to eradicate all Kirby content off of the YouTube platform? Needless to say, if this Iceberg video goes anywhere, you know who did it. Gallery de Adeline. Back in 2000, the Mexican Club Nintendo magazine had a way where readers could submit their own fan art and give them a chance to be featured in the magazine. In order to keep with the Nintendo theming of the magazine, they decided to give this little section the name Gallery de Adeline, or basically Adeline's Gallery, which was, of course, represented by Adeline being their mascot. However, the section of the Club Nintendo magazine was eventually changed to Galeria CN very shortly, which is basically CN Gallery, or Club Nintendo Gallery if you were to translate it into English, and the section was fundamentally the same, except they took away all references to Adeline being used for the branding. Why Kirby can't inhale underwater? Back in 2000, Nintendo's website dropped 6 Kirby 64 pre-release screenshots, along with their own little captions, including the Swiss Army Needles Spear of Longinus screenshot we talked about earlier. Included among these 6 screenshots was one of Kirby fighting Acro in Aquastar's boss stage, and nothing about the picture seems too special, because the real interesting part about the picture comes from its caption. The caption for the picture reads, "An orca flashes its pearly whites at Kirby. Unfortunately, a glitch in his DNA means that Kirby cannot assimilate the powers of the aquatic predatory mammals." So, if we're gonna take this as fact, that means that the reason Kirby can't inhale underwater in most games is because of a glitch in his DNA. What that glitch is, I'm not sure, but it does prevent him from inhaling underwater, and ironically, this screenshot was made in order to promote Kirby 64. You know, the one Kirby game where he can inhale underwater? How ironic. Iroha. We're returning to Kirby 64's sound test, this time to check out a strange anomaly that can be found in the sound effects option rather than the music option. And by checking out sounds 398, 399, and 400, you can hear 3 different versions of some sort of sped up song. Now this is what they sound like slowed down. It turns out that these sounds are just sped up versions of the first 2 lines of Iroha, a Japanese poem that's sort of like the Japanese equivalent of the ABCs. We're not sure where exactly these sounds would play in the game, but it's theorized that these probably would have played on the TVs found in Shiver Star Stage 3. Kirby and Super Mario Kun. Kirby has made a handful of appearances in the long-running Super Mario Kun manga series, with his first appearance being in Volume 5, where he helps Mario out by inhaling a group of enemies that were chasing him, scaring Mario in the process. Kirby makes his next appearance in Volume 7, where he inhales everything at a small shop and scares away the shopkeeper. Additionally, looking at the items that the shop has, you can see a few references to the Kirby series, such as an energy drink, a Maxim tomato, the Star Rod, and what I'm assuming to be a Warp Star. Either that or it's just a generic star, but let's face it, the Kirby series has plenty of those already. I guess someone on the staff was in a real Kirby mood, because you can even see Wispy Woods make a small cameo. The last picture of Kirby I was able to find in the manga was this one where he's eating revolving sushi off of a Wiggler, although I'm not exactly sure what the context is or what volume this is from. Toy Site Kirby plush. Back at Toy Fair 2000, Toy Site had featured a new line of merchandise, which was the Mario's World line, and it consisted of various plushes and figures based on different franchises. The 4 franchises that were featured as a part of the Mario's World line were, of course, Mario, Star Fox, Banjo-Kazooie, and Kirby. As far as I know, the only Kirby-related product that was featured in the line was a single Kirby plush that took on a more classic design, and unfortunately it, along with the rest of the set, was cancelled. Several prototypes have resurfaced over time, some of which being in the hands of Nightram, the owner of the video game memorabilia museum, although none of the plushes, including Kirby, have resurfaced. This little fellow right here would have been the second original Western Kirby plush, right after the Kirby's Adventure store display we mentioned earlier, but because it was cancelled, the real second Western Kirby plush was the Kirby 64 store display. This also would have been the first commercially released American Kirby plush, although the first original plushes to really fit that mold comes in the form of the Just Toys Kirby plushes, released around 2018 to 2019. Single, squishy, and amazing mirror. The first real stage of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, Moonlight Mansion, features a little outdoor area that can be accessed by taking a certain route into the stage. One of the many outdoor areas predominantly features water, and in order to complete the game 100% by collecting all the treasure chests, you'll have to go down there. While you're under the water, you'll encounter enemies such as blippers and a squishy. That's right, just a single squishy. Even in the game's own water area, all of Ocean, you don't see any squishies there. It's really strange how Squishy, one of the most iconic Kirby water enemies that's been around since the beginning, only appears once in the entire game. We may never get an answer to this really niche question, but my best guess is that someone on Flagship really didn't like squishies. The other flagship Kirby game, Kirby Squeak Squad, has absolutely no squishies in it at all, so it would make a lot of sense if someone just really didn't like these guys. Besides the fact that someone out there actually hates squishy, because I'm not seeing that, man. We all love squishy. Kirby dislikes caterpillars. Throughout the Kirby series, Kirby has been shown to eat a lot of things, and there are very few things that he would outright refuse to eat. One of the enemies Kirby simply just doesn't eat are capillars, which are caterpillar enemies that fall from Wispy Woods and Twin Woods in various Kirby games. However, according to a Japanese Nintendo website, it's revealed that Kirby actually just doesn't like caterpillars in general, which is why he doesn't eat them. Well, I guess Kirby must have some extreme butterfly bias here, because despite butterflies being caterpillars in their future states, Kirby seems to have no problem with them simply just flying and landing on him whenever they please. Sakurai comments on planned creepier Marks design. Back on December 17th, 2020, the video Mr. Sakurai Presents Sephiroth was uploaded to YouTube in order to teach viewers about the upcoming, at the time, new DLC character for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Sephiroth. After Sakurai displays what Sephiroth's moveset is like, he decides to show it in action while fighting all the bosses in the game by playing Sephiroth's classic mode. Early on during the Marks fight, Sakurai decides to make a little comment about Marks' creation and how he was originally going to be, and that Marks' iconic design wasn't always going to be his design, but rather something a bit creepier. Sakurai says, "Okay, next up is Marks, who is creepy in an uncanny sort of way. Actually, this character was initially a lot creepier. He wasn't suitable for all audiences, so we had to soften it. Personally, I wish we made him a bit creepier." I don't know if Sakurai's maybe over-exaggerating a bit with what he's saying here, but I just really want to see this Marks design. I want to see how creepy it is, and if it's really not suitable for all audiences. Although, being a Kirby fan, you kind of become numb to that sort of stuff after a while, huh? Koozer in Kirby's Adventure. But Koozer isn't in Kirby's Adventure, I hear you say. Well, it turns out that Koozer isn't in Kirby's Adventure, but he does make a small appearance in a bit of promotional advertising. If you simply don't know who Koozer is, he's basically just Bronto Burt's extra mode counterpart in Kirby's Dream Land, and he basically functions the same, he just has a different appearance. And if you paid close attention to the Kirby's Adventure yarn commercial we talked about a few layers back, you'll notice that Koozer appears for a very brief moment where Kirby can be seen inhaling him. Maybe this was just a simple error, or maybe this could mean something more. Perhaps Koozer was cut content? Ooh, how exciting. Candice Valega. You can't have the final layer of an iceberg without a not safe for work entry, so here we are again, the last not safe for work entry on the iceberg. Hooray for not safe for work entries. Here we have a specific person. Don't go attack this person. The art they make is just kind of bizarre and questionable and sometimes even very disgusting, and said disgusting art I simply refuse to show you. I'll talk about the art in just a second, but I do not recommend looking this person's name up if you are faint of heart or don't like what you're about to hear. Okay, so on to the actual entry. Candice Valega is a Kirby artist that primarily draws the characters Adeline and Ribbon, and you know, most of the art seems pretty innocent. I mean, here we just got them playing some PS5, very innocent stuff. Oh look, and here we have them meeting Ugandan Knuckles. Remember Ugandan Knuckles? Well, here's Waddle Doo as Ugandan Knuckles. And here we have them reacting to some dad who burned board games in a fire. Okay, so those last few were a bit weird, but oh, what's this? It's Ribbon eating a Tide Pod. Oh look, and here's some shapes, like the Ribbon be gone, and she's bleeding out of the chest. Alright, looks like someone doesn't like Ribbon. And it looks like someone else doesn't really like Ribbon too, because here we have Adeline pointing a gun at Ribbon, and here we have Adeline.exe who just cut off Ribbon's arms using a knife that is even more pathetic than a butter knife. Unfortunately, this artist's gallery can't be dominated by the avant-garde Ribbon killing pieces, and instead it's primarily made up of Kirby scat artwork. If you don't know what scat is, well, 1, I envy you, and 2, well, I'm here to ruin your innocence, so I might as well tell you what it is, and it is a fetish for feces. I'm not even going to show censored versions of the artwork, it's just not even worth downloading, but if you just really want to see it for curiosity or some other reason, well, you can do it yourself. And if you want to find more artwork like what I showed you in this video, then do so at your own risk. Nekodamashi. Nekodamashi is an unconventional tactic that's used in wrestling, where one wrestler claps their hands in front of the other's face in order to cause the other wrestler to flinch and gain an advantage. It turns out that Kirby happens to know this tactic too, because he uses it in order to gain advantage in a fight found in episode 53 of Kirby Right Back At Ya, Snack Attack Part 2. The main plot of the episode revolves around King Dedede challenging Kirby to fight all 5 of his martial arts all-stars in order for him to call off the attack on Cappy Town by his figure monsters. Kirby gets through the first 4 all-stars without much trouble, but the 5th one, Yankee Sekitori, is where he struggles a bit, and uses the Nekodamashi to turn the tables. And right as Kirby manages to land a successful Nekodamashi, allowing him to basically win the fight, a cat head briefly shows up on screen. The cat is exclusively seen in the original Japanese version and is cut from any other dubs due to it being a joke for the Japanese audience, with Nekodamashi directly translating to cat trick in Japan. Kirby Call Service. An educational Japanese children's magazine called Second Grade featured a few Kirby ads inside the magazine for some sort of call service. These ads use Sakuma Yoshiko's art style from his Kirby of the Stars manga series that was currently going on at the time, and feature Kirby, King Dedede, and frequently some sort of phone. Just don't take that out of context because I probably should have worded that better. As far as I know, no calls from this service have been recorded, and whether this was just a generic call service or one with a Kirby theming where, say, Kirby would talk to you, I have no clue. But if it was the latter, that would be pretty strange because Kirby didn't have any sort of established voice at the time, so hearing what he would sound like talking to you on the phone would definitely be something. If I'm gonna be completely honest, the thing that fascinates me the most about these ads is this one right here that features some sort of Sakuma Yoshiko-styled Kirby plush holding up a phone. I just really want to know the whereabouts of this plush. Perhaps it's in Nintendo's possession or maybe a private collector? Although, as unfortunate as it is, we'll probably never get an answer, or maybe the plush was even destroyed for some reason. Egg Catcher Game. Sometime around 1993, Takara Tomy released a Kirby toy-slash-game for Kirby's Adventure that took light inspiration from the Egg Catcher sub-game from the aforementioned game. The game can be played with up to 4 players, where each player gets to fling different colored eggs into Kirby's mouth, being yellow, green, red, and blue. Kirby goes in the center, and he spins around, opening and closing his mouth, and whoever gets the most eggs in his mouth wins. Out of all the Kirby board games or tabletop games, some of them don't really fit the board game description if you ask me, this one might as well be the rarest and most expensive. I mean, the first time I even saw the thing out of its box was like a few months ago, and that's only because I managed to find a few listings on Japanese websites. Speaking of Japanese websites, if you're really lucky, you might be able to snag an Egg Catcher game. Although, just be warned, it's gonna cost a bit if one does show up. Some of these things can sell for more than $400 US. Pekachow from the future, again, back to bring you another awesome fact about the Kirby's Adventure Egg Catcher game. It turns out that the Kirby's Adventure Egg Catcher game is just a reskin of a Pac-Man game that basically plays exactly the same, released in the 1970s. The game had its branding completely changed when it went to the US because instead of Pac-Man, it was called Mr. Mouth. The reason for that is because, if you didn't already know, we over here in the West absolutely love Mr. Mouth. We don't know what a Pac-Man is, only Mr. Mouth. The game got a re-release in the 1980s where it took on a more Pac-Man-like appearance, with Pac-Man being just more accurate and ghosts taking the place of like the rings from the original game. There's also another version of this game called Mr. Mouth, which features a frog instead of Pac-Man because why not? Old Tower Negative Aura. Okay, so I don't know if this is like a personal thing that has only happened to me, or maybe if this is like some sort of widespread thing. But the old tower from the Great Cave Offensive in Kirby Superstar and Superstar Ultra, it just has this feeling to it that makes me go, alright, that's enough Kirby Superstar for today. I first started to get feelings of the old tower negative aura when I was younger, because I used to play a lot of Kirby Superstar on Kirby's Dream Collection back in the day, and whenever I would just reach old tower, I could be like perfectly enjoying myself in the last 2 areas of the Great Cave Offensive, and then I just feel like playing one of the other games or maybe just doing something else entirely.
Maybe some of the puzzles just really had me stuck as a kid, or maybe it was just the amount of treasure. Maybe it was just more open than the rest of the game and it just kind of felt overwhelming. And even now that I'm older, I can safely say that I do love Old Tower. I love just about everything about it. It's one of my favorite parts of Kirby Superstar. But still, there's just something about Old Tower that feels off and makes me just want to do something else and come back to it later. I think maybe it's just how much time it takes to complete Old Tower with all the treasures, but I'm not really sure. Or maybe it's just something about the whole environment and atmosphere of the place. We don't really know that much about the Old Tower. And some of the murals are like a bit bizarre. Like, have you looked at the DDD model? I don't know if this was just me being a stupid kid, but he looks like a Cyclops, and it feels weird just seeing this Cyclops DDD all over the walls. It's weird, I just can't describe it. Like I said, I don't know if this is just a me thing or if anyone else has ever experienced the negative aura of the Old Tower, but if so, I would love for you to let me know and maybe even say what you think causes the negative aura to just come into effect, because, I don't know, like the Mario 64 Iceberg with the wet dry world negative aura, there's something about this just really fascinates me. The color of Brobo. Brobo is the boss of Stage 10 in Kirby's Block Ball, and depending on if you got all the borderlines in the previous stages, Brobo will be the final boss you face, or just the penultimate boss right behind King Dedede in the final stage. However, Brobo has absolutely no official artwork, and because Kirby's Block Ball is a Game Boy game, we can't really tell what Brobo's real colors are because all we can see is white, gray, and black. Thankfully, Brobo does get to make a small cameo in Kirby's Star Allies as a stone statue, but unfortunately we can't really see the color because all of Brobo is just made up of shades of brown. All we can really tell about the color of Brobo is that the feet are lighter than the body, but darker than the head and the hands. Taranza and the 5 Stages of Grief. So I know that this theory might be stretching things a bit, considering that some of the stages are a bit out of order if we go by the context of how the events play out in the game that represent each of these, but if you were to look at Kirby Triple Deluxe and Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, you can notice that Taranza displays some sort of symptoms of having the 5 stages of grief going on after Queen Sectonia's death. In case you need a reminder of the 5 stages of grief, they are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. However, the order that I see Taranza going through the 5 stages of grief here starts with denial and ends with acceptance, but in the middle it starts with depression, then we go to bargaining, and then we go to anger. You'll see what I mean in just a minute. Denial is seen in the ending cutscene of Kirby Triple Deluxe, where, upon Sectonia's defeat, Kirby, King Dedede, the people of the sky, and Taranza all float down back to Popstar. It seems like Taranza is just denying the fact that Sectonia died in that incident and is simply just shrugging it off. We can not really see Taranza's depression, but we can hear about it because after realizing that Queen Sectonia was in fact dead, he set out to find the Black Mirror, which is where bargaining also comes in, because he decides to use the Black Mirror in hopes to revive Queen Sectonia after being corrupted by Dark Taranza. You also fight Taranza multiple times throughout the game, as he expresses the stage of anger here, lashing out at you directly rather than simply just controlling someone like what he did with King Dedede in Kirby Triple Deluxe. And once Taranza is free of the Black Mirror and you defeat King D-Mind, you can see Taranza in the village, where he represents the stage of acceptance by holding a flower in memory of Queen Sectonia, accepting her death. Kirby Canvas Craze / Canvas Curse Painter. Kirby Canvas Craze, also known as Kirby Canvas Curse Painter, was an art program that made its earliest known appearance in 2005, published by 4Kids TV. The game was obviously put on 4Kids' website, and it's also a Kirby-themed reskin of another game on the same website that's simply called Painter. The program gives you a blank white canvas to use as you start out, with the caption, "Paint a Kirby Masterpiece" above it, and you have different tools such as color, pencil, eraser, brush, square, ellipse, and clip art. You can also select up to 6 different backgrounds for your piece, and when you're done painting your Kirby masterpiece, you can either reset it, and just get a blank canvas again, what did you expect, it's a reset button for a reason, or you can decide to print it. Given that 4Kids didn't have the Kirby license forever, the game was unfortunately removed from the website in the second half of 2007. Hard Hat and Kid Kirby. Back in 2012, a 1995 Nintendo sourcebook that was given out to retailers exclusively went up for auction, and some of the pages were able to be previewed, including one that advertised both Kid Kirby, the cancelled SNES Kirby game, and Donkey Kong Land, a Donkey Kong title that was released for the Game Boy. For the most part, it was fairly easy to tell which renders went to which game, but there was one render that caused a bit of confusion, and it was for Hard Hat, the third boss of Donkey Kong Land, and it's a mall that, surprise surprise, wears a hard hat. It was debated what game the hard hat render went to, because some people said Donkey Kong Land because, well, the hard hat's in the game, and obviously it just fits in more with Donkey Kong than Kirby, while some thought Hard Hat was either an original Kid Kirby enemy or was going to appear in Kid Kirby due to the render taking on a more simple style than most Donkey Kong renders. However, the whole Hard Hat situation caused a bit of a stir back in 2019, where it was discovered that Volume 69 of Nintendo Power featured a few Donkey Kong Land pre-release pages. One of the pages just so happened to feature the hard hat render that was found in the source book, and it looked very out of place when you compare it to all the other artwork surrounding it. Some theorized that maybe Rare lent this render to DMA Design Ltd, or maybe vice versa, considering how out of place it looked, and that there was already another hard hat render that fit in a lot better. However, the whole controversy was relatively short-lived, because someone on a Donkey Kong forum managed to find out that the hard hat render that caused so much controversy was actually just from the Donkey Kong Land manual. Kirby Right Back At Ya Brazilian dub. Sometime in 2003, Kirby Right Back At Ya received a Brazilian dub that went off the 4Kids dub of the show, and it was dubbed by the dubbing studio Centauro Communications. The dub received rather poor documentation, and we don't even know how many episodes there even are of this dub, but 5 have been confirmed to exist, being the first 3 episodes, Kirby Comes to Cappy Town, A Blockbuster Battle, and Kirby's Dual Role, which were all released on a single DVD, Shell Shocked, which was directly recorded from someone's TV, and Escargoon Squad, which just sorta showed up on YouTube one day, although the original video is private now. The series made its final rerun on Jetix, which is unfortunately probably going to be the last rerun the series ever seen, as I don't really see this showing up on any sort of TV network or streaming service in the future. 1993 Bandai Kirby's Adventure Cards. Back in 1993, Bandai released a set of 42 different Kirby's Adventure cards, depicting, of course, Kirby himself, multiple Kirby abilities, bosses, enemies, and locations. The first 36 cards display most of the game's characters, while the last 6 are all holographic cards featuring original artwork based on 6 of the game's levels. Each card also features an illustration on the back of a Kirby ability or Kirby inhaling if it's, say, a boss, location, a group of enemies that don't grant any ability, or the main man himself. However, if a card depicts an enemy that grants Kirby an ability, the back will display Kirby with the copy ability that the enemy grants. So Naughty will depict Sleep Kirby, Togiza will have Needle Kirby, Waddle Doo will have Beam Kirby, and so on. Kirby Air Ride GBA. One page from a 4Kids licensing boom from 2003 is entirely dedicated to Kirby Right Back At Ya and the Kirby series as a whole, featuring facts and information about upcoming products, such as Kirby making 16 video game appearances, Nightmare in Dreamland selling out in 3 weeks, and an upcoming Kirby Back to School apparel program. However, the most interesting thing on the entire page reads, "Look for a new game, Kirby Air Ride for Nintendo GameCube and Game Boy Advance, to launch Q4 2003 with the support of a multi-million-dollar marketing campaign." Yes, you heard that right, Kirby Air Ride is apparently coming to Game Boy Advance. Whether this was just a ridiculous mistake, or maybe 4Kids knew something we don't, I have no idea. But considering that we have practically no other information besides it being mentioned on this one page, I'm going to assume they made a small mistake here. Kirby's Adventure internal figures. Here we have some sort of advertisement for a set of Kirby's Adventure figures that depicts Kirby, Togizo, Waddle Doo, Bomber, and Naughty. Now obviously I have absolutely no idea what these figures are, but after a quick chat with Night Ram, the owner of the Video Game Memorabilia Museum, it turns out that these figures might have been internal.
That is until I translated this image, and you really need a good translator for an image like this because let's say most translators aren't really that reliable, but I managed to find one that turns out to reveal the truth about these figures. It turns out that these figures were produced by Tomy, costed 250 yen each, roughly $2 US, and that there are 8 different types. So now that I know that there are 8 different types, I thought back to this picture from the Kirby Merchandise Museum, which just so happens to feature 8 different Kirby ball figures based on Kirby's adventure. And these figures just so happen to include the same 5 that were seen on the advertisement, as well as an angry Kirby, a Waddle Dee, and a blue Kirby. I'm pretty sure that these are the figures themselves, and these are honestly some of my most wanted Kirby figures ever, and if any of these happen to show up, I would absolutely love to know. I would be more than willing to fork over a ridiculous amount of money just for one of these guys. Kirby Right Back At Ya Flash Games and Kirby Star Ride. Sometime around 2008, 4Kids released 4 different Kirby Flash games on their website, and unfortunately, only one of these games managed to successfully be preserved before the license expired in 2009. And that one preserved game is a game called Waddle Doom, where you have a minute to shoot as many Waddle Dees as possible, with standard Waddle Dees being worth 1 point and ones that take on a dark red color being worth 5. Waddle Doom also had its own leaderboard, where the highest documented score was 368, although someone else claimed to have gotten a score of 425, although it has yet to have been proven. The next 2 games, being Kirby Shuffle Puzzles 1 and 2, only have their thumbnails documented, the first one featuring Ninja Kirby and the second one featuring Kirby punching on the Warp Star. Despite the games not being documented, we at least have an idea of how they would play, because 4Kids made multiple other shuffle puzzle games based on other franchises they owned, such as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Yu-Gi-Oh! However, one game, simply called Kirby Star Ride, remains entirely shrouded in mystery. We don't even know what the game's thumbnail would look like, but we know it exists because it appears on this little page with the rest of the Kirby games. Going off the title, we can assume that the game would involve Kirby riding around on his Warp Star, although we may unfortunately never get to see what this game looks like, and it may remain lost forever. And so, we've reached the bottom of the Kirby Iceberg, and before we start heading back up to the surface, there's one last thing I want to show you. This might be the most obscure Kirby thing ever, I don't know about that, but I present to you the Kirby 64 Promo Toonami Flash Game and Wallpaper. On January 31st, 2010, a blog called Toonami Lost Data decided to do a little post about a Kirby 64 Flash game they found on the Wayback Machine. The game was released on Toonami.com in order to promote Kirby 64, and gave you a wallpaper upon completion of a memory game. The blog post also mentions that the wallpaper was preserved by someone on Kirby's Rainbow Resort, and if it wasn't for that person, we probably wouldn't have this wallpaper. The wallpaper depicts various characters from the game in a checkerboard pattern with the game's logo right in the center, and the Kirby's Rainbow Resort page that featured this is really the only other place I saw this game mentioned. They also provided a link to the Wayback Machine page, although attempting to play the game will reveal absolutely nothing, although there is this little thing that pops up at the top of the screen where you'd play the game that reveals that the game is called Crystal Capture. No real footage of the gameplay seems to exist, not even a screenshot, so we have no idea what the main matching gameplay looks like. Although, given that this is a 20-year-old Flash game, it probably won't be showing up anytime soon. And there you have it, the ultimate Kirby Iceberg comprehensively explained. If you enjoyed this video, I strongly recommend you like and subscribe because, well, considering I'm just starting out, I would love as much support as I can. I really do want to get something started here, and as much early support as I can get, the better. I also want to give a quick little special thanks to the Kirby Wiki and WeKirby for helping me gather a lot of information for this video, as well as anyone else who made a Kirby Iceberg out there because, well, considering I started this whole project a few months ago, your iceberg probably contains some pretty good entries, and in order to compile the ultimate Kirby Iceberg, I needed the best ones I could find. And finally, thank you for watching this video. It really does make me happy to know someone decided to sit through my Kirby Iceberg movie that I poured months of work into.
And with all that said, I hope you learned something new today, and that's all for now. Pekachow out.